We don't need a massive budget, we just need a little bit of help to get these events off the ground because, you know, I don't have a house big enough to have everyone round. And definitely my internet isn't fast enough either. I don't have Sky Broadband, hint, hint. So having a venue like Sky, which is incredible. Huge. Obviously, you probably recognise this studio as well and some of the football shows that they have. You know, this is just inspiring as well to see esports in a venue like this, and Sky Broadband, you know, been vital to making this possible.
Yeah, I mean, full fibre is something that you're after as well, because you have to have the best internet possible for the best gaming experience and competitive experience.
Exactly. I mean, it minimises the risk of you losing, you know, you want to lose to skill. You don't want to lose because of technical issues. You want fast broadband. You don't want time lapses and all these things that will affect your gaming. At the end of the day, you don't want to lose to technical issues. But just to expand on what Rachel was saying, initiatives like these, it boosts the esports economy. Yes, there are less sponsorships within, you know, women in gaming currently, but this boosts the economy overall. We've got partnerships, we've got sponsorships, we've got media attention, visibility. So it paves the way for gender-inclusive business models. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Once the platform is there, then more people will come to it. Now, we are going to be crowning not one, but two champions today. We have our Racers E-Series coming up first, and then our Football E-Series to conclude. So we're going to have two champions winning themselves £6,500 apiece, 24 months of Sky full fibre broadband, and the Guild Esports jersey. That is essentially symbolic of the contract they will get. They will start their pro career officially today. I can't even imagine what it's like to be one of the players currently sitting in our Cibrigs, because they are probably thinking very much about the fact that they could be wearing that jersey. I mean, how on earth are they keeping the nerves in check, Rachel?
I don't know, especially because it's quite mysterious in there. We obviously haven't seen it yet, but there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, and it made me feel nervous going to speak to all the women as well. And you've got to think, none of these will ever have been on a stage with lights, with cameras in front of their faces. I think it was Clara, actually. She said, oh, her girlfriend has been waving lights and cameras in her face when she's been at the rig at home just to try and reenact what she might experience here. I said, no, she hasn't. She said, she has. I said, did it put you off? She said, no, not at all. So she has prepared like no one else there. But I mean, what a setting we'll get to see. They've got an audience as well. It's going to be nerve-wracking.
There's actually esports team Complexity. They are owned by the Dallas Cowboys. So over in Fort Worth in America, they have this whole training centre where they have these LAN setups, and they pipe in music, they pipe in audience noise, they change the temperature in there. It's crazy. So it sounds like Clara's got the second best thing.
She is all over it. Her girlfriend, I take my hat off to you as well, because, yeah, they want this contract. Actually, she was one of the women I was talking about. Said, money, not interested in this. All I want is to be able to go into Guild as a pro player and really start, hopefully, a career.
For her, it's the ultimate job interview, and good luck to her and all of our drivers today. They're currently setting up for a qualifying lap, and that is going to decide the grid positions as we head to our first track, which is going to be Austria's Red Bull Ring. You can see our qualified drivers here, and George, they all have very different backgrounds, although some of them, I suppose, a little bit of osmosis, because a lot of them are making content about F1 for different platforms as well as their own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you spoke so eloquently there. I mean, we have got, you know, many different backgrounds, various stories here that we're going to be telling through the course of this broadcast. I mean, Amber Jones, who is synonymous with content creation in the F1 space, Shana Raj as well, who's really risen to the top in her own field as well. Hannah Atkinson also stepping in, has actual prior sim racing experience in the Williams Esports Sprint Cup, so let's see whether that's brought to the forefront as well. I'm also looking out for the likes of Cheryl Bucknall. I was watching her during free practice. I thought the way that she was able to maintain a consistent level of pace and also manage her car out on the circuit, even as one as complex as Spa and Silverstone, I thought she adapted brilliantly, and of course she streams regularly too. And Greta Layal, now if you want to hear a fantastic story, this is a woman whose father competed in motocross. She obviously holds a bit of a racer spirit in her, but also her brother's a top tennis player and is currently competing in the United States.
And her partner's a professional sim racing driver.
Yeah, well, he actually raced.
Yeah, he was coaching her. Watch out, guys.
Yeah, Emil Bernstorff, an ex-actual racer in the Euroformula Open Championship, and is actually a top racing streamer today.
Well, we've talked about people who've got experience within the industry in some shape or form. However, one of our drivers today, Clara, she's got no prior experience, and yet she is a name I keep hearing, Rachel.
Yeah, so I mentioned a little bit about how well her and her partner have prepared for this in terms of trying to leave no stone unturned in terms of what they're experiencing today. She also said she has spent so much of her own money in putting the setup together at home because she said, I want this. This is now or never. I am determined to win. I said, are you nervous? She said, no, not really. I said, well, come on then. What circuit are you the fastest on? All of them. I was like, right, well, I'm just going to leave you at it then. I was like, no weaknesses. She was like, no, I have prepared. And obviously hasn't got much experience in this game. She was formerly Overwatch, Frank, but I guess transferable skills is what she said. She said, I've got a lot of experience in gaming. So I'm thinking, you know, dark horse Clara over here.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know.
Overwatch.
I didn't know she'd played other games that I was a player. I need to ask her who she made. So that's a different game, different story. I want to ask about this though, George. Okay, so this is how she qualified. She literally came in off the street in Shoreditch, where the Sky Guild Gaming HQ is. There are some football pitches right next to Shoreditch High Street Station. And so Clara, she doesn't live in Shoreditch. She just happened to have lost a football game. So she comes out, she's quite upset. And then she sees across the road someone from Guild, probably the lovely Zara, trying to wave people in and encourage them to compete. So Clara goes in, and this is her, I'm guessing this might be her qualifying lap.
Yeah.
And now she shaved off nearly 3 seconds. How impressive is that? What does that mean?
It shows that essentially she's improving, but 3 seconds is no small feat. I mean, I got the chance to speak to Clara prior, and you know, I was saying there must be a little bit of Italian heritage there somewhere as well because of the name, you know. But she was actually quite impressed I got it right first time.
Yes.
Can you get it right for me now?
Yeah, Clara Bucciacchio.
George guessed that right first go.
I got it.
First go. He's so good with names.
Well, we all know how, you know, Italians are synonymous with motorsport. We've seen it in the past as well. Obviously, names like Ferrari, for example.
Can you say that in an Italian accent, please?
Ferrari.
Thank you very much. Right, you may continue.
Yeah, we think of tracks like Monza, things. I appreciate they're not here, you know, obviously on this calendar. But, you know, Clara Bucciacchio, definitely someone who harbours a lot of natural talent. And I asked her the same question as you. Where are you strongest? She said, all three feel fine to me. She's got a lot of natural talent there. Let's see what she can do.
But she's also been playing, she had 6 and 7 hours a day at home. She put all her money into having a sim rig set up at home. She said it's not like this, but she said, yeah, she's been absolutely grinding out the game. This is how determined she is.
She's also a clever lady. She speaks 3 languages. So, you know, when you have that intelligence, it's transferable skills, isn't it? Don't know how, but I'm sure if you have that level of intelligence, you can transfer the skill somehow.
Another name that I'm hearing a lot at the moment is Cheryl. Now, I know her as Miyuki Panda because she's a very well-known content creator in the UK gaming industry. And I remember when she qualified because lots of people I know on social media, lots of friends were so excited for her. And I would say alongside Clara, she also wants this the most.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of Cheryl, she said she wasn't actually going to come and try out for this either. A friend of hers was coming down to the qualifiers and said, come along, be my +1. She was like, no, I can't afford the train ticket. Her friend paid for the train ticket, so she came down and she decided to join in. Qualified. Her friend's now coming to support her this time out. She said, again, this is something she really wants. She's a dental nurse. That's her full-time job. But as you say, she's a Twitch streamer, has 24-hour streams. So again, I'm looking at her as someone who knows what it takes to sit in front of a screen for hours at a time and stay mentally focused there. She's got her community supporting her. She said she's got this one person that constantly gives her tips on exactly how to perfect a lap of every circuit. And she said, you know, I shouldn't say this on camera maybe. I'm going to tell her secret. She said as well, I've got a present if I do win the top prize. She's like, I'm not going to give him some prize money, but I'm going to give him a present.
Aww.
So, I mean,
there you go.
yeah, she's awesome. So I'm, you know, wishing them all
You've
the
just
best of luck.
spoiled the surprise for him. Or her.
He might be watching when she's qualifying.
Okay, yeah.
And then maybe, you know, we don't know who that is.
It's motivation for him or her to keep cheering on Cheryl today. The other thing I have to say about Cheryl is she must have the patience of a saint, because for me personally, if I'm playing video games online, I don't want people backseat gaming me. She literally has people backseat driving her, George.
She does, yeah. I mean, she's taken a lot of useful advice, and she was very keen to praise those people as well whilst we were actually chatting to her backstage. What I couldn't get over with Cheryl is obviously she's taken on board that advice, and it's visible. I saw her during in-free practice. I couldn't get over how transfixed, how focused, but also how flowing she was was when using the wheel. And we know that these systems they are using direct drive wheels that do apply a high level of force feedback. She was able to keep control of the car using the expertise she used from her streaming and has really adapted well straight away. Again, I think this could be another driver to watch through the course of today's broadcast, so who knows. Another thing as well, I'm scared of heights, right? But this is someone who has skydived to raise over 10.2k for cancer research, and that's not all. She's done 24-hour racing streams as well, so you know she's got a lot behind her.
She was setting purple laps, wasn't she?
She
were
was.
watching her backstage, and she was going purple. So you know,
I said I was impressed.
I was impressed.
Yeah,
very impressed.
But for any of the parents watching /me, what does a purple lap mean?
It means fastest.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it means fastest. She said she didn't realise how much she wanted to go pro until she took part in this competition, and now she really, really wants it.
Definitely a winner's mindset. But how did our 10 racers make it to Sky Studios this weekend? Rachel is going to tell us all about it.
The journey to the Women's Esports final began back in April with our first qualifier held at the Bullring Shopping Centre in Birmingham, where hundreds came through to set their hot lap at Silverstone. With the bar set, we moved to the Sky Guild Gaming Centre in Shoreditch for 2 weekends of action before 10 stood above the rest, showing the talent and dedication needed to compete. Over the last 6 months, our qualified drivers have been honing their skills both on and off the track, with training sessions, in-game coaching, and performance specialists to help them on the day. Well, the only thing left is for them to put their training into action at this, the Women's Esports Final.
Such a pro, that woman. Where did we find her? Oh, she's on the chair next to me. Now, you might have noticed I have grabbed one of these wheels. This is not the reason we're delayed, I promise. I haven't gone over to Northwest Corner and stolen a wheel to check it out. I found it in the corner of the studio and thought I would ask some silly questions because I, as you can tell, I'm not a racing driver, despite the fact that I constantly wear jumpsuits on camera. George, I wonder if you could talk us through it. I'm flapping some paddles. I can't be trusted. I'm literally just going to hand it to you.
No problem at all.
And then if you hold it up to the
camera. Yeah. So let's give I suppose everyone at home a little bit of an insight as to the equipment they'll be using. So this is a wheel that is going to be utilised by all drivers. It's basically a spec scenario here for those using the rigs. They're all using the same equipment. And this is a company known as Fanatec, which obviously supply various sim racing events. You know, we see them at the top flight of sim racing. So once more, here in the top flight of the Women's E-Series. And if you look here, of course, we've got the flappy paddle shifters, which is what the drivers will be using to change gear. On top of that, you've got clutch paddles here as well, so they can manage the starts, just allows them to creep off the line without spinning the rear tyres. On the front end, we've got the use of the buttons here. Now, these are fully mappable, so the drivers will be able to essentially key in the controls that they want specific into certain buttons and dials on this wheel. So you can utilise DRS, ERS as well for energy power, for extra speed and horsepower. Obviously, DRS releases the rear wing flap as well in certain zones on the circuit, just to help the drivers overtake, which is obviously essential if you want to win races.
I will not be winning any races. Last time I tried to go on a racing wheel, it wasn't one as nice as that, and I was being watched by BTCC drivers, British touring drivers. They are they're a laugh a minute, but they're also completely merciless. And I was racing them on Monzo, and that is a track that literally, it just gives me goosebumps because I'm still cringing, and that was 2 years ago. So we are going to be seeing our drivers not racing on Monzo this weekend. They're going to be heading virtually to Austria. They're going to be heading to Belgium, and then of course they're going to be racing the finale in none other than the UK. I don't even need to tell you what track that's going to be, but let's find out more about today's racing format.
Welcome to the Sky Broadband Racers E-Series. 10 drivers compete in a 3-round competition taking place in front of a live audience. Each round takes place on a different F1 track, Red Bull Ring, Spa and Silverstone. Races are a quarter the distance of a typical F1 race, and all drivers' cars are set to equal performance to level the playing field. The point system is the same as traditional F1, with the exception of Silverstone, where additional points are up for grabs, meaning it isn't over till it's over. The driver at the end of the competition with the most points will be crowned this year's Racers E-Series champion, earning themselves a Pro Guild contract, free Sky Broadband, and a share of £50,000.
As you noticed there, all of our drivers will walk away with prize money today. You can see Karina, she's a game developer. She's practicing intently. In the background is Martine. And Martine's a really interesting driver in the fact that she is an F1 superfan, but she's not publishing that online. This is basically one of her first, I guess, opportunities or even times she's been on camera.
Yeah, no, exactly. I went to have a chat to her. They're all lovely. She was really chatty as well. Her dad got her into F1 and she said, you know, I'm a massive fan, so wanted to just jump on board this opportunity. And I looked down next to her. Obviously, she sat there in a rig and I'm kind of getting down. I said, oh, got a couple of notepads behind you. Yeah, really bad at saving my tyres. I said, so why is a notepad helping you? Well, I've got all the percentages when they get worn out, so I'm really going to have to take advantage of when I'm allowed to pit. But I kind of get a bit confused of when I'm allowed to pit. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not allowed to look at my notepad either halfway through. I was like, so do you need someone to help you? She's like, I'll be fine. But she had so many detailed notes in terms of tyre degradation in this little notepad. So she really has been trying, again, like they all have. They all want to show exactly what they're made of here. But I thought that was interesting that she had all the percentages in terms of tyre wear, George.
Yeah, I mean, that's intricate work.
Yeah,
I mean, that's someone who has really done her homework and you know, really come here fully stocked and armed for this event. Now, it's interesting because you speak about tyre wear. Obviously, it fluctuates depending on race distance on this platform. So 25% is where we'll be racing around. Pit stops isn't necessarily the issue. It's more about how you manage your tyres out on track. So, you know, spinning up the rears could cost you. Obviously, it means you're going to lose delta against fellow cars out on track. So it could help and also hinder certain drivers.
Well, someone who's going to be doing his best not to hinder any of our drivers on stage, or our F1 players for that matter, is my mate, Ian Chambers. And we've sent him over to Northwest Corner to go and see if he can nab someone for a natter.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, you guys are in your nice, cosy little studio, but this is where the action happens. The gameplay zone of the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Finals. Now, you join me right now at the Football E-Series stage where all of the FC action will be taking place. One of our competitors is JD Liu, who's here. JD, firstly, live crowd, high stakes. How are you feeling today?
Nervous, but good nervous. Excited nervous. I just can't wait to get started and get my first match going and just get into it and pick up the controller and just go.
Now, content creation, streaming, that is your bag when it comes to FC. I know you've put a lot of hours into this game, but today it's a different story, isn't it? I want to start off by just running it back a little bit. I want you to tell us a story of how you came to be involved, because you weren't expecting to be here originally.
No, I absolutely wasn't. I just got an invite out of the blue. I thought that can't mean me. I'm a content creator, but after I said yes and got through the qualifiers, I just thought, you know what, I'll give it a go. You know, maybe I'm not as bad as I think I am. Maybe I'm a bit better. Maybe I've got something about me and I've made it here, so maybe I do.
I know that you like to take things one step at a time. However, you've got to be thinking about what's at stake here. You've got to be thinking about the prizes. And you've got to want to win. I know you're competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely one match I would like to get myself to, and that's going against Nunu Rage, because we had a draw last time, and I'd like another shot at a win. But I've got a couple of matches that I would need to get through first, so one step at a time and just get through the first match and see what happens after that.
You thought that matchup first time around was boring, right? But everybody loved it.
Yeah, do you know, as I was playing, I was like, oh God, like, you know, I'm so defensive, or I'm, you know, just, you know, I'm on the back foot and things. And then everyone was saying how good it was because it was back and forth. And I was like, okay, well, let's do it again, you know? So excited about that.
All right, best of luck, JD. Lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue our whistle-stop tour of the Northwest Corner as we make our way to this section. As you can see, we have got sim rigs set up all along the stage here. 10 racers ready to compete in our Racers E-Series. Let's start off by talking to Amber. You might recognise Amber, motorsport presenter. You've got a bit of a different role here today.
Yeah, it's very, very different. I'm not used to actually being sort of, one, not interviewing or presenting, and two, in a sim rig. So it's very, very different. I love my racing. Obviously, I race outside of my job as well, but sim racing is a little bit different. What are some of the key differences? Because we know that a lot of people have gone on, to take their skills that they learn on an eSIM rig to the track. It's a bit of a reverse for you, isn't it? Yeah, for me, I'm definitely more confident on a real racetrack and a real race car. And I think it's just because you can't feel everything. So here, I don't know how I'm going to feel going into the corner. Am I going to make it? Have I done it too early, too late? So you're thinking about so many different things. Whereas in the car, I can actually be like, oh no, I can feel already we're not going to make it. So it's just different in that way. Just take a look to your left. Take a look down this row of competitors here. They're all glancing at you, staring you out. Look at this. You've got a couple of waves over there as well. I can see Jess waving in the distance too. Are you scared of any of these players? Oh, 100%. Definitely. There's so much talent in this room. So, I'm just going to give it my all, give it my best. But there's so much skill here. So definitely, I think a few of them will be ahead of me. Just finally from me, I know that you're a big advocate for women in sport, and this is a historic moment for esports, isn't it? Yeah, 100%. I mean, I work with so many different women in motorsport, all the different roles, and it's just amazing to have this because we need to be talking about it. We need that discourse. We need to get more women involved in esports, so it's great to have this. Good luck. Thank you so much. Enjoy the track. All right, let's continue as we move along. We need to talk about my favourite thing when it comes to a competition, and that is the prizing. Now, each and every single one of the players that are involved, not just in the football E-Series, but the races E-Series as well, are competing for three important things. Number one, £6,500 goes to the winner. Number two, you get 24 months of Sky Broadband. And number three, and perhaps most importantly, you get yourself a pro contract with Guild Esports. That could change your life. It could propel you into an esports journey. So best of luck to everybody involved. Oh, wait, I forgot one last thing. We've got a live crowd. Is there anybody in here? I'm hoping that every single one of you make some noise for every single one of our players because this is, like I said earlier, historic. And I cannot wait to get started, Frankie.
Me neither, Ian Chambers. Thank you very much. Although I think we're going to have to give you an ironing board, mate, because you are disrespecting the Guild Esports jersey. Absolutely disgusting. Not on my watch. Get steaming. All right, we'll see more from Ian later because we will be sending him into the rig arena. Should we call it? Let's just call it Northwest Corner. That's the official name for it that Sky gave it. I think it's great. Don't mess with it. We'll be sending him down to talk to our players between each race, and obviously we'll be talking to our F1 players like JD Lou later on today. Now, we are going to head for a short break just to make sure all our rigs are tuned up and ready to race. So please do stick around and we'll see you in a few.
my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child. Then we gon' hit the shower. Part 2 we don't need no pause. You miss me, we gon' get tipsy. Don't need a power shot.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day. Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day. This sound like Argentina. Had to fix my demeanor. No, they don't want me breathing. Still I rose like diamonds. Got on 3 Jesus pieces, looking like Jay-Z and Yeezy. So far from conceited, but how can I be defeated? I hate to turn my wrist on like I'm Ben 10. Rappers think they doing something, I'm not a fan. I told my dad today, he said it's all pretend. I got back in my bed, now I got no friends.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel, copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real, no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars wanna copy my steel, copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real, no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars wanna copy my steel, copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real, no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars wanna copy my steel. Got my heart no. I know in the bed. Break you in, damn. Yeah, this every day. Got my heart no. I know in the bed. Break you in, damn. Yeah, this every day. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars wanna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars wanna copy my steel. Plastic bars wanna copy my steel.
Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on.
my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child. Then we gon' hit the shower. Part 2, we don't need no pause. You here with Misty, we gon' get tipsy. Don't need a power shot.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day. Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day. This sound like Argentina. Had to fist my demeanor. No, they don't want me breathing. Still I rose like diamonds. Got on 3 Jesus pieces, looking like Jay-Z and Yeezy. So far from conceited, but how can I be defeated? I hate to turn my wrist on like I'm Ben 10. Rappers think they doing something, I'm not a fan. I told my dad today, he said it's all pretend. I got back in my bed, now I got no friends.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Got my heart no.
I know in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day. Got my heart no. I know in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none of that. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on. Keep the flame on.
Welcome back to the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Final. Now, before we get on with our Races E-Series, we do have a little bit of a technical update. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, there will only be 9 spots on the grid across our 3 tracks today, which means the slowest qualifier and the qualifying lap times will be finishing, I should say, in 10th place and winning £750 of prize money, and that will be Karina. So thank you so much to Karina for competing with us and also for getting to the LAN finals. And let's face it, 750 quid is not bad at all, is it, Rachel?
No, not bad at all. Obviously, disappointment for Karina there, but she was the slowest in terms of qualification, and we had to just make a decision because we want, obviously, the games to go ahead, and that was, unfortunately, how it played out. But she'll have got so much out of just being here, being amongst the 9 other competitors, learning about this industry, you know, having a bit of experience, doing a qualifying lap, and, you know, hopefully she'll take home, obviously, not only the 750, but a lot of experience going forward and maybe go, you know, this is for me, and I'm going to try and be a little bit faster next out in terms of qualifying to get further up that grid.
Yeah, and she's already active as a game developer in the games industry, so hopefully we'll see more from her in future. In fact, I know we will. Now let's talk about the qualifiers and check out our starting grid. So you can see there in the top, Jess flying into first pole position there. She was actually first in all 3 of her online qualifying races, so she didn't actually come into this tournament via the Sky Guild Gaming qualifiers. She actually qualified online. And George, she's technically your boss.
Yeah, it's sort of. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, she's very active in the world of league racing. I mean, she's synonymous with the F1 game as well, so this is a platform that she's going to be well accustomed to. She leads a lot of commentators, including myself, in the league racing world. You know, she's representing the biggest league in the world, which is PSGL, as well as the comms manager. But aside from that, she's also taken part in various events in the biggest league in practice. So, you know, she's got a lot of stock in her favour.
Well, let's talk about our first track. We are going to Austria for the Red Bull Ring. Now, this is the smallest track we're going to see our competitors racing on. What is potentially going to take them up by surprise? What do they need to watch out for, Rachel?
Yeah, the smallest track, and actually a lot of the girls, when I was speaking to them, they said maybe this one they've kind of mastered more, maybe because it is really short, only 10 turns it's got there. For me, it's turn 1, it's 90-degree, full kind of on the throttle, then into a long straight, a tiny bit of a chicane. I can't really say it's a turn 2. Turn 3, possibly catch them out, a hairpin corner there, where they probably they're coming in really fast, so it's just being able to keep the speed up, kind of get on the brake, get the apex right, and then probably the last corner as well, straight into turn 1. I mean, there's three corners for me in this circuit.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you're absolutely spot on there, Rachel. If you look at this track itself, obviously it's fantastic in terms of pure speed, but just alluding and just stepping back onto that turn 3 element as well, that elevation incline can cause a few problems as well, and many drivers may find themselves overshooting the apex because it does happen. There's plenty of off track though, so you know you can self-right yourself. Another danger is coming down in towards turn 4 through towards turn 5, because Slosh Gold can really apply understeer to your car, which obviously doesn't help. It means that you could invariably find yourself into the gravel trap. You'll probably see a little bit of that today. And of course, remember, they're using default setups. They're all using the standard setup. So, you know, naturally they're not going to be able to add those little tweaks to help themselves out in terms of extracting that high end of, you know, that high end traction, high end pace out of the car.
When it comes to the final race result, how seriously should we be taking these grid positions in the Jade?
I think there might be a bit of chaos in the first couple of laps for sure. I think nervous energy will be bubbling. So I think the positions will change. I think they'll be chopping and changing. I actually think it's going to be a really fun race to watch for our viewers at home. And it's going to provide us with a lot of action. So I would take these positions with a pinch of salt, I would say, George. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I think anything can happen in racing. I mean, it just goes to show we see it time and time again. You know, just because they're starting on the grid the way they are doesn't necessarily mean it's going to finish that way. I think Jess Ball has given herself a great chance here, a huge shot in the arm, starting on the front row. And looking ahead, she's got a great chance. But I'm keeping my eyes peeled on Greta Lyle as well. I think she's going to be a tremendous talent here in this series, and obviously comes in with a lot of motorsport heritage and knowledge, especially with her partner as well, no doubt feeding some advice to her at the same time. But keep your eyes peeled. Again, in those heavy braking zone moments, those drivers at the back can find their way through.
Especially in terms of, I think it was Martine who said tyre wear. You've got a right hand first and then another right hand corner as well. So tyre wear will come into it. I guess reactions as well in this first race. Okay, you know, you've got Jess on pole position, but if she doesn't get a good reaction time to start with, she's on the left, they're going into a right-hander, you've got Greta on the right-hand side, so, you know, they'll be vying for the right line going into that first turn. So, yeah, I'm not sure which way it's going to go, but I'm going to say don't always look on the screen as well. I don't know if you looked down at Jess's feet, did you?
I didn't take that closer look to it, but no.
Wasn't wearing shoes. The only racer out there who's got just socks. She could feel the pedals a little bit more.
I did see her shoes off. I was wondering why.
I said that. She said, I just get more of a feel for the pedals. I said, oh, you're the only person to do that. She said, yeah, it also makes me feel like I'm at home.
That's such a good point, because
so look at her feet,
such an
guys.
environment, right? This is definitely different to anything that any of these guys have experienced before. I think Hannah's the only one who's got sim racing experience under her belt. Is that right?
Hannah has. Obviously, she took part in a competition. So in terms of a competitive environment, I guess you'd say her. But Cheryl, she has been not competing, but practicing in sim racing for years. She's done a 24-hour stream in sim racing. So in terms of time on track here, we might see, what, 20, 25 minutes of track time. She's got to do that 3 times. We've obviously got 3 races. So you're only looking at kind of like an hour and a half. She's done 24 hours. So this is going to be small fry in terms of, you know, being mentally strong out there on track. She's done 24 hours. She's done a whole day of this.
The sim racing tournaments that you guys commentate, how long are racers typically driving for? Because whoever wins this obviously gets a pro contract with guilds, so they're going to be entering some of those competitions.
Yeah, I mean, the professional sim racers that race in the F1 Sim Racing Championship, it's over 50% distance. So, you know, it's double the races that we will have today. And you know, speaking of, you know, like Rachel obviously spoke about with, you know, Cheryl having that experience over 24 hours, you know, stamina's not going to be an issue for her in this. So, you know, this, I think, take the stamina element out of it. This is all about pure pace.
Well, I think we are going to hopefully get into the game. We're just waiting to start. All of our drivers, they're giving the admins the thumbs up and just telling people that they are good to go. So you can see we're just doing final checks for our 9 racers. This is going to be such an interesting first race, because obviously everyone is getting settled. We've got 2 more tracks after this one. One of the things that's interesting, I guess, about this competition, guys, is that it's really being based on pure driving skill alone, because they can pick up the technical aspects of the car once they have that contract with Guild Esports.
Yeah, and that's what makes it fair. You know, everyone has different experience here. Everyone's pretty much grassroots. But you know, some people work in motorsport, some people have real life experience. So all the settings are the same. They'll be on the same tyre strategy as well. So it's very much even playing fields, and that's how we'll see the best racers win.
Well, as you can see, we have kicked off the race. Don't forget, this weekend we are powered by Sky Broadband. Game like a pro with Sky, full fibre broadband built to power the pros.
Thank you very much, Frankie. We're now underway. Lap 1 now in full flow. They've hit pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Jess Ball away it already. Now, we spoke about turn 3 already. A few cars getting caught up. Caroline Parker, unfortunately, one of those drivers, Cheryl Bucknell, has fallen right to the rear down in P9, and Amber Jones has profited off this as she now ventures through Slosh Gold here, Nina.
Absolutely. I wasn't surprised there was going to be chaos, George. I said it, turn 1 would be absolutely manic, and it was just that. Unlucky for Cheryl, but she really has to keep her head down now, not let her frustration get to her, and work her way back up. It's a short lap, George, so there's definitely positions to be gained.
Yeah, short lap, and there's 18 of them taking us through this first race here at Red Bull Ring. We're here in the Styrian Mountains, virtually, of course, but Jess Ball leading the way. But look at that delta gap between herself and Greta Layal, who is currently sat in 2nd place, and within 3 tenths, she's within 2 tenths now. And you can just see there the slipstream now enabling her to close up to the back of the RB that now exits out of turn 1. Heading up the hill now, this is where the elevation incline takes them through towards turn 3, and there's a subtle corner at turn 2 as well, and Jessica Ball could find herself with a little bit of a fight coming through turn 3 this time. Greta Layal just staying in behind, not getting daunted just yet. She's going to be a little patient. There's still many laps to go.
Greta definitely keeping her honest there. God, it's a matter of tenths in between, and I think, you know, Jessica Ball's going to have a hard task keeping Greta behind her. She's keeping her incredibly honest, and it's such sharp transitions between the turns and the straights. So like you said earlier, concentration is key. Yes, she's chasing her down, but one mistake could be hugely costly in this race. And the race is reduced to, like you said, only 18 laps, George. There's no time to make such costly mistakes. There's not enough time to make up for it.
No, not at all. Greta Layal, though, who will I'm sure be fully focused on the back of Jess Ball's Cash App RB that currently sits in first place. Of course, Layal comes in with a lot of promise. She's working very closely with her partner as well, Emil Bernstoff, who many people will know as a veteran Twitch streamer, also a former real-life racing driver in the Euro Formula Open Championship. And Layal, with heritage in her own family, with her father, who is, of course, a former motocross racer as well. As we now watch them come through turn one again. Clara Bacacchio now looking to try and move up on Hannah Atkinson, and will move up the inside. Just simply got a better exit coming out of turn one at Red Bull Mobile Curve as they now fly through, or should I say Niki Lauda Curve. She's very late on the brakes though, coming through towards turn three, but Bacacchio managing to still come out ahead of Atkinson out of turn three.
Yeah, good for Hannah Atkinson there. She actually saw that Clara got a bit out of shape and she actually broke and lifted off because she wanted to avoid that collision. So really good for Hannah Atkinson there. Let's see if Clara can keep it on the road.
Yeah, well, that's the mission, especially here around a short circuit. Positions can be won and lost in a split second. And as you can see, the delta gaps are still, very fine, especially in the midfield. We look at Martine Smith, who currently sits in fourth spot in the Kick Sauber. She's got Clara Bacacchio just in behind for company, and Smith now gaining on the back of Shana Raj, who's been occupying P3 now for quite some time, and they're following each other, heading down through the very fast-paced final two corners here at this circuit. As you can see, nose to tail, the gap thinner once more. That a fly's eyelash is now enter Clara Bacacchio, who has a little look up the inside of Martine Smith, and so is Hannah Atkinson, who also is looking to try and get close to the back of Bacacchio's Williams. So they come through Niki Lauda once again. Already now, as they now head uphill. It's still Jess Ball out in front. She's done really well at the start here.
Yeah, she's kept that lead. It actually went down to 1.4 seconds. I went up, sorry, to 1.4 seconds. Oh, what's happened there, George?
Big chance for Bacacchio, but she did not take it. Martine Smith went very wide out of turn three.
Absolutely. Clara's definitely feeling racy. She knows she's got some positions to make up, and she was really strong in all the practice sessions earlier, so I definitely wouldn't count her out yet. Interesting as she goes for a move down the inside, George.
Fantastic move there for Bacacchio through Slosh Gold, and it provided a golden opportunity for Clara Bacacchio, and she stormed upon it and now sits in fourth. She is 4.1 off the leader Jess Ball right now, but it's only 9/10 between her. In fact, less than that. It's 7/10 between her and Shana Raj, so it has stepped out a little bit. Raj now putting her foot to the floor and trying to create a gap.
Yeah, she's got to get on with it because Clara is on the pounce for sure. Interestingly enough, with the midfield, it's quite bunched up together, which is not uncommon at this circuit. When you're all in this slipstream, you're all sort of getting the same amount of pace. So you've got to try and get creative like we've seen Clara just do and try and make a move.
Yeah, well, Lial might be looking at a move this time. All over the back of Jess Ball, now up the inside, heading up the hill as they now fight for the lead. Here at the apex, Mercedes meets the RB. They make contact, heading out of Remus corner, but it's greater Lial. I tell you what, family values definitely ringing out strong here at Austria. I'm sure her father will be proud. She leads the way here on lap 5.
Lovely move, brave move from Greta as there. She had a smile on her face as soon as she got that overtake done. Now she can put pedal to the metal and see if she can create some space between herself and Jessica.
She certainly can. Martine Smith also moving up to 6th place as well, has managed to displace Cheryl Bucknell, but that fight is still very much in full swing. And we all saw what Bucknell could do in free practice as well. We spoke about it during the prior warm-up show leading through to the race about how she seemed well adept to the track, but I think based on what we saw, Silverstone could be her race. We'll wait and see, of course. But Shana Raj, who we can see in the bottom right. Oh, wow. A little bit of contact there as Clara Bacacchio got very close to the back. It was front left to rear right. Bacacchio still out on the circuit. Shana Raj, I think, can breathe a sigh of relief there.
Goodness me, I hope she hasn't picked up too much damage there because that seemed like a good old shunt there, George. Interestingly enough, when we were speaking to Cheryl Bucknell before the race, she mentioned how the Red Bull Ring was her least favourite out of the three. So get this one out of the way and maybe she'll have a better showing in races 2 and 3.
Absolutely spot on there, Nina Jade, as we now watch them head out of turn 3 this time. Bacacchio, it definitely seems she's felt the brunt of this attack, but has managed to now move her way through ahead of Shana Raj for that 3rd spot. So there is a podium in proximity here for the Williams. Shana Raj, a very late entry into the apex, just misses it slightly and it's lost she's lost a considerable amount of time between herself and Clara Bacacchio in 3rd now. It's actually stormed out 9/10 of a second, but she very quickly finds it again coming through the Roshenwerth curve. So not bad at all as we now rejoin the action with Hannah Atkinson now looking to try and jump past Shana Raj. as they head down now into the final 2 corners out on this Red Bull Mobile circuit. They head down now towards Red Bull Mobile curve at turn 10. Atkinson getting a better run though, heading down the straight, and will pop herself into 4th as well. So Shana Raj losing 2 places in the last 2 laps.
Unlucky there for Shana, but that was a brilliant move from Hannah Atkinson, completely composed, under control. Pit stop window, we mentioned earlier before the show, George, that they're all on the same strategy. They all have a pit stop window between laps 9 and laps 14. So it'll be interesting to see who goes early and goes on the aggressive, goes on those soft tyres to try and make up some positions.
Yeah, of course, all drivers utilising the same strategy, so it's all a case of who can be fastest during the pit stop phase. How do they manage the corner entry coming into the pit lane? That's going to be vital, as well as exiting the pit lane. Are they going to get caught with the barriers on the inside? There's quite a fine line on exiting the pit lane, especially here at Red Bull Ring. But Shana Raj, you can just see at the bottom right, not concerned about those matters just yet. Just again, trying to cope with the apexes here at a very fast-paced Red Bull Ring circuit. She exits now out of Roshenworth curve and will now send it heading down towards Jochen Rink corner. This, of course, is where you just want to mount the curb, take a lot of it on the left-hand side and then jettison downwards in towards turn 10. That's exactly what she's trying to do in the Haas, as they now fly through towards turn 1 once more. But look at the top, Greta Layal. 4.5 seconds to the good up at the front. She is driven superbly. She was very patient with Jessica Ball. Little bit of contact at turn 3, but it has not harmed her one iota. But Clara Bacacchio back again, looking for that P2 this time, Nina.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a matter of time, just before she gets it as well. Oh, a little bit wide there on the corner. But she's smelling blood and she wants that first place. So she is on the hunt. She probably underqualified in her opinion. Probably wasn't happy with the way she qualified. But now she puts on some great show for us to see, some great racing.
This is fabulous as well. Just look at the bravery, sheer bravery from Bacacchio. She found the gap at the inside. Jess Ball tried to cover it off. And again, the gap was very much closed off. Ball trying to defend for her life, and she defends once more. Bacacchio forced to remain in 3rd, and now 5 tenths away from Ball in 2nd.
What a fabulous move. Fabulous racing from Clara. Really, really good, and now she can hunt down the leaders.
Yeah, of course, this race brought to you as well by the good people at Sky Broadband as well, so make sure you check those out, and that's exactly what these drivers are fighting for as well, a free subscription to that Sky Broadband network, which I'm sure will become very useful when they want to expand on their racing plans for the future. No doubt the Women's E-Series making a mark for female drivers across the globe, as we now watch Hannah Atkinson coming out of turn 1 and now up the hill. Now we're starting to see the 3 cars bottleneck now over a battle for P2, so we've got 3 cars all fighting over 2 podium places. Jessica Ball still holding on to that P2. All this is allowing is Greta Layal just to creep clearer. She's now 5.8 up now.
Greta is getting no airtime whatsoever, but I don't think she minds, and it's the best compliment to a driver. Oh, there's a bit of a take down the inside, George.
Bacacchio up the inside coming out of Slosh Goal, and once more, much like it was over the course of the last lap, Jessica Ball now being forced to defend, coming through Roshenworth curve, and she can't stop Bacacchio this time. And I must say, a fantastic move there from Clara Bacacchio. The sheer audacity to open the door coming through towards turn 4 and 5. It allowed her to move on up, but now she has to defend against Ball in behind. But just look at Hannah Atkinson. She wants a piece of this as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hannah's got to be careful, though, just in case, Jessica might be being a bit frustrated. Oh, but it seems that Miss Clara pitted.
Yeah, we've got some cars in the pits. We've got 3 of them, in fact. Jessica Ball's come in as well. So just remaining out is Hannah Atkinson. She's opted to stay out. Yep. So we have got Clara Bacacchio in the pits. We've got Jessica Ball in the pits, Greta Layal, as well as Cheryl Bucknall, Martine Smith, Caroline Parker still out there, Amber Jones, currently at the rear of the grid. As she started, she, of course, also not yet boxing. She might choose to, though, as she comes to the end of this lap. But Hannah Atkinson opting to do something a little different, as is Shana Raj, I believe, as well. Both of them opting to box a little later.
Yeah, they're going to have fresh tyres later on, George. They'll be able to be a bit racy towards the end. I think that's a good strategy.
Yeah, I think so. Well, this will obviously enable them to take the softs to the bitter end, obviously have, less, wear on the tyres, and essentially try and build a gap. They can use this with the clean air to obviously try and build a gap to those that have already boxed. So this could work in their favour.
Exactly, and it's not like these mediums are currently, in a bad shape at all, are they? So, you can go out a little bit longer on them.
No, absolutely right. As we watch them come down towards the Slosh Goal corner, Martine Smith occupying the hard tyres, as we're currently seeing on screen. You can see the white banded nature of the tyre just on the outside, so that's an interesting one on part of Martine Smith, as they now fly through towards Roshenworth curve this time. There she is, full focus, at this stage, but she has got the clear air in front of her. But it's all about trying to reduce that delta between her and Cheryl Bucknell right now. That's going to be very tricky, because we know how good Cheryl Bucknell is, how consistent she is as well. Greater Layal coming out of the pits this time, and she now retakes the lead as in comes Hannah Atkinson and Shana Raj. So they are as they were prior to the pit stops. Jessica Ball coming out into third place, and Cheryl Bucknell now passing the start-finish line and also past the pit lane. She will come out just behind Hannah Atkinson. So not a bad pit stop when you look at it for Hannah Atkinson at all.
No, absolutely. I think it benefited her there. And if you look at Greta Lejal and the gap between Clara, that's come down by 2 seconds after all those pits. So, you know, Clara's on the charge. I would not count her out just yet. Under 3 seconds now. Yeah,
it was a very smart call, because remember, Greta Lejal was actually well beyond 5 seconds ahead. In fact, it was nearly 6 at one point, but now it's been halved automatically. I must say, I've been really impressed with Clara Bacacchio. She has no problem finding those key moves, those key moments to unlock the door. She did it to Jess Ball. Took a couple of times to really pull it off, but she did, and that's what's important. You know, eventually just knocking at the wood, just trying each and every avenue, and that's exactly what she did. Now Hannah Atkinson has got to do the same, because Jessica Ball is going to be very tricky to get past. She, of course, qualified fastest as Greater Layal, picks up the fastest lap so far of the day of 1:07.909. Now 3.2 ahead of Clara Bacacchio in second, with Jessica Ball now in third. You can just see her in the bottom right of your screen. Was qualifying fastest in this session, and we'll of course be looking to go fastest again for our next race that we'll be bringing you from Spa. But at the moment it's all Greater Layal, but again that delta's coming down again.
It's coming down, it's coming down. Clara's on the hunt, but she is running out of laps. We've not got that many to go, so if she's going to do something, she needs to do it now, George. She needs to creep back up to the back of Greta Lejal and then try and overtake her. But interesting enough, Hannah Atkinson on the back of Jessica Ball now. We've seen Jessica is not easy to overtake. You have to get creative. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly where to place the car. So that's not going to be an easy overtake either.
No, not at all. I mean, Hannah Atkinson is going to be a very formidable opponent to take on. She's also spent some time in the Formula One paddock, and also time with Aston Martin at Silverstone earlier this year, and has actually taken some passenger laps and has essentially lapped around Silverstone in a McLaren 620R. So she's not too unfamiliar with cockpit action where it comes to racing. So no doubt she can try and maybe extend some of that knowledge into the sim. This could definitely play into her hands, and you never know, she could be on the cusp of a podium here. It's going to be down to Jessica Ball to try and defend the place here and not to forfeit this third.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at all their faces, George, calm as you like. It's just like they're driving at home relaxing. They all look super calm, they all look super relaxed. And I must say, hats off to all of them, because yes, there's been a few dramas here and there, but it's not been overly chaotic. They're all driving really, really well. And that's why this initiative with Sky Broadband and Guild is so important, because essentially we are discovering new talent.
We definitely are. And I must say, Hannah Atkinson also looking to discover P3. She needs to try and get past Jessica Ball, though, to do it. Stosh Gold didn't provide an opportunity. I think there was a little bit of evasive action there on Hannah Atkinson's part, just to make sure she didn't barrel into the back of the rear wing of Jessica Ball's car as they now fly through Roche and Verth Curve once again. Approximately 5 laps to go now here at this point, as we now watch them head through towards the Jochenrink corner, very furiously fast. You can just see them mounting the curb on the left-hand side as we ride on board here with Hannah Atkinson. Greater Layal again going fastest with a 1:07.843. She would have potentially hoped that she had this pace in qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, maybe going forward, she knows that she has the pace now. And I think she maybe saw that time creeping down on the delta between herself and Clara. So she thought, gosh, I've got to put in a couple of fast laps here.
Yeah, well, here comes now Hannah Atkinson. She's waited long enough, but she'll wait no longer. Around the outside here, even before turn 3, managing to jump Jessica Ball now, and on the run down towards turn 4. She's now in the podium places and ahead of Jessica Ball, who now sits in 4th.
Around the outside, George, that's no easy feat. That was a brilliant move, and her face, calm as you like, clean move, lovely move.
Yeah, fantastic move indeed, but Jessica Ball could very easily come back. There she is in the bottom right of the screen, probably frustrated to a certain level. Of course, remember, she did qualify on pole position, and I'm sure she'll be back as well. Remember, of course, we've still got Spa coming up next, and that has greater variety than what Red Bull Ring has to offer, especially when you consider the sheer length of the circuit. We're going from one extreme to the other, folks, in terms of moving from Red Bull Ring into Spa-Francorchamps, but no less, it will be compelling, I am sure. We're riding on board now once more with Hannah Atkinson. She now crosses the start-finish line and takes the fastest lap of the race now away from Greta Layal. So she's discovering that pace. The 107.790 is a good place to be. Now, is this her delving back into that prior form that she had back in the Williams Esports Sprint Cup?
I think she's tuned in now, isn't she? Maybe there was some sort of first lap nerves, just getting comfortable with the car, with the whole competitive nature of it. She seems completely dialed in now. Now she's in clear air, setting fast laps. So I think it's just anything, it'll enhance her confidence for the next race.
Yeah, definitely will. Obviously, this is only going to work out in positives for her. One thing I will say, Jessica Ball has not gone away. Still very much there, and we're riding on board with her now as they now traipse towards the next left-handers. Of course, we're coming in towards Roche Curve now, and then Verth coming out of turn 7, where sector 3 then begins. And then they'll make their way in towards the fast-paced final few corners out on this Red Bull Ring circuit. Just getting onto the curve a little bit too much there, Jessica Ball. The odd mistake creeps in. This is what the LAN environment creates. A little bit of nerve, a little bit of tension. Now, it's all about trying to cope with that. And Hannah Atkinson, by all intents and purposes, she's been there and done it before. She's been in a LAN environment. She knows exactly what to expect. And even on a stage as big as this, she is coping brilliantly.
Yeah, and that gives you competitive edge slightly as well, because it's very daunting. You know, coming to a LAN event, lights, cameras, people, audience, it's completely different from racing at home. So when you have that experience, it's very transferable. Just a word on Caroline Parker as well. She is a mature lady, George. Fine wine, should we say. She's doing amazingly. 9th place, she's kept it on track. And this is why these initiatives are so important, because it discovers talent of all ages.
Yeah, and remember that, you know, this is essentially the starting point of what could be a phenomenon going forward in the future. Obviously, discovering young female talent, also maybe even older female talent. We see that sim racing is genuinely for everybody, and no less. I think this has proven that point here and now here in the Sky Broadband Women's E-Series, and it's fabulous to be here for the Racers E-Series here at this point. Of course, we do have football action coming up with the AFC later on this afternoon, as we now watch as Caroline Parker makes her way out of Remus Corner. Still very much in full flow and full swing here in the Amber McLaren, in the Papaya McLaren, I should say. Now flying in towards turn 4 and coming out very shortly in towards turn 5. Out of Slosh Gold she will go, and then in towards the double left-hander. There's Amber Jones, who has unfortunately been on the rough end of racing so far here today, but no less an experienced contender where it comes to obviously her experiences out on track and being part of the Formula One paddock, and obviously a key face as well, an inspiration to women across the globe too, as all these drivers are.
Yeah, she's a massive advocate for women in motorsports in general, is young Amber there. She's doing really well. Her goal was today to just have fun, keep it on the track. And you know what? Sometimes that's all you need to do. Have a bit of fun. You know, she looks quite calm there. She's working on her craft, and this is just going to give her confidence for the next 2 races.
It definitely will. It's just sowing a seed for the future. Obviously, we still have 2 races to come after this, and not forgetting, remember, Silverstone, the final event, extra points on offer. So the whole face of this championship could very much change coming into the closing stages of this afternoon's proceedings. But as we now watch them head across the line once again, Greta Layal still holding on to a 4.5 second gap. She's managed to expand on what we saw was 3 seconds earlier on in the race prior or post pit stops, and she's now expanded on that by 1.7 seconds. Is now trying to keep Clara Bacciacchio at bay. Now, I just want to talk about Clara's performance. Whilst obviously she's not in P1 right now, she's still got a very important podium place. Remember, F1 point system in place for the first 2 races, and with Clara finishing in second, those are important points. At the same time, she started P6, so she's gained 4 places as Cheryl Bucknell now has a look on Jessica Ball coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, Cheryl looked a bit racy there, didn't she? It looked like she went a little bit too deep, but she kept it on the track, and that's the main thing, George.
Yeah, she certainly did. Got very close. Of course, 2 Ferrari constructors. When we look at the, should I say, Italian constructors, Ferrari, of course, hailing from Maranello. We do have the RB team that hail from Faenza. So the 2 meet here this time at Red Bull Ring, as Greta Layal now heads through the final few corners. What a performance! Her father, an ex-motocross racer. Her brother, a star tennis player. She is a star here in Austria. It's Greta Layal who wins the Austrian race here in the Women's E-Series. What a fabulous start to her championship. And could this be the first of 3?
Masterclass performance there from Grace. She did not start on pole, but she worked her way up to it and performed a masterclass race, winning by 4.5 seconds, George. That sends a big message to the rest of the grid.
A clear statement made. Clara as well, no question, in my view, a star performer out there too. Could be classified as the MVP, I think, of this race, and no doubt I think she will be. What a sensational effort, moving up from P6 to P2, and I must say, if she starts as good as she did here this time around, watch out at Spa.
Absolutely. What a brilliant race from Clara, making her way up to second place. Absolutely astounding. You know, a couple of collisions, a couple of contact there between her and some other cars, but she did what she had to do, and this just sets her up nicely for races 2 and 3.
Looks like she
looks very pleased with herself. She looks very, very happy. Yep, job well done, Grace.
Yeah, no concerns whatsoever. Big smile on her face. It could not have started any better, and she made all the moves necessary. She led the way for a majority of the race, even despite not even managing to qualify on pole. She was still on the front row, but she masterfully climbed the ladder, was very patient in terms of making the move, and when she did, she capitalised.
Yeah, and just a word on Jessica Ball. You know, she started on pole, finished in 4th. It's important for her not to get disheartened, George, because she's starting on pole at Spa, and you want to start on pole at Spa. You want to have no one ahead of you. You're heading down into turn 1. So it's important for her to keep her head down, lock back in, and not get too disheartened.
No, not at all. I think there's definitely more to come. There's more to come from the likes of Clara. Also credit to Hannah Atkinson. All in all, it was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch and just kind of get a measure for the competition and what we're seeing here. We were actually watching together, and it was impressive to see Jess in particular, how well she was defending.
Yeah, exactly. The first couple of laps, you kind of didn't know if she would be able to kind of continue the form. She had about a 5.5 second lead, I think it was at one point, and we were saying half race distance gone, what can happen there? Pitted, and I think probably that pit stop made quite a lot of difference to a lot of them, and then the likes of them that took a bit longer, Amber, especially Caroline, really then didn't manage to get into the race, is probably what you could see from that.
Yeah, definitely. I think there were many factors during the pit stops, and I mentioned it as well to Nina during the show. It's going to be interesting to see how the drivers contend with actually entering the pit lane, because of course you've got those close barriers now. You know, certain drivers, you know, depending on the levels of experience in these
There is
moments.
a setting, though, I heard. They've all got that setting actually activated.
Yeah.
So
you
it
don't
does
have to activate that pit limiter.
It does actually help them a little bit, because a couple of them were worried about that. I said, we don't really know how to get into pit lane. And one of the comp ops kind of said, you're fine, there's a button, we've put it all there, so they don't have to worry as much. But yeah, I mean, what a performance, I guess, from Clara, who I think Frank and I were looking out for as one to watch, getting away up to P2 was pretty impressive.
What a performance. I mean, she started P6 and moving her way up into P2. I mean, she's definitely, I think, got something special, I think, to offer. And I think looking ahead, especially with Spa, where you've got so much variation, long track, there's more to come.
You already mentioned you would like to see her as our MVP. We'll be revealing that in just a bit, because right now, Ian Chambers is on the floor. Go find some racers, Ian.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Greta, that was just an outstanding performance there. And you've really proven that you're a high-pressure player, because you were leading for a long time.
Well, thank you. I really did not expect that. I thought I qualified somewhere in the middle of the pack, but yeah, did well. And I really tried hard to keep it consistent.
Yeah, that consistency was very important. Were you looking over your shoulder at times, wondering if anybody could catch you?
No, I was keeping an eye on my lines and making sure that I was clean, like driving clean.
You've put in a lot of preparation for this event, and I know that your boyfriend, who's also a sim racer, I can see him with his phone up there taking video and pictures of you in action right now. How much has he been a help, and has he supported you at all?
He's been a huge help. I don't know, it's been such an amazing journey, also being coached by someone who knows what he's doing, and also being introduced to a whole new interest, a new hobby, and getting better and better at this. So the whole learning progress, it's been so fun. I've really enjoyed every minute.
How are you finding the process of being locked in on your screen and I guess almost trying to ignore the bright lights and the live crowd? Do you feel that?
Honestly, at some point I thought I was just in my room, just racing. I completely ignored what else was going on. I was in the flow, so definitely that happened to me, yeah.
Well, it was a fantastic start. You've got 2 more to go. Spa next. Is that a track you're confident on?
I wouldn't say so. So let's see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck. You got off to the perfect start. Frankie, what a performer.
What a performer. I have a feeling that Greta is keeping it cool and kind of the cards close to her chest when it comes to Spa, because she qualified in second for Spa, which is exactly the same as her position on our opening track, Red Bull Ring. And obviously she managed to take the #1 spot at the end. And Nina Jade, you can see the results there. Just a reminder that due to a technical issue, we will not have a 10th racer on the grid for the rest of the tournament. So you can see there from 9th to 1st, Amber Jones in 9th. She was someone who wasn't necessarily the most confident coming into this tournament, so maybe not a surprise.
Yeah, Amber Jones, she works a lot in motorsport, so I thought there might be some transferable skills there. She's got a lot of in real life track time. She said for some reason that hasn't actually transferred onto the sim rig, so the feeling's just not quite the same, which obviously we see. But it was surprising because a lot of drivers, they do practice on the rigs and then they transfer into real life. So I was a little bit surprised, but she is a great racer in real life, so maybe somewhere like Spa will suit her, so especially Silverstone. I know she's got a lot of track time around that British circuit.
And you get extra points on Silverstone.
Exactly. Maybe she's waiting and going to show us exactly what she's made of at Silverstone as well, as we just see the highlights. And I mean, George, you can see here, Jess, this is when we were kind of going, is she going to lead the whole way? Like at that point, about four seconds it was, when it come down now to 1.5.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there were a lot of delta changes through the course of the race. I mean, we saw Greta Leal build that gap. I mean, it looked like Jess Ball had it all in hand at the very beginning. I mean, she built a hefty gap, but it eventually came down. And credit as well to obviously Greta, who started on the front row with her, eventually managing to knock at that wood and then get through, which is fabulous to see. But another driver that impressed me, Hannah Atkinson, really stepping up when she did. And I think, again, calling back on that LAN experience that she had in the Sprint Cup with Williams Esports, she's brought it again. But Greta Leal making a clear statement. That is a statement performance.
I mean, it's kind of a statement performance from Clara as well, going from 6th to 2nd. She's starting as she means to go on. I would not be surprised if she ends up taking one of the races today.
Personally, I wouldn't want to be in front of Clara because I'd be very, very scared and looking in my mirrors consistently. So she seems like she's very much a force to be, reckoned with, and she seems very threatening. I think all the hours of practice, it's coming to show now. She was really, really racy. One of the best racers in that race, and she deserves 2nd place.
I'm also interested in how our drivers are doing, especially the ones who have had some support from their communities. For example, Cheryl, she's obviously had some very committed community members who've been guiding her while she's racing. And I do believe during some sim racing tournaments, you are actually allowed to have a coach with you, someone in your ear. None of our drivers this weekend have got that. So it's also an extra adjustment they've had to make. But Greta obviously is doing really well despite that.
Yeah, I guess as well. Greta, a lot of them are bought people with them. Greta, we've just seen her partners in the audience there who acts as her coach. They have this entire setup at home, so she is one of the drivers here that can go home and she can practice and has a pretty professional setup. Cheryl does, but maybe it's not exactly the same position. She's bought a friend, but not a coach. She just bought a bit of support. So it'd be interesting to see if they get out of their seats in the interim here and go and discuss, maybe, I don't know if they're allowed to do that, what they've just seen with friends, with partners, with coaches, like we've seen a couple of them abroad, and just see if they can make any adjustments going forward. But I guess for Clara coming up next, front row of the grid, it's going to help her. I think from 6th, if she can get to P2, what can she do from 3rd? I mean, I'd be a little bit worried, I think, for where Clara's starting in this next race.
Just behind her in the positions on the grid, we have Cheryl as well, who is definitely one of the streamers, or I should say players this weekend, who has been practicing the hardest. We've mentioned her a few times. It definitely looked like she was mounting some challenges partway through that race, George. Yeah,
she was very good, I must say. I think she played a more patient game, I think, than many others. And it was good to see. I think a lot of them are just finding their feet, and it's natural, especially around a track like Austria. You get chucked into a bit of a furious scenario when you're around a 10 corner circuit that is so fast. And there's quite a few intricacies that go along with it. But I think with Spa now, they'll know exactly what to expect. They've had their first race. They've dipped the toes in the water. It's now all about going full send. So let's see what she can bring this time.
Well, we've already hinted at who our MVP might be for this one. As while Ian is chatting to the players, we like to chat to production and just go, yeah, this person's got to be our MVP. And I mean, there's no surprise, Nina Jade, it's Clara.
Yeah, she put on a fantastic show for us here in the studio and for everyone at home. She really, really honed her skill, and I'm really excited to see what she does for races 2 and 3. She's definitely a threat.
I am so impressed as well by Clara and all of our drivers today for the fact that they have picked up this game so quickly. The fact that, Clara, we were talking before the tournament kicked off properly, that she shaved her time that she originally qualified for this tournament with. She shaved her time on Silverstone. That is more of a sentence than I was expecting. I should have practiced that one. By about 3 seconds. And I have a feeling today on that stage she could do even better by the time we come round to the third and final track. We did mention it earlier that Silverstone will be picking up extra points as well. So that is definitely the track where everyone is going to be working their hardest. So we are going to go quickly before we speed on to track number 2, where we'll be heading to Spa, show you something very special indeed, because a few weeks ago, Sky Broadband and Guild Esports brought together 47 incredible women for the ultimate squad photo. Check it out.
People just think because I'm a woman I can't play games.
People have this perception of you.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments.
They've been conditioned in society to think that, and then they see you and they go, oh, you can play?
47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
It's got to change.
So basically, leading up to the Women's Esports Finals, Sky Broadband is bringing together 47 women for an epic squad photo.
We have the talent, we have the drive, but we're just not getting showcased.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments. Like, there's literally no reason why girls shouldn't have a tournament. Girls should have them, we should be better than the boys.
Especially as a woman of colour, like, we're looked at as a unicorn when we always existed.
You know what? The Women's Esports Finals, that's exactly what we need.
And you know what? It's about time that we are seen and recognised for the fact that we can slay and play.
Yeah, I like that.
Slay and play.
Trademark that, babe.
Coming here today and being at a squad photo as big as this is a real honour to be a part of.
Walking into a space like this, it's refreshing to see.
When you look around the room, all of those women look so different and they look so interesting.
A proper girly girl is gaming now.
Oh, wow. Internet connection is so vital.
Especially if you're a pro player, we need it.
I want to be able to log into a game within 5 seconds.
And no lag, like no lag, exactly. No drops.
The women is growing so fast.
Connections that will last a lifetime.
We're actually starting to be seen.
We're here to change the game.
It's wicked to see so many women all gathered together in one space to take the ultimate squad photo. You might have recognised our racers from, they're not just on the grid, they're also in the photo as well. Amber Jones had one of the lines on the script.
I saw that.
It's got to change, delivered it like a pro. I mean, she is a pro, let's face it. I also was really excited to see faces in there like Ebonix, who you might have seen chatting to Lady Leisure. So Ebonix has actually changed the game design game, so to speak. So while she might not be as well known in esports circles, Ebonix noticed that in Sims there was a serious lack of representation for black hairstyles. So she went and she made her own. And now you can use those in game, and she's inspiring other game designers to do the same. She's just the most incredible person. So it's so nice when you see faces like hers turning up in campaigns like this one, and hopefully it will inspire you guys at home to check out the women, the 47, and maybe follow in their footsteps, and maybe follow in the footsteps of the competitors you're seeing on stage this weekend at the Sky Studios. Now, we've got 2 more tracks before we find out which of our racers will be winning themselves a pro contract with Guild Esports. Their pro career starts today, but who is going to be taking things to the next level on Spa? Jess, yet again, she's qualified in pole position. Is it going to be easy to hold on to that, though, on Spa?
Maybe a little bit easier, especially if you kind of navigate turns 3 and 4, Eau Rouge and Radion correctly, then you go straight into this 1K Kemmel straight, possibly one of the longest straights on the F1 calendar as well. If she can navigate that and then kind of hold her position, possibly, but it's 7 kilometres long, this track, Frank. So a much different challenge than we saw previously. The longest track, elevation-wise, great elevation change as well, just over 100 metres in elevation change. So it's a completely different circuit here. Ups and downs galore. That double left-hander as well, which is always tricky, George. I mean, there's lots to navigate here.
There are plenty. I mean, if you want a circuit that has everything, I mean, look no further than Spa-Francorchamps. We call it a roller coaster for a reason.
Yeah.
It truly is. Turn 1 is going to be interesting because you turn back on yourself when you head into La Source. There's a gravel trap on the left-hand side, which you've got to be very cautious about, because when you come out of entry of turn 1, heading out then in towards Eau Rouge and Radillon, you could get stuck. You've got to be very cautious. But heading uphill, you're absolutely right. Slipstream fest up there.
Red Bull, it was about 90 degrees turn 1.
Yeah.
What is this hairpin in turn 1 and this one?
360?
What is your degrees? I mean, it's so narrow, isn't it?
It's narrow. It's the pinch point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's when you get into the actual apex itself, when you're actually at the precipice of that apex, things really narrow up very quickly. It's not until you actually exit the corner it starts to widen. So,
think we'll see some crashes?
I think we will.
Oh, ouch, Frank.
I think after what we saw at the start of Red Bull Ring, where we definitely nearly saw some people go off the track, this is certainly going to be a dramatic thing to kick things off. Martine, she's our F1 superfan. We've mentioned her before. She does like to go 20 to 30 laps without taking a break. And I have a feeling on Spa, that might not necessarily be a good thing, Nina Jade, for her tyres.
Tyre deg is high at Spa, but you know, we are doing races to 25%, so yes, tyre deg is higher, but it's only 5% of the race, so it's not going to be disastrous here. What's going to be interesting is they all have the same pit window, like I was saying earlier at the Red Bull Ring. Spa is definitely harder on its tyres than the Red Bull Ring. Who's going to go first? Who's going to pit first within that window? It's about 4 laps here. Who's going to pit towards the beginning of the window compared towards the end of the window, where they're going to have fresher tyres at the end? So let's see.
I also just want to give props to Caroline, because we haven't really spoken about her too much yet. She's based in Scotland. She qualified online in 3rd place in the online qualifiers. There were 3 positions that came from the online qualifiers. And she is a senior transformation manager at Sky. She had no prior race experience before taking part, and she's been really focused on mastering the game mechanics. She hasn't quite challenged for the top spots so far, but how impressive is that she has really taken this opportunity and really run with it, Rachel?
Yeah, she's the oldest out there on the grid as well, which I think is testament to her that she wanted to get involved. I said, "Are you here to win?" She said, "No, Rachel, I'm here to have fun. That's actually more important." I said, "I love that. I love your attitude." Like you said, she's from Scotland, and she came down to work here at Sky all week. Came down on Monday, based here all week. One of her colleagues won some tickets, so she said, "Unfortunately, someone's watching me in the audience." "That's great, don't worry." She's like, no, I'm not trying to win. I'm here to enjoy the day.
I did say she was the fastest Sky employee.
There you go.
But you know what? She didn't come last either. She did not come last in the Red Bull Ring race. You know, she's doing really well, and I had a chat with her as well. She said her main thing is to focus on mastering the game and having fun. She doesn't care where she ends up, and that's the beauty of this initiative with Sky Broadband and Guild, just showcasing different talent of all ages. We wouldn't have met her without this competition.
Yeah, Caroline, she's a very busy woman working for Sky, so I don't know how she would manage the pro career on the side of that, but maybe she could, because this is a contract that should allow you to also be taking part in other things, as well as obviously working towards that racing career. But we do know that out there on the grid, there are some racers who are determined to make this career their future. None more so, I would say, probably than Clara and Cheryl as well. Yeah. Because Cheryl, I mean, right now, she streams so hard, she puts in so many hours into streaming and content creation, but she's also a dental nurse, as we mentioned at the top of the show. So being able to pick up this contract would allow her potentially to really pursue her dreams, George.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she'll be hoping to try and cap off this series with a successful run. You know, generally when we look at drivers coming into this is a true opportunity to really become, I suppose, the focal point, or become the poster for this rise in female racing drivers and in sim racing as well. I mean, we've looked in the real world space. You've got the likes of Bianca Bustamante, etc. as we now get underway. So they hit pedal to the metal now. Once more, this time though, it's Spa, and they come through turn 1. Jessica Ball out in front, starting on pole position as she did. She remains in front. Amber Jones already around, and I think has pivoted around, obviously just getting that oversteer element coming out of turn 1, Nina, but they fly up through Eau Rouge, and Radillon Bacchio back back in second with Greater Leal, our last race winner, now chasing the 3 as they rise up through Kemmel and they're nose to tail. A chance here now for Greater Leal on the back of Clara Bacacchio. She's going to open up the door. Will she lay claim? Not quite. Clara retains. Martine Smith up to 4th.
Yeah, great move for Martine Smith. If you noticed at the beginning, George, Clara actually took Greater for second place, so she made a move nice and early, and that's exactly what she needed to do. Now she can hunt after Jessica Ball. Obviously, Jessica lost the lead in the last race and dropped down to 4th place. Let's see if she can hold on to it, but I know she's going to be looking in her mirrors towards Clara.
Certainly will. Coming now out of the Jackie X corner, they'll now fly down through towards Pouon. It's Jess Ball, who is currently sat at the top of the shop right now, but the Mercedes of Greater Leal is the one we're currently watching. She's currently making her way through the Lafanier chicane this time, a second behind Clara Bacacchio, who once again has had a fantastic start. But obviously, as opposed to having to make up the places from P6 up to P2, all she has to worry about is jumping from P2 up into P1, with Jessica Ball the only barrier to that position out on track as they now head in towards Blanchimont, one of the fastest corners you'll see at this Belgian circuit, heading down into the fabled bus stop chicane. Who's better on the brakes? Who's bravest? This is one of the heaviest braking zones you'll see on this circuit, but Jessica Ball looking very well adept at it, and Bacacchio is still on her tail.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 4 tenths between Clara and Jessica at the moment. Jessica would have hoped to create a little bit more distance to that. The slipstream is really powerful here, George. So you don't want someone like Clara in the slipstream under, a second behind you.
Nina, you're absolutely spot on. Clara Bacacchio, with that slipstream, will also have the power of DRS now, because that's now active on lap 2. So now as they come up towards the line, they'll press the button and then unleash the straight line speed heading through towards the soiree that they have at Lakon. As we now watch Caroline Parker as well, looking to rise up the hill, chasing after Hannah Atkinson. Bacacchio going for the lead, though, as she looks to challenge Jessica Ball up at the front of the order. They're going to go wheel to wheel, but Clara Bacacchio coming through Malmedy. She now forces herself out in front, ahead of Jessica Ball now, who's down in second. So it's Williams leading the way.
What a fantastic move, and it was only a matter of time, wasn't it, George? It was always going to happen. Great move from Clara, and it's exactly what she would have wanted to do, because she had not a great showing in qualifying, but there's action all over the shop.
There definitely is. Greater Leal still very much in this fight as well. Do not counter out. You'd be foolish to, especially after what we saw at Red Bull Ring. Can, though, that same pace transfer to the longer circuit, the daring circuit? Certainly a track that makes legends. We know many here at Spa-Francorchamps, and no less, these women are looking to join those legends here in the Women's E-Series, that's for sure. Brought to you, of course, by Sky Broadband, as we now watch them head down into the final sector. Lap 2 of 11, still plenty more time for things to change, but at the moment it's all Clara Bacacchio, who hails, of course, from France, also from the UK as well, with a little bit of Italian sprinkled in with the name Bacacchio, as we all know too, and we all know how well the Italians race in Formula 1.
Absolutely, they are renowned for going well at Formula 1, aren't they? Oh, as Cheryl closes up to the back, not a bit too far to dive down the inside. Lap 3 of 11, George. The pit window for this one is between laps 5 and 9. So it'll be interesting to see who goes towards the end of that window and who goes towards the beginning of that window.
Yeah, as they now head through in towards turn 1 once more, lap 3 of 11. Used to be the case a couple of years ago that DRS would have opened up on lap 3. Not anymore. You get it after the first lap. And at the moment, Bacacchio won't have that because, of course, she's at the front of the order. And Jessica Ball might not have it either because she's a second beyond now of Bacacchio at this time. So this will allow Greater Leal to come into the fight now, because Jessica Ball is not going to get away from her. Ball just flirting with that second gap, trying to break back into it. She needs to, Nina.
Oh, and she's just dropped another 3 tenths, George. She's a little bit away from it now. Reasonable margin that Clara has against Jessica, but nothing's certain here. Nothing's 100%. Anything could change, as we know. Greta is going to give Jessica a run for her money. We've already seen her overtake Jessica in the previous race. She's definitely capable of doing it again.
Yep, she certainly is. They now fly through Pouon once more. Lap 3 of 11. We're coming into the halfway point on this lap. And they'll fly through the Lafanier chicane this time. We're right on board here with Greater Leal, fresh after a victory back at Red Bull Ring. She'll be looking to add Spa-Francorchamps to that list as well, but Clara Bacacchio will be determined to stop that from happening, as will Jessica Ball, who once more sits in the podium places. And we'll be hoping not to forfeit any further places. Obviously had a rough time towards the bitter end of that Austrian race, but now it's a chance to refresh around this lengthy circuit here in the woods and the forests of Stavolo as we now watch them fly through the final few corners here. They've still got bus stop to come to bring an end to this lap, and a lot can happen around that portion of circuit. You can just see there Bacacchio launching that delta out again. It's 5/10 on top of the 1 second gap now, so ball in trouble. She has to try and keep Greta Leal behind, but also close that gap again.
Yeah, exactly. Although she's going to lose the power of the slipstream as well, so she's going to be a sitting duck when Greta wants to try and make her move. It's interesting because, you know, this circuit, you can see Clara knows it really well. And that's what I was saying earlier, to have that instinctual knowledge of the circuit, to not only just know the circuit for knowing its sake, but also know where you can find lap time. Oh, he goes down the inside there, George.
Coming up through the Kemmel Straight, Greta Leal now looking to try and put the pressure and pounce on Jessica Ball now for this P2. And it looks like she might have done it. Yes, Greta Leal now into second place. So now the winner from our previous race is going to try and close up to the back of Clara Bacacchio. This race is now starting to open up, and Hannah Atkinson trying to challenge Cheryl Bucknell, and there are yellow flags in Sector 1.
Yeah, great move there from Greta. Look how calm she looks, George. Calm as you like. And that helps when it comes to, you know, sim racing. You want to stay calm and keep that mental calmness so, you know, your racing can transfer well.
Yeah. Certainly, that is, of course, the course of action that you want to obviously take, especially around Spa, where there's plenty of avenues for mistakes to be made. As we now watch Greta Leal now starting to nurse ahead of the RB that sits in behind as they fly through this double right-hander again through Campus and Stavolo, then open up the throttle once again, leading through towards the Blanchimont section. As I said, one of the fastest segments out on this circuit, aside from the Kemmel Straight, of course, after Eau Rouge and Radillon, as they now head down in towards the bus stop chicane this time. Now, it'll be interesting to see how or whether that delta remains at 1.5 seconds, with now Greta released to allow to challenge for this race lead.
Yeah, let's see if she's already eaten. She's caught up 2 to 3 tenths already. Jessica's actually staying with Greta as well, which is great because she wants to get that slipstream effect. She has a nice cushion between herself and Shana Raj. She doesn't really have to look in her mirrors too much. She can focus on trying to get that position back.
Yeah, now exiting out of the first corner, out of the hairpin, and now full power heading up through towards Eau Rouge and Radillon. You've got to be very, very cautious through here. Of course, the curbs can be a major danger, but so far, these women have executed it absolutely superbly. Clara Bacacchio still leading the way. We're on lap 5 of 11, not too far away from the halfway point, but the gap, the delta, has remained rather stagnant between Ps 1 and 2. It's just dropped into now 3/10, but springs out again on the escape out of Lacon through towards Malmedy. Jessica Bordeaux seemingly catching a second wind, closing up again to the back of Greta.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pit stop window is now officially open, George, so I'm sure we'll see some cars drive in the pit soon, and that should spice things up a bit, as it usually does.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's how they manage that entry into the pit lane, because whilst, of course, they don't have to worry too much about the pit limiter, it's all about trying to actually enter the pit lane in itself, because, I mean, you've got dangerous barriers on either side, not to mention the curbs can also play a factor, so it's who can manage the pace better at certain portions, especially around Spa, where, you know, there are so many elements of topsy-turvy, you know, behaviours out on track in terms of how these cars act over curbs and things of that nature. But so far, they've all done tremendously well. Martine Smith now trying to also break into 1 second on Shana Raj. Raj once more in P4, as she was for a considerable amount of time back at Red Bull Ring, but Martine now creeping back in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems that everyone's a little bit calmer this time around. Maybe the first race nerves have vanished a little bit. Everyone's a little bit more comfortable, making less mistakes than at the Red Bull Ring. And we've just seen diving into the pits there a multitude of cars, George.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Martine Smith, the only driver out of the top end not to opt for the pits. So Cheryl Bucknell hasn't either. I think she's going to sprint on through down towards turn 1. Yes. So she now takes an on-track P2 position. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a net P2 position, because at the moment it's Clara Bacacchio who sits in that place. But it'll be interesting to see what this additional lap for Martine Smith and Cheryl Bucknell does, or whether they'll take it maybe another lap further.
Yeah, I mean, they are on the soft tyres currently, so if they haven't fallen off the cliff yet, they can put in some fast laps. I'm talking quali laps, just to create that time and distance, so when they do come to pit, they are a lot higher up in the standings.
Yeah, and it's all about that clean air as well. They don't have any traffic to deal with, so they can just use this now, essentially unlock the quali pace. That's what they need to do, as we now ride on board with Martine Smith, who now flies through towards the Brochelle's corner. She leads the way in terms of the current on-track situation. Now, look at this. We've got several tyre compound differences. Jessica Bull opting for the hard tyres, which is interesting, not choosing to opt for a faster set, as opposed to those like Bacchacchio, Leal, as well as Raj, Atkinson and Parker, who have all jumped on the fresh medium tyres.
Yeah, and interesting enough, has Amber Jones pitted yet? She chose the soft, so she might be able to look up a couple of places as well.
Yeah, definitely. There is definitely windows of opportunity here on offer for several drivers out on track right now. Jessica Bull, as we said, the only driver opting for those hards. Obviously, we'll have to see how she gets on. We all know that on the F1 24 game, the hard tyre is a decent race tyre, but over this shorter distance, it might expose Jessica Bull's pace just a little bit, and she gets onto the curbs just a little bit too much as well, just taking up some of the turf, some of the grass. It might have been the case because obviously you use the MFD to change your tyre selection. Maybe a slight error in terms of the tyre she probably would have wanted.
Maybe. I mean, you know, there's not that many laps to go. You wouldn't necessarily need the hard tyre. You know, it is a harder compound. It takes a while to heat up. Once it heats up and the softer compound starts to drop off is when you see the hard come into its own. But with the short laps that we've got, I don't necessarily think that would be a great decision. She's changing her tyres.
Yeah, she's coming in. Obviously, I think that was an error in tyre selection at that point, so she's now opting for a fresh tyre. Let's see what she does select, because of course I'd imagine, well, it's only going to be between medium and soft here at this stage, but obviously she will, I'm sure, be thankful to get rid of the hards in this situation, because we've only got a small matter of a few laps left here in this race. We're on lap 7 of 11, but a lot can happen around such a long circuit such as this. Of course, Spa in itself, we've witnessed many great races, has hosted the fabled Spa 24-hour, but also on top of that, the Belgian Grand Prix that is iconic and definitely a force on the calendar. Fresh medium tyres on offer here for Jess Bull. So those will, no doubt, obviously, without question, get her to the end, but it will give her that little bit of additional pace that perhaps she's looking for, as opposed to the hard tyres would have given her instead.
We just saw her weaving slightly as she came up to the pits, maybe trying to get some heat in them instantly to try and make a dent. She's currently sitting in 7th place, but we know she's got the talent and the ability, so if she can just catch up to the back of Cheryl Bucknell, I reckon she can easily overtake her.
Yeah, she'll need to make the most of these now. Obviously, they will be in full flow. She'll need to get at least a lap in, I was supposed to get them up to temperature, to get them into racing spec, essentially, as we now watch them head through the middle sector. This time, very soon, Sector 3 will open up. Martine Smith on the back of Shana Raj as they fly through out of Campus and Stavolo. Clara Bacchacchio still at the front. Oh, big moment there for Martine Smith. A slight tank slapper coming through towards Corbeil Paul Frere as she then just mounted that curb just a little bit, just pivoting that rear end on her car and very nearly losing it altogether, as you just see there. Even the grassy verge is taking a licking here at this point during the course of this race, but Martine Smith just having a bit of a moment coming through the middle sector, but recovered brilliantly. Clara Bacchacchio, though, takes the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:47, as we see Shana Raj in the bottom left of screen. There's Clara Bacchacchio now about to fly up through a Rouge and Radillon. She's got 2.2 seconds in between her and Greta Leal, who is still, I am sure, delighted with the Red Bull Ring performance, but would very much like to go back to back, especially here at Spa.
I tell you what, Greta's got no answers to Clara and her pace this time around. Clara is just enjoying herself, I think. Calm as you like, you can see her little face there. Concentration, but enjoying herself. She knows if she makes one mistake, Greta will pounce. But it's nice because these two can go into Silverstone and fight out for the win. You never know what's going to happen.
No, not at all. There we see Clara Bacchacchio now flying through towards Jackie Ick's corner, and now a trip in towards the in-swinger that is Pouon. Very fast-paced once more. You just want to lift off ever so slightly, maybe even pinch the brake a little bit, though a lot of drivers might favour a little bit of engine braking just by downshifting slightly. We know a few of the drivers like to adopt that, and she now makes her way through the Lafanier chicane, a trip down in towards the double right-hander of Campus and Stavolo once again before she then ventures around Corbeil Paul Frere. But it's Clara Bacchacchio who leads the way, a performance that we could have probably expected based on what we saw back at Red Bull Ring. But now with the opportunity, after starting on the second row of the grid, it has definitely opened up for her this time.
Yeah, interesting for Shana Raj as well, with Jessica Bull's little error with the tyres there. It's promoted Shana to 3rd place. So I think she'll be absolutely buzzing with that. You know, she really she's taking part in this competition to have fun, George. She's really enjoying herself. She loves Formula One. She signed up to this competition as a fan, just because she loves it. So she's shocked when she found out she made the finals. And, you know, be sitting there in third place, I'm sure she's going to be absolutely chuffed.
Well, another driver who's performed brilliantly is Martine Smith. She started P7 and now sits in P4. So in terms of a strategy, it's been well executed, but also she managed to pounce on the early mistakes made. Of course, we saw Amber Jones have a moment through turn 1. It opened a few doors. Obviously, Caroline Parker, I think, was also involved in that. And then with the error in tyre choice for Jessica Ball, it's elevated the positions for all the cars behind, and therefore Raj now sits on the podium step with Martine Smith also in the fight. She's only 1.5 seconds behind Raj, so a lot can happen in the next three laps.
Oh, you don't want to get on the gravel there, George. You don't want to make too many mistakes like that. Try and keep it on the road there, Greta. You're doing great.
Yeah, obviously, I think that would have cost her a little bit of time. You can already see that delta has jumped outwards in comparison to her and Clara Bacacchio, so that's certainly not a moment she's going to want to revel in, that's for sure. Cheryl Bucknell also making her way around the track. She's a second away from Hannah Atkinson, so we've got battles here, essentially, potentially for P3 if Martine Smith can get closer, but Cheryl Bucknell could steal a P5 late in the day.
Yeah, exactly. She's nearly within DRS. She just needs to push a little bit harder and then get in that slipstream, get him DRS and try and overtake her. But we've not got long to go now, George. A shame for Jessica Ball as well. She's still a solid 8 seconds behind Cheryl Bucknell, so she's not making much ground there.
No, not at all. But it's all about the final dying laps. We're in lap 9 of 11. And now coming through the halfway point of the circuit. Back through Canvas and Stavelo, and Bucknell is fighting tooth and nail and is now broken to within DRS. So there's a huge chance here. Of course, she's looking to make a statement. It wasn't the easiest of first races, but there we go. You know, it's all about sort of just dipping the toes into the water, just discovering, getting the feel, especially in a LAN event, which is vastly different to her prior experiences of working at home, no doubt working on her streams, things of that nature. This is a vastly different affair, but coming up now, close and personal with Hannah Atkinson as they look to tussle over P5, and she will have that important DRS. She has it now down towards turn 1, and she'll need it up Camel Straight.
Yeah, I think she's just a little bit too far behind. She needs to try and use her battery just to get a little bit closer to her so the DRS can really take her effect and push her past. Interestingly enough as well, Martine Smith seems to have dropped back from Shana Raj as well. So as long as Shana can keep it on track, I reckon that third place is in the bag. Yeah,
well, more points on offer here for Bucknell, who does sit within DRS here at a very important portion of the circuit, because the power of the slipstream will be very helpful here for the Scuderia Ferrari as they now head uphill towards Les Combes. Still not close enough here to try and challenge Hannah Atkinson, but now she brings herself to within 0.3 of a second. So now coming out of Malmedy, finding the apex is probably better than Hannah Atkinson is right now. There's a huge opportunity here for Bucknell.
Yeah, big opportunity. She just needs to keep it on the road and keep with her. She's so close. She's almost pushing her along, George. Wait till you get to the straight, open that DRS and see if she can blast past her.
Yeah. Coming out of Jackie X and now in towards Puon again. You can just see they're getting closer and closer to the back of that
you want to keep it on the road there, Cheryl. Don't go wide.
You've got to be wary of track limits as well, Nina. Of course, we've been speaking about this in the build-up as well a little bit as well. Obviously, some of the drivers will have spent a great deal of time just focusing on just trying to keep the 4 tyres out on track. But if you look at those white lines, if you tread too far, you could be penalised by race control with a time penalty.
Yeah, exactly. It made her lose a little bit of momentum as well there. She just needs to creep back up to the back of her, but she's only 0.3 behind, George. She's close enough.
Yeah, she's coming through towards Blanchimont now, and again, slipstream is going to be her best friend. Heading down in towards the bus stop chicane once more as they now go nose to tail. Here opening the door, will Bucknell go for it late in the day? Yes, she will! Taking all of the curb on the inset, on the outset. Fantastic move from Cheryl Bucknell. A golf clap for that from Nina J. Paul, and for good reason. Hannah Atkinson now forced to wait in behind in towards turn 1. Down the inside, she'll defend the place, and the Alpines got to find the switchback. Can Atkinson find it?
What a move, George. Absolutely speechless. Now Hannah Atkinson is fighting this back. Is she going to overtake her? No. I think Cheryl is making that stick, and that was a fabulous move.
But a smart play on the final lap here for Atkinson, who's going to wait for the power of DRS. Martine Smith has jumped into P3 as well. She's caught up with Shana Raj out of nowhere, and out of nowhere once more. Atkinson on the attack, wheel to wheel, heading through Les Combes. Late in the day, late on the brakes, but bravest is Cheryl Bucknell, who now holds P5 with Atkinson now back in 5th.
That was a game of who's going to be later on the brakes there, George. Are we later on the brakes? No, are we later on the brakes? Fabulous racing, nail-biting stuff, absolute bravery from both of them.
A true pleasure to watch. Shana Raj as well is still trying to persevere and close up to Martine Smith, who has taken that P3 at least for now, but there's still a portion of circuit to go, at least for those in the top 3, but Clara Bacacchio definitely leading the way so far. They're all coming through the final sector now shortly. It's the middle sector for Cheryl Bucknall and Hannah Atkinson, who is now forced to remain in P6 after losing out to Bucknall coming in towards Lakon. It was a fantastic effort from both drivers, but no less a fantastic effort for Clara Bacacchio, MVP in race 1. I'm sure, though, she's going to be a victor here this time at Spa. It's Clara Bacacchio. She wins here at Belgium. A fabulous performance. Greta Leal finishing in second. Back-to-back podiums for her as well. And Martine Smith, first podium visit after overtaking Shana Raj on the final lap. She's in third.
Yeah, masterclass from Clara. Greta had no answers for her this time around, George. Great race. We barely saw her, but that's the best compliment to a driver. We don't want to see you. You want to be that dominant that we don't even see you on our screens. Great comeback drive from Cheryl. Fantastic drive from Martine Smith. That race gave us a lot of action, just as we suspected it would.
It was a pleasure to watch. Bacacchio once again showing what she's capable of. She wasn't quite close enough at the very start of the race in our previous race to challenge up at the front end. Of course, it was all Greta Leal in that first race, but this time around it's roles reversed, and Bacacchio now has enlisted herself onto the table as a race winner here in the Women's E-Series. What a performance as we watch the lights ablaze in the arena. What a stellar performance, and it leaves us now with one race lying in wait with 2 different race winners.
It's so exciting. I am itching in my seat, George. It's going to be a great finale at Silverstone, and like we say, Silverstone is worth more points. So if you take that race win, there's a high chance that you might win the whole thing.
There's a very, very good chance that that could be the case now as we look ahead to our next race very shortly. Nina, it was a pleasure to watch. What do you make of it, Frankie?
I absolutely love that. So before we manoeuvre into talking about race number 2, I need to remind you guys, this weekend we are powered by Sky Broadband on the UK's most reliable broadband technology. And whoever wins this weekend will win themselves 24 months of Sky full fibre broadband. So they'll be able to practice and compete to their heart's content from their own homes. That second race on Spa truly delivered, though, guys. We got to see really what these drivers have been working towards for the last 6 months, the challenges that they were making towards each other. We were having MVP conversations while these guys were talking you through the action, and me and Rachel just kept changing who we wanted to give the accolade to, because it was just so impressive how everyone was really getting into the zone, just the confident moves they were making.
There were so many individual battles happening on circuit, which I think was really impressive as well. Obviously, what Nina said, it doesn't matter what was happening at the front end there. The fact that we had these individual battles for the final podium position between Martine there and then Shana. We didn't know which way that was going to go. And then Cheryl and Hannah having their individual battle as well in 5th and 6th there. That was great. The fact that these overtaking manoeuvres they could do were so clean, so smooth. That shows how much time they have practiced trying to perfect these. And not only just perfect them, what corners they can perfect them at. You know, on the straights, you know, exactly where they need to be positioned. That was what I think impressed me the most.
Well, I really want to talk more about this, but right now we do need to head to the grid, a northwest corner, because Ian Chambers is standing by.
Clara. Can we make some noise for Clara, please? What a win. And as I sat down next to you, you just said, I wasn't breathing.
Yeah, I stopped breathing after the first lap. I just was like, I need to hold that first position the whole time. Yeah, I'm happy I breathed a bit, because that would have been complicated. But yeah, I'm very happy. It was hard work.
Are you feeling the intensity of and the magnitude of this situation right now?
Yeah, I mean, I was forcing my brain to shut down and stop talking just so I could focus, because it was like just every thought, like, okay, so if I finish first, then the calculation of the points that I need to do, it's just, yeah, it's too much. So I had to really hardly focus, especially in the last few laps. Yeah. But I'm very happy with the result.
Just to make clear, because this is the first time we've actually chatted with you on the broadcast, coming into this program and this experience, you had 0 experience doing this.
No, nothing. Mario Kart was the max, but obviously it's completely different. It has nothing to do with it. No, I wasn't even going in to go and qualify. I just stumbled upon 2 women waving flags, and I was like, maybe I can go ask for an internship in video games, not in esport. And then,
before you know it, you sat in a sim.
Yeah, and then I tried, and it was fun, and I liked it, and I qualified, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna take 6 months out of my life and hyper focus on it and give myself all the chances I could get.
What I love about you is I know that you have got an eye on the prizing, and I'm not specifically talking about the money here. Of course, the Sky Broadband, everybody wants that, but you've got your eye on that guild contract, right? Because you want a future in this.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a dream, but it was always unachievable, especially on the games I was playing was mainly men, and they're still men. So obviously it was just not even doable, and now that I've stumbled upon it so randomly and that I'm not doing too bad, I'm like, maybe this is like the moment that I need to, grab. So I'm gonna hold on to it and hopefully win the next race.
Well, MVP in race 1, winner of race 2. I can see Greta just having a little glance over her shoulder here at you, who obviously won the first race and put in a stellar performance there on race 2 as well on Spa. It's tough.
It's going to be difficult, but I think it's going to be fun. So that's, I think we're going to enjoy every second of it.
She's nodding along. But I can see some competition going on, a bit of rivalry, a bit of beef, if you will, as these two sit next to each other going into the final race, which is Silverstone for double the points. How are you feeling about this one?
Really excited. I kind of want to just jump in now, but I need to drink and breathe.
Okay.
Which I didn't do during the race.
You get some water, you have some oxygen, and hopefully we'll be chatting with you a little bit later on. But for now, I just want to say what a story this is from Clara, but it's not quite finished yet. There's still work to be done. It's anybody's game going into Silverstone, Frankie.
We've got beef now, Ian Chambers. You said it was double points. It's actually just extra points. I think it's a third extra.
35 points for a win on this one, opposed to 25 in the last 2 races.
There we go. Thank you very much for clarifying, Rachel. And we can see the race results there. Now, you might have noticed an unexpected name in 9th. So just to confirm what happened, unfortunately, Jess, on her first pit stop, she actually changed to the wrong type of tyres, and they were not tyres that were allowed by the rule book, which meant she had an instant disqualification. So even though she did try to re-pit and change those tyres, she'd already done a lap on them, and unfortunately it was too late. I mean, the rules are so strict in motor racing. It's understandable, but it must be so frustrating for Jess right now. It's so easily done.
Oh yeah, disappointing. It's probably quite an easy mistake. You're in the zone, you go into pit, you go, I'm going to quickly change tyres to get back in the race, and it's just probably as easy as selecting the wrong button there, and that's all she did. Then she went to try and rectify her mistake, a little too late, unfortunate for her. But yeah, she's had 2 pole positions so far, so she knows she has that fast pace when she can get out there. Unfortunately, heading into the next and final circuit, she's starting last on the grid, so I'm not sure what happened in qualifying for her at Silverstone either.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights, because, I mean, there were so many from this track, from Spa, George. Just the competitions, these micro little aggressions we were having from the drivers on the track was something to behold.
It was. I must say, mightily impressed. I think one of the moments that really stuck out for me was the battle that was ongoing between Hannah Atkinson, I think, towards the end, and obviously, it was the midfield fight by all intents and purposes. But, I mean, credit to all drivers. A little mistake there from Martine Smith, but we saw what she did right at the very end of the race to overtake Shana Raj on the last lap, which was truly something to behold. But it was all about Cheryl Bucknell and Hannah Atkinson. This was the fight, I think, that we all came to see, because it was a late lunge, late in the day, coming in towards bus stop. Bucknell once again showing that experience that she has mustered from her own streams. And then I half expected Atkinson to pull off a switchback, but what I liked was the IQ to make that decision to wait and take the DRS up the Kemmel Straight instead and try and get it done, but it just was not the case. But no, credit to the drivers.
I must say, we always say Spa is a track that requires bravery, skill, understanding. They had a little competition, Hannah and Cheryl there, who was going to be later on the brakes on that final lap, on that last move. It was so daring and it was so brave, and it takes so much skill. I can't even express how much skill that takes. With those high curbs as well, it's not easy, because if you go out too wide, you're in a world of trouble. So it was great, great entertainment.
I have to admit, I have a new guilty pleasure now, which is listening to George say Bucknell. You were enjoying yourself, weren't you, commentating?
Very much.
She's like, Bucknell's challenging. I mean, and she was.
Yeah.
I mean, just the understanding of the slipstream, just being on Hannah's tail, constantly pressuring. For me, that was like the most exciting contest that we were actually witnessing during that. Although, I mean, Martine, the fact that we have seen her go from being this F1 superfan to being someone now on the podium, Rachel, is just incredible.
Oh, incredible as well. Like you mentioned, you know, she was most improved definitely in that race, wasn't she? Starting from P7, getting herself on the podium. And Frank, I think she's got an accolade, hasn't she?
She has. We had to give her our MVP. I mean, it was tough. It was a three-way race
weren't we?
for the MVP, but in the end, Martine has to take it. I mean, she's got to be so proud of herself, taking that third spot. And I know we've been talking a lot about what you win if you come first. Obviously, you get that pro contract with Guild Esports, but there is a prize pool at the end of the day. So if you do find yourself in a podium position, you know, you're going to be taking home a lot of cash for your contributions to the entertainment this weekend.
Yeah, a share of £50,000 is up for grabs, and £6,500 for the winner there. So it is a lot of money, but like a lot of these women out there, they actually are not interested in that. They're here for this contract, a life-changing contract, and that's what's exciting me so much, just exactly what it means to these individuals, and especially the ones that have put their heart and soul into this, like Greta, like Clara, like Cheryl. This will completely change their lives for the better, we hope. And, you know, they might not go on to be professional gamers, but they've found themselves into an industry which they've been a part of for their entire lives. And Clara, they're saying, I thought it was for men. I've been given an opportunity here. I stumbled into this opportunity, and she said, I'm not done yet, but she's trying to grab it with both hands.
It is for everybody. 100%.
It's always been for everybody, but it's not always been visibly so, and that's something that Guild Esports and Sky Broadband are setting out to change this weekend. We do need to take a short break of a few minutes, but when we come back, we'll be sticking around in good old Blighty on Silverstone.
Well, we're here today at the Sky Guild Gaming Centre. We're launching a new initiative for the Women's Esports Finals. My advice would be ready. Be prepared, but just enjoy it, because this is a moment we've all been waiting for, and it's a moment that you've all prepared for. So go there, enjoy it, and win.
Welcome to the Sky Broadband Racers E-Series. 10 drivers compete in a 3-round competition taking place in front of a live audience. Each round takes place on a different F1 track, Red Bull Ring, Spa and Silverstone. Races are a quarter the distance of a typical F1 race, and all drivers' cars are set to equal performance to level the playing field. The point system is the same as traditional F1, with the exception of Silverstone, where additional points are up for grabs, meaning it isn't over till it's over. The driver at the end of the competition with the most points will be crowned this year's Racers E-Series champion, earning themselves a Pro Guild contract, free Sky Broadband, and a share of £50,000. The journey to the Women's Esports Final began back in April, with our first qualifier held at the Bullring Shopping Centre in Birmingham, where hundreds came through to set their hot lap at Silverstone. With the bar set, we moved to the Sky Guild Gaming Centre in Shoreditch for 2 weekends of action, before 10 stood above the rest, showing the talent and dedication needed to compete. Over the last 6 months, our qualified drivers have been honing their skills both on and off the track, with training sessions, in-game coaching, and performance specialists to help them on the day. Well, the only thing left is for them to put their training into action at this, the Women's Esports Final.
People just think because I'm a woman I can't play games.
People have this perception of you.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments.
They've been conditioned in society to think that, and then they see you and they go, oh, you can play?
47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
It's got to change.
So basically, leading up to the Women's Esports Finals, Sky Broadband is bringing together 47 women for an epic squad photo.
We have the talent, we have the drive, but we're just not getting showcased.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments. Like, there's literally no reason why girls shouldn't have a tournament. Girls should have them, we should be better than the boys.
Especially as a woman of colour, like, we're looked at as a unicorn when we always existed.
You know what? The women's esports finals, that's exactly what we need.
Yes. And you know what? It's about time that we are seen and recognised with the fact that we can slay and play.
Yeah, I like that.
Slay and play.
Trademark that, babe.
Let's go.
Coming here today and being at a squad photo as big as this is a real honour to be a part of.
Walking into a space like this, it's refreshing to see.
When you look around the room, all of those women look so different and they look so interesting.
A proper girly girl is gaming now.
Oh,
wow.
Internet connection is so vital.
Especially if you're a pro player, we need it.
I want to be able to log into a game within 5 seconds.
And no lag, like no lag, no drops.
The women's really is growing so fast. Connections that will last a long time. We're actually starting to be seen.
We're here to change the game.
Welcome back to the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Finals. And you can see the crowd is nervously awaiting Silverstone because this is where we find out who is going to kickstart their pro career with Guild Esports. And it's been a really exciting day so far. We have been to Austria for Red Bull Ring. We have been to Belgium for Spa, and we're going to be going to Silverstone as our big finale where there'll be extra points on the line for our racers. And right now, it's looking pretty much neck and neck between two drivers, isn't it, Rachel?
This is so exciting, isn't it, this one? We're just seeing some highlights from round 1 and 2, Red Bull Ring and Spa. And Frankie just mentioned it's between two, really, isn't it, at the moment? Greta and Clara, 1 win apiece, a second as well. You can see them, they're sitting next to each other just in the back of the shot there, which is making this rivalry build even more, isn't it, Frankie? The fact that they're next to each other, they both really, really want this. And if you're looking a bit ahead, you're going, who might do the best at Silverstone in terms of grid positions? At the moment, advantage to Greta on pole position.
What's really interesting, though, as well, is Greta. She comes from this competitive sporting family, whereas Clara, she walked across the street. To be fair, she had been competing in football. She'd lost. She walks into the Sky Guild Gaming Centre and decides to try and qualify, and this has now effectively become her dream. But both of them are ably supported by their partners. You have Greta, whose partner is a professional sim racer and coach. He's been helping her out. Meanwhile, Clara's partner has been flashing lights in her face, George.
Yeah, well, you know, if it works. I have to say, Bacchacchio has been a sensation. I mean, we obviously heard that she'd been putting in the hours for practice, and generally, all intents and purposes, she was the favourite in many people's eyes. But no, both drivers have risen to the occasion. Credit to every single competitor, because it's quite something to be on a stage that big to compete for this prize.
Yeah, and Clara, she took the lead from lap number 2 in that 11-round race, or 11 lap race on Spa that we just witnessed before the break. So the fact that she is able to maintain that lead for so long is incredibly impressive. She's clearly finding her confidence and her feet on that stage. We are nearly ready to look at the leaderboard, though, so we can actually check out the other potential racers with a chance of getting a podium finish at the end of Silverstone today. They might not be getting that Guild Esports jersey, but they will be getting themselves a larger share of the prize money. A reminder also, if you do come first, you will get yourself 24 months of Sky full fibre broadband. So there we have it. Greta right now in the lead, Rachel.
Oh, we said it was close, didn't we? It can't be much closer than that. 43 points apiece between Greta and Clara. Hannah then, she's had a bit of sim racing experience before, sitting in third, 24 points. And then again, joint on 22. Cheryl and Martin, because they're both obviously in the podium just a short while ago. And Cheryl, again, someone who's had a lot of experience, is a sim racer in her free time, as well as being a dental nurse. She also is out for the top prize. It's going to be difficult, isn't it, if you are sitting kind of 20 points or less, unless you win this one, George, where 35 points come into play.
And like I say, anything can happen, especially in racing, and you never know. Hannah Atkinson could be the one to take the top spot, and you never know. Greta Leal has a tricky race or something like that. Things can change very quickly. But yeah, I mean, coming into the final race, two drivers on the same points. Oof.
Well, we gave the MVP of Spa to Martine, and she's currently standing by with Ian Chambers. So let's head to them.
With an MVP, and Martine is an MVP of race 2. You got one more to go. How much are you enjoying your experience so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've just managed to get my head down, stay focused. I was a bit nervous looking towards this race, but you know, things are going to be good, hopefully.
Yeah. Do you feel like loosened up at home and relaxed inside the rig now?
Yeah, I'm more relaxed inside the rig now, hopefully. Can't see any of the audience at the moment from where I am, so I'm a little bit more relaxed.
Well, speaking of the audience, I know that you've got some fans here in the building. Your mum, your dad and your granddad are here as well. Can we just make some noise for mum, dad and granddad, please? Coming out to support. Can you see them in your peripheral vision?
No, I have to duck really low down underneath my screen.
Because your dad and granddad are actual racers as well, right?
Yeah, they both do oval racing, so contact, nice, hard racing they do. So I've got to make sure I don't take any of their traits into the races today.
Yeah, zero contact here, that's for sure. You're a massive F1 fan. What does, number one, does it mean to be part of such an amazing initiative like this for women's esports?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like some people like Clara, she's never been understands F1 before, so obviously it's nice to get extra players in and just get more people involved, essentially.
And you need to put in, you said it to me just before we went live on air here, that you need to put in a mega shift because you're in 5th at the moment in the standings. You need some of your other players to maybe bottle it a little bit as well, but it's all doable on Silverstone, isn't it? With extra points up for grabs.
Yeah, it is, exactly. So we've just got to get head down, keep clean racing, and hopefully luck's on our side today.
Are you going to win?
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
All right, good stuff. She's lovely, she's brilliant, and she is ready to get back into action at Silverstone, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Martine and Ian. You know what? I always associate F1 with families. Like when I was a kid, I just remember the noise of the track being on at the weekend and my dad being so into it. So I would watch with him. And I think that's just really clear to see with Martine as well, with her family all showing up from the front row. She was technically the first person to qualify for this entire event because the bullring qualifier was the first qualifier that was actually held, and she was the one person who scored the fastest hot lap. So incredibly impressive. Now, I do believe we are ready to see our grid positions for Silverstone, and this is very key now because you can see Greta, she's number 1, or joint top we should say, on the leaderboard, and she's in pole position going into this one. Clara though, 5th, that's not going to hold her back from what we've seen so far, George.
No, in terms of having 2 championship contenders in vastly different positions on the grid, I mean that's going to cause a stir. Clara Bacciacchio is going to need to try and bring back some of that brilliance from all the way back at Red Bull Ring to fight her way back to the front, but never say die. That's exactly what this driver is all about. Shana Raja with a great chance on the second row. Hannah Atkinson, I mean, she also has a fantastic opportunity from the front row. Remember, she sits 3rd in the championship, so a big result here could change the face of her campaign.
And not only do all of our racers really need to keep their nerves in check as they go into this one, Silverstone is a classic track, but there are definitely some really tricky corners that can trip you up. I mean, just looking at the layout, corners 6 into 7 just look impossible to me. Like, how do you even stay on the track?
This whole track here, I mean, this is the one they'll probably know the most about. I think this is the one they qualified on. They probably had about 6 months of experience on this one. And there are quite a lot of women here who are British, so had gone there and watched F1 before as well, so got a feel for it in person. But it is tricky, it's fast, it's a little bit wider than some of the other tracks. It's flat, remember it was an old airfield, so there's no elevation change of about 10 to 12 metres, I think, so it's pretty flat, but meaning there are a few more overtaking places, 4 long straights here as well, so that's going to come into play, Frank, because it's how you enter and exit going into those straights. So there are a lot of places to overtake. Maggots and Beckett's is always a classic though, George, isn't it? We always talk about that.
The hanger straight just afterwards as well. If you're in the slipstream, that alone can help you. And then with the power of DRS, there's opportunities aplenty. Copse Corner as well, heading through one of the fastest corners you'll see in Formula 1. And then aside from that, the Lewis Hamilton straight, as it has so recently been named.
Nina Jade, I would love some predictions from you. What do you think we're about to see on Silverstone?
I think it's currently Greta's to lose. She's sitting comfy in 1st, so if she makes any mistakes, then it could be really costly for her. And it's Clara's to go after. Like you say, Hannah, she's currently sitting 3rd in the championship, and she's, starting quite high up on the grid, so she could go after a win. That could really help her championship battle, let's say. But my money's currently on Greta. but Clara could pull off a stonker.
Now, obviously, there is the pressure of winning that contract and being in first position, and I imagine that it's going to be incredibly tight between Greta and Clara once she makes her way into that second and potentially first position. That's definitely something we're expecting to see here. But from what we saw in Spa, that mid-table competition is incredibly fierce. I mean, Hannah is actually going to have so much pressure on her shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, for all of them now, I don't think we can just... You just see Hannah in the back of shot there again, someone with a bit more experience, as we also see Amber. I think everyone want to finish in the top 3 in the championship standing. That's always key, isn't it? As we just jump straight to the circuit here, Frank.
Yes. It all comes down to this, Silverstone. Don't forget, however, we are powered this weekend by Sky Broadband. Game like a pro with Sky full fibre broadband, built to power the pros. And this weekend, crown a champion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Frankie, for that. Obviously, looking ahead, obviously it's going to be a fantastic race. I call it the Earl Grey of world motorsport, and it certainly is, because this is a track that has harnessed motorsport ever since 1948. And, of course, the home of Formula One in many ways, too. Certainly the home of British motorsport, that's for sure. Many greats have come and gone here at this circuit, but we're going to see the first of our women greats, the first female greats that you'll see in sim racing, certainly here in the Women's E-Series, taking part in this championship. The big question is, will it be Greta Layal or will it be Clara Bacacchio taking the top spot? They both arrive into the final round here, Nina, on equal points, and all 5 lights are now lit. It's pedal to the metal for the final race here in the Women's E-Races Series here now as they fly through towards turn 1. Greta Layal getting a great start. Hannah Atkinson in second place. Shana Raj getting a really good start too. But Clara Bacacchio already up a place. But Bucknell coming straight back at her now this time. Martine Smith in this fight too. Jessica Ball from the back to P7. Caroline Parker now at the rear, challenging Amber Jones as they head down the Wellington Straight this time. It's Greta Layal out in front, Atkinson chasing her down. Bucknell and Bacacchio now wheel to wheel, heading in towards Luffield and Brooklands.
I didn't know where to look there. Oh, George, has he made the position?
Well,
I think
might have done. Shana Raj has.
Shana Raj has. Interestingly enough, Greta kind of got a nice reprieve because Hannah Atkinson didn't go for the lead there. She immediately covered off Shana Raj for second place on that first initial launch. So it allowed Greta just to go off into the sunset a little bit. Yeah,
terrific start for Shana Raj. Up to second place now ahead of Hannah Atkinson now. And Cheryl Bucknell is going to try and challenge, I think, heading in towards Maggots and Beckett's. Never, I tell you what, that's bravery. Bucknell managing to move up into third and ahead of Atkinson this time. The Ferrari ahead of the Alpine as they now head down the long hanger straight before they venture through towards Stowe Corner. But just look at this, Clara Bacacchio keen to make moves, championship on the line, she sends it, contact, heading through the in-swinger as they send it down in towards Club Corner, but Bacacchio's made it stick, and she's in P3, and Atkinson has moved up to 4th, but back comes Bucknell.
I'm not surprised there was a contact there, George. They were almost 3 abreast into that corner. We know 3 into 1 does not quite go, but great for Clara. I think she would have been a little bit disheartened not to make up more initial places, but we're on lap 2, and she's sitting in 3rd. Now she needs to go after Shana.
Certainly does. Hannah Atkinson now 5 tenths away from Bucknell in 4th. We've got Bacacchio, who's now sat in 3rd and trying to chase down after Shana Raj. I tell you what, the top 2 in the championship are very quickly starting to merge, but Bacacchio's got to get past Shana Raj. Heading down the Wellington Straight, needs to really gamble at this point. With DRS, it might not be a gamble. Up the inside she goes now, heading in towards Brooklands, out of left field as well very shortly. The Williams now around the outside. Fantastic scenes of wear. Of course, we have seen many drivers escalate manoeuvres out on this circuit. Of course, Verstappen and Hamilton came together through towards Copse Corner that we're now seeing as well. Of course, we all know how that ended, but no such ending here for Bacacchio, who's ahead of Shana Raj this time, and now in the prime seats. The 2 champions, championship contenders, I should say, are both looking like they're going to collide here in our remaining laps.
Absolutely. That was an easy move for Clara in the end. Just quite simple, composed, nice and easy. Now she's got 1.8 seconds, George, to try and cut down to get out to the back of Greta, but there's time to do it.
It certainly is. 1.8 between them. I tell you what, we'll soon see who's putting together the fastest laps for Shana Raj. Straight away, coming back at Bacacchio. Again, using that DRS and round the outside. I think she got the move done as well. Shana Raj up to 2nd, so she's answered back against Clara Bacacchio. So tenacity clear on part of Shana Raj. She's worrying about her own race. Greta Layal taking full opportunity of this as the fastest laps now start to spring between drivers. Martine Smith now taking the fastest lap of the race with a 1:31 of her own, as we now watch them head through on lap 3 this time around. It's the Mercedes out in front, top of the shop. We're just watching it into the loop out of Aintree Corner now, this time with Shana Raj still with Clara Bacacchio chasing her down. Wellington straight up next. DRS will open. Big chance here now, Nina.
Interestingly enough, Shana said that Silverstone was her favourite track out of the 3 of them. So I'm not seeing, as Clara's going down the inside as we go round. Can she make it stick, George? Now Shana has the inside line.
She might make it work. Round the outside they stay, and hanging around the outside, Bacacchio just lost the momentum, basically coming through those corners. But great work from Shana Raj to defend that P2, and it's opened up the door for Cheryl Bucknell, who has a little look heading in towards Copse Corner. I wouldn't recommend it at that portion of circuit, especially prior to Maggots and Beckett's as well. But if there's one thing we've seen from Cheryl Bucknell, she's not scared by going for the last gasp manoeuvres, especially around this chicane section.
Absolutely not. She's not scared to go late on the brakes as she does, young Cheryl. But you know what? Clara does not want to be doing this right now. She does not want to be scrapping for second place. She needs to be scrapping for first place. So she needs to overtake Shana and make it stick. But I think she's about to do it, George.
Yeah, Bacacchio around the outside of Shana Raj, basically the location of where Raj took the place back off her previously. So Bacacchio answering back. But all this has cost so much time. Wide goes Raj, so it offers a chance for Bucknell this time if she can try and pull off the switchback coming through. Greta Loyal going fastest again, a 1:31.204. It's now Bacacchio who's got to dig deep. She's got time in between her and Shana Raj. It's 1.7 seconds, and Bucknell is going to cause a huge headache now for Shana Raj as she looks to persevere and close up that gap that has now sprung open.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a little train behind Shana Raj there, developing of 3 cars. And it's interesting enough, Silverstone, this dirty air, you know, it unsettles the car. It can overheat the engine, and that affects your top line speed, George. So Cheryl's going to try and want to make the move nice and quick to get out of that dirty air, George. Down the inside. Can she make it stick?
Well, big bucks here for Cheryl Bucknell if she can pull this off against Shana Raj, and I think she might have. The Scuderia Ferrari moves up. Contact between Martine Smith and Raj there in 4th place, but nothing that led to anything, shall we say, catastrophic. As we now watch them head down towards Copse Corner once more. Raj once again on the tail of Cheryl Bucknell. Bucknell there in the bottom left of your screen trying to hold on to 3rd, but here comes Martine Smith here on Shana Raj as we now look at them going wheel to wheel through the S's. Contact again as front wing meets the rear tyres of Cheryl Bucknell, or shall I say Shana Raj's Haas, as they head through the soiree now down the long hanger straight. As you can imagine, very flat here at this airfield here at Silverstone in Northamptonshire, but at the moment it's Lejal who's currently out in front by 2.8 seconds and nursing a reasonable gap. It has not dropped despite Bacacchio having the clean air.
Yeah, Shana looks a little bit squirrely there, and that allowed Martine just to try and come behind her and overtake her. Didn't quite make it stick though. Cheryl took a sigh of relief after she overtook Shana Raj. If you saw on the cam there, she went, oh. So I think that's a great move from her. Now she can see if she can catch up to Clara. Clara 2.7 seconds behind Greta. She's got a big ask on her hands. We're pitting today, George, between laps 8 and laps 12. That's when the pit window is. So they need to get on with it.
Yeah, and it'll also be interesting to see who dives in first. But you can just see that a little mistake there from Martine Smith, and that allows Jessica Ball. Remember, she started at the back of the field after taking, well, should we say, she had a penalty in the last race that dropped her to the back. But, of course, qualifying did not go to plan. Side by side now between Ball and Martine Smith, who leaves it late on the brakes. Switch back here for Ball, who now goes round the outside as they make their way out to the left-hander, coming out of left field corner now. And Martine Smith still defends brilliantly, but Jessica Ball tried the avenue, just could not make it work. But Copse might provide an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Going late on the brakes there for Martine is what saved her that position and kept that place. And that's what it is. You have to have confidence to go late on the brakes, because confidence, familiarity breeds confidence. She's obviously practiced this track a lot to be able to go so late on the brakes like that. Let's see if she's able to hold this position.
Yeah, coming through the S's at hanger, well, coming in towards the long straight at hanger, out of the Maggots and Beckett's S's section. It is still Martine Smith holding on to that P5, despite Jessica Ball just trying to see whether she can force an entry, but not this time. She might have to wait a little longer. Martine Smith, who certainly rose to the occasion in our last race, becoming the MVP after a fantastic performance back at Spa, fighting tooth and nail to rise up the order and overtake Shana Raj on the final lap after starting in P7, so gaining a huge handful of places in the process. 4 places, in fact, gained during that race, as we now watch them head through in towards the next right-hander once more. Riding on board here with Jessica Ball, and she now flies through towards the next left. Lap 6 of 13. We're now coming into the halfway point in this final race, the final chapter here in the Races E-Series, the Women's Races E-Series, brought to you, powered by Sky Broadband, as we now watch again as Jess Ball has a little look to the inside, try to, I suppose, throw the warning shot, essentially try and force a move here from Martine Smith in an attempt to make her defend to a certain way, so perhaps she can unlock the door to try and dive at the inside, but it was for naught here in this case. And now Ball's going to have to try again as they now head through towards Cops Corner. It's still Greta Loyal, 2.6 seconds now between the front two, both of whom are in the fight for this championship. They arrived here equal on points, 45 for both drivers. As we now watch them head through on lap 6 now, over the halfway point now, Nina. It's all the play for.
Yeah, I think these two are going to be squabbling for a little while, George. Definitely up until the pit window. Let's see who comes out on top. Interestingly enough, Clara currently has no answers for Greta, George. 2.9 seconds behind her. The gap is now extended. So Greta doing a fabulous job out in first place.
Yeah, and also Martine Smith, who's just jumped ahead of Shana Raj, who comes into the pit. So that's our first stop that we're now seeing in this final race. Remember, extra points on offer. We're not following the Formula One point system this time. This time, there's more at stake here at this stage now. Shana Raj, incidentally, the only car that we've seen box this lap. So obviously plenty deciding to stay out and maybe box the following lap. Maybe they'll box in response to Shana Raj this time. So very interesting decision made there on Raj's side. The only driver to go for that early stop.
Yeah, in fact, I thought the pit window was between laps 8 and laps 12. So I don't know if that was a mistake there from Shana, maybe an error, unfortunately for her.
Well, either way, she's back out onto the track and she's on hard tyres. So that might be a problem heading through towards the remainder of this race. Raj now down in 8th spot and behind Amber Jones. Of course, remember, we saw Jess Ball plumb for the hard tyres, and unfortunately she got essentially broken down to P9 come the end of the Belgian race. And there's Jessica Ball there in the bottom left of your screen. She currently sits in P5, just over 2.5 tenths of a second away from Martine Smith in 4th, lap 7 of 13, and Greta Loyal still out in front. 2.7 has been the gap now for quite some time. Clara Bacacchio, despite having relatively clean air, unable to get closer, and Cheryl Bucknell, if anything, might have an opportunity to maybe even challenge for P2, but she's got problems of her own because she has got Martine Smith behind, albeit 3 seconds the gap, but Jess Ball has caught up with Smith and might have a chance of her own.
Yeah, brilliant race from Jess Ball so far, George. Remember, she started last, so she's up into 5th place and potentially about to take 4th from Martine Smith. She has been on the back of her for a couple of laps now. It'll be interesting to see who pits first out of these two, or will they go in at the same time?
Yeah, it would be interesting. Lap 8 of 13 this time around. The gap's starting to formulate. The closest, though, is between Jessica Ball and Martine Smith. Of course, Jessica Ball, like I said, who's had prior experience in terms of league racing, some competitive racing, and has very much been a shining light in the world of sim racing as well, being, I suppose, representing it on all levels, from commentary to league management, but also at the same time racing, and now showing some of that racer spirit as she now makes her way around the outside of Martine Smith. The door was not open still enough, and Martine defending once again against Jessica Ball, just thwarting every move she makes, Nina.
I mean, Martine is covering off everything. Jessica currently has no answers for her, but let's see what happens when they change tyres, because everything could change, as we've seen multiple times.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. But on lap 8 of 13 this time, we might see many of them dive into the pits now. Just look at the speed that Jessica Ball is able to carry coming through Maggots and Beckett's. Heading through the S's now, Chapel Curve lies in wait, and they all rush down the hanger straight this time around. Let's see how powerful this slipstream is for Jessica Ball. Will she be able to open the door heading in towards Stowe? She had a little look up the inside, no move in the offing, but into the pits comes Greta Loyal, and following is Clara Bacacchio. In comes Martine Smith, as does Cheryl Bucknell in 3rd. Jessica Ball also coming in, so already all of them starting to come into the pits, and also Hannah Atkinson as well. No question, it's all coming down to this now. Who is going to be faster through this stop phase?
Yeah, and you saw Martine Smith on the camera there just start fanning herself when she went into the pits, maybe a bit hot and bothered, trying to keep Jessica behind her. It's all happening, George.
It certainly is. Cheryl Bucknell also coming into the pits. There's Greta Loyal, of course, race leader, coming into the box. And now leaving the pit lane this time, she remains out in front. No sign of Amber Jones or Caroline Parker just yet, who are currently at the rear of the field, though, albeit Parker 48.9 seconds away from Amber Jones in 8th place. There is Greta Leal, though, with all the tuition she has had from Emil Bernstorff, her partner. Also on top of that, the heritage she carries in terms of racing from her father in motocross, and also the sporting element carried by her brother in world tennis, a world-class tennis player in the United States at this moment in time. And Greta Leal showing that she holds all the promise here on a simulator. But just look at the deficit, 1.5. Remember, that was 2.8 prior to the pit stop. So Bacacchio with every chance.
It's a race to the finish line, George, literally now. Let's see, Clara's got fresh tyres now. Can she get that gap down? 1.4, 1.5, going back and forth between there. She needs to put in some quali laps now, George, but quali hasn't been her strong point across all 3 races. So the fast laps she struggled with. She's good at race pace, good at overtaking. Her racecraft is really, really good. But those fast laps, it seems to what she struggles with a little bit. But she has to dig deep now. If she wants this win, she has to go for it.
And this really is the first time that Clara Bacacchio has had a situation where she can see Greta Leal in full view. Now that is all a driver needs sometimes, just to spur on a bit of inspiration, just to say, listen, I'm not out of this fight. We're at this point now, level on points. Both our front 2 sit here with a championship in their grasp. It's currently in the hands of Greta Leal should we finish like this, but now with a magical 4 laps to go, including this one, we could yet decide the fate. And Bacacchio so close to breaking DRS. She's now breaking into a second. Leal could be in trouble.
Oh, it's so close, George. I'm rocking back and forth with my seat. It's going to be a final showdown for the last 3 laps. Can Clara give us a massive, massive show? She's broken into DRS, and now it's a matter of slipstream, DRS, and can Greta defend?
And that rear wing will be able to open now as she passes the DRS point, and Greta Leal has no defence against that. She has no DRS. She's got no one in front of her. She is our race leader, but that might yet be challenged. She runs wide of the apex as well as they head through Luffield and out to Woodcote. Huge chance here for Bacacchio, who had a much better line coming through out of the middle sector. And now Copse Corner brings us these 2 front-end talents who are looking to now fight over the E-Racers, the series title here, brought to you by Sky Broadband. These women are going to dice now for the championship here at where Formula One started, here at Silverstone.
George, you called it perfectly. As soon as she got her sights on Greta in front of her, it was like hunting for prey. She put her pedal to the metal, and she's going to try and go for a move down here. Ew, late on the brakes, maybe. Ground the outside, George. Is she going to make it stick?
Round the outside, coming through Stowe, it's Clara Bacacchio who takes the lead here at Silverstone and now has every chance now as they enter on to lap 11 here. Both of whom, these front 2, sharing race wins to lead up to this final race here in this E-Series Championship, the Racers E-Series Championship, Women's E-Racer Series Championship here, brought to you by Sky Broadband. Bacacchio now in the forefront, every chance here to lay claim to a second win in 3 races, and what a message to send. She fought tooth and nail from P5. It could be an MVP's performance tied in with a championship victory.
Amazing, amazing stuff. I can breathe now because I think I held my breath for that entire little section there. And you know what? She's just got to get her foot down now. But it's not over. We know Greta is fast, and we know she has absolute raw pace. And she's almost in DRS now. She just needs to keep her foot down. We still have 2 laps to go, George.
We certainly do. Greta Leal now trying to chase after her at this stage, heading down the straight and heading through towards Copse Corner. Greta Leal still very much within a position to strike, only 1.4, 1.3 behind Cheryl Bucknell, 4.7 away from the front 2, with Martine Smith as well up to P4. Martine having a very good race as well, moving up from where she started in P6, now up to P4, 1.6 seconds away from Bucknell, so the podium is still within grasp. But at this case, it's Bacacchio, Leal and Bucknell in the top 3 as it stands.
Yeah, great race from Cheryl as well. She seemed to have struggled on the other tracks. She did say, you know, Silverstone was one of her strongest tracks. She's practiced a lot on here. And currently, she can hold off Martine Smith. She can walk away from this track with a podium position.
We are getting a message here from race control that Clara Bacacchio may yet be getting a penalty for wrong tyres selected during the pit stop phase. We saw that affect Jessica Ball's performance back at Spa. So a massive stir in the championship due to an error in terms of how the pit process was maintained. Now, we said that this can happen. The MFD management is obviously key when it comes to racing. It could have happened much the same way as Jessica Ball had it happen to her back at Spa. It definitely looks like it's the same case again today. Heartbreak for Bacacchio.
I mean, interestingly enough, She's on the medium tyres. So does that mean Greta's on the hard?
At the moment, it looks that way. The
Right.
wide-banded tyre on the side of that Mercedes. So it does mean that it will play into Greta Lejal's hands. The Mercedes in the pound seats as it stands, despite being 2.3 seconds behind the Williams, but take nothing away from Clara in terms of her performance. She has given us so many fantastic moments, but we will await to see what race control decide.
Absolutely, and that would also affect her pace. The medium, compounds in comparison to the hard, they're a lot more grippy and a lot more naturally faster. The hards come into themselves. So, if Clara is on the mediums and Greta is on the hards, that would explain the sort of pace deficit, because Greta's pace in the first stint was unmatchable.
Yeah, it certainly was. We're going to be coming on to the final lap very soon. Penultimate lap coming to an end. Martine Smith on our screen, currently sat in P6. As I said before, getting 2 places up to P4 again, showing that same tenacity that we saw back at Spa. That brought her to that podium place, and that final last gasp overtake against Shana Raj on the final lap. Of course, there's no such luck here for Shana Raj, who incidentally started P3 but has since dropped back to P7, just ahead of Amber Jones, and is now detached from the back of Hannah Atkinson as well, who's now in 6th place, trying to close up to the back of Jessica Ball. But it's quite a gulf there between them. Lap 13 of 13 here, Nina. There could be heartbreak here at Silverstone.
And it's a shame the heartbreak happened from just a single mistake, if it is true, with the penalty coming Clara's way. And that's racing sometimes. People make mistakes. We see it in real life Formula 1. Mechanics make mistakes, teams make mistakes, drivers make mistakes. It happens all the time. So we can see how this game very much reflects real life as well.
It definitely does. Obviously, stewards' decisions make an impact. We've seen it already in the world of Formula 1, across all of motorsport as well. And sim racing is no different. But one thing you can say about Clara Bacacchio, she is driven phenomenally, but a simple error can go against you, and you've got to manage everything as a sim racer. Bacacchio's race, in terms of her racecraft, it's been exceptional. She's been challenging, obviously, Greta Lejal for this championship win. On the final lap, though, she'll come through the final sector, through Hanger, and then through Stowe Corner for the final time, heading down in towards Club Corner. She's 3 seconds clear at this moment in time, ahead of Greta Lejal, coming through the club, and now the final corner down towards the Lewis Hamilton straight, where she'll meet the checkered flag to bring an end to the Races E-Series here. The Women's Races E-Series, brought to you by Sky Broadband, is Clara Bacacchio, who takes the checkered flag. Greta Lejal crossed the line in second, but it could be the case that the championship goes Greta Lejal's way, Nina.
Yeah, it's all very provisional at the moment, isn't it, George? We're going to wait. Like I say, it's not over until the stewards sing. So let's see what the song they sing is, and I'm sure we'll be informed very soon. But nonetheless, the racing was great. I mean, Silverstone always delivers, doesn't it? And it didn't fail this time. Great race. It flashed by in a moment. We blinked and it was over. Wish we could go for longer, if I'm honest with you, but we had a great, great race.
The question is, will the song be a symphony for Clara Bacacchio or a symphony for Greta Lejal? That is the big question.
I like that, George.
In this case, let's wait and see. But at this moment in time, it looks like, depending on stewards' decisions, it could be going Greta Lejal's way.
Yeah.
A knife edge is where this title currently sits. All the crowd watching on inside the arena, just waiting for the decision to be made. Nonetheless, both drivers have given us a spirited performance, and that's exactly what we want to see. But nonetheless, Frankie, drama.
So much drama. In fact, 3 players ran into trouble on Silverstone. Obviously, the nerves were at an all-time high. We had issues from Shanna, Clara and Caroline. We can confirm that Clara was on the wrong tyres, as you guys mentioned in the race. That would typically be a disqualification. Yeah, we can wait to have that clarified, but I have it on pretty good authority that that would be a disqualification. What an incredible performance, in spite of this horrible news for Clara today. Just an incredible sense of when to take over. You mentioned the DRS kicking in. The fact that she has developed this game sense in just 6 months is really something to behold. I mean, the sky is the limit for this racer.
Yeah, I don't think we want to, really taint her performance with this as such. I mean, whilst obviously results may stand differently, I think we can all agree she was absolutely spectacular in how she managed her race. And I think at the very end, and I said it, didn't I, during the race, as soon as she caught sight, of Greta out there on track, as soon as she had that visibility where the opportunity was there, she did not hold back. And that is a true racer spirit. And I hope this isn't the last we see of her in this championship as well. And I would imagine this will only inspire her going forward.
Exactly, and it's important to mention, mistakes happen. We are human. Even in the, Formula One, the highest pinnacle of motor racing, world motor racing, mistakes happen every single day. But these tournaments and this initiative, I said it in the Football E-Series, it serves as a talent pipeline. Without this initiative, without this series and tournament, we would have no idea Clara exists. It's a talent pipeline and talent development, and it gives these grassroots players a chance to perform on a worldwide stage. It's absolutely brilliant, and we don't know who's watching. Someone might have spotted Clara and thought, ooh, who knows?
I'm really seeing that talent, and I hope they have. I really do, because actually I think one of the barriers to entry with sim racing, it's not just being a woman, it's also the fact that it is one of the more expensive esports to take part in. You need the kit on your side. You need to be practicing in a professional sim racing rig. Now, all 10 of our competitors will be taking away prize money with them. It's up to them what they spend it on. But if I was Clara, I would be investing in the future of my career, because she's clearly someone with a lot of talent.
On any other day, I think, it could have ended differently. I mean, at the end of the day, there's, these are the moments, and I think she knows it as well, that
disappointment on her face there.
It's visible. And it's a shame. But one thing she should do is hold her head up and say, listen, I really brought my best, to the forefront here. And I can't help but feel, gutted for her, it has to be said. But I hope in the future this only drives her forward. I mean, what a performance. I mean, from what I've seen, every woman that has taken part in this championship in the Races E-Series has really given us something to watch. I mean, I've screamed and shouted at this as much as any race I commentate generally.
Me too. So, I was rocking back and forth at one time.
I have to say, I love the fact that George was commentating to me personally at moments during their race. But let's take a look back at some of those epic highlights, Nina Jade.
Yeah, I mean, we had action all over the shop. Clara started in 5th place, and she knew she had a big arse. She had to make up some places very quickly, and my goodness, did she give us a so, George?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shana Raj as well, it's almost her race really kind of unraveled towards the very end, but Cheryl Bucknall again showing her tenacity once more, again trying to defend against the approaches from Martine Smith, who certainly has no fear where it comes to challenging at apexes. This is, of course, the defining moment that could have yet cast the championship in Clara Bacciacchio's favour, making the move, coming through the final 2 sectors. Just a stellar performance. It just did not, well, depending on the decision, it's all provisional. She crossed the line first, but yeah, we'll wait and see.
How have you found this competition, guys? Because it has been over 6 months in the making. The amazing Zara, we have to give a shout out to her from Guild Esports. She has just been helping to nurture these drivers, getting them in off the street to qualify in the first place. I think there's probably no one prouder out there beyond friends and family than Zara right now. The fact that these drivers have just come so far in such a short space of time is just really something incredible to witness. I hope we get to do this again.
Yeah, I mean, if I was any woman out there who wanted to take part in something like this, I'm excited for the future, for what this could do. I think for everybody. I think honestly we're in a position where this is so accessible. Everyone can literally buy a rig, set it up in their house, get started. And I really hope we get to see more of these events. I really hope this becomes an annual championship, to be honest. And I'd like to see the rounds extend perhaps even further than 3. Again, this is a huge opportunity to really raise the profile. And, fantastic job by all concerned. They deserve a big pat on the back.
Well, someone we should be hearing a lot more from in the future. I apologise for interrupting you there, Nina Jade. But I feel like it would be, we'd be amiss to not talk about Greta Leal. What an incredible find. She comes from this sporting family, and she's shown she has done more than enough to match that sporting spirit of her family.
I mean, competition's in her blood. Clearly, she's incredibly competitive, but how she performed today was near faultless. Absolute stellar drive, races 1, 2 and 3. Remember, she didn't qualify on pole for race 1. She had to work for it, and my goodness, has she worked for it. Brilliant, brilliant drive.
Look at her now.
She's smiling away, happy. Yeah, give us a wave.
She can hear us. Hey,
give us a wave. Yeah.
We see you, Greta.
It's funny though, because she's kind of sat there almost internalising. It's like we're just waiting to make things official. But right here, we could be looking at the newest pro player to join Guild Esports.
Incredible.
Yeah, give us a smile if that sounds good to you, Greta.
Thumbs up. Yeah.
Thumbs up. Yeah, we'll have to make sure that Ian's eyeing that jersey, as I told him to earlier.
Right,
carelessly fling it out of the shop for style points. It's very stylish man. I'm quite jealous. I can learn a thing or two. I think the kids call it Riz. Ian Chambers.
Oh gosh, that sounds very Gen Z.
Very Gen Z. Yeah, I'm not Gen Z, but I work in video games as long as they will let me. So I'm constantly masquerading and trying to pretend that I'm young enough to use terms like Riz. Now, Greta, I mean, what potentially could be her future, Georgia? The two of you, obviously, you are commentating sim racing for a living on a regular basis. I know you're about to head out to Abu Dhabi, aren't you, to get some more competitions underway. So what do you see being in our winner's future?
I think she's got a great opportunity. I think the future's, it's endless, I would say, because I think having the ability to have someone in your side as Emil Bernstoff, I think with his experiences in real-life motorsport and carrying that across as well in sim racing, providing that knowledge and imparting that, I think, for Greta, I think is valuable. But also, she's got all the sporting capability behind her anyway. I just think all it needs is just perhaps a little bit of further tuition, like anyone does. And, she could go on to do even bigger things, maybe even go back to back if this championship is back next year, and I hope it is. And it'll be wonderful to see. And I'd imagine her family are dead proud. No doubt her brother's probably watching on from wherever he's playing tennis in the US, and her father as well, former motocross racer as well. It's like Nina said, it's in the blood.
Yeah, it's in the blood. I think it's important to say, like, a lot of pro gamers, being a pro gamer, it opens up to different streams of revenue, income. You could be a streamer, a content creator. You can go into game development. You can get into broadcasting. By her winning this professional contract, it's opened a world of opportunities for her. It's absolutely amazing.
And Guild Esports, they do have form in supporting women in esports. So we mentioned earlier today they had a very successful Valorant team called Guild X, who went to the very first World Championships in the Valorant Game Changers League a few years ago. They also have a Counter-Strike team as well, currently competing in ESL Impact. They have an FC player, Anna, and actually here this weekend, they have Ruby Plays, who competes in Fortnite. So I would strongly suggest that our two new Guild pros, because we will be crowning another FC player later today, so she'll be joining Anna on the roster at Guild Esports in the EA FC. I would recommend that they go and track down Ruby and have a chat to her about what it's like to work with Guild, what it's like to be supported by them, because not only will they be working on their pro career, they'll also be featuring in content creation as well, so they will be building a profile that's going to benefit them in the game but also outside of it too.
Yeah, I think it's the bigger picture, isn't it? I think when you're part of an organisation such as Guild, obviously spearheaded by the great David Beckham, I think that makes a huge impact as well, inspiring players from all walks of life and wherever they're from, but especially the women now who are looking to jump in and obviously push and break boundaries in the world of esports and sim racing. So let's hope that this is again a surge and an injection of energy going forward in the future, and maybe we'll see greater success for Guild off the back of these championships.
Well, before we have a word with our winner from this weekend's Racers E-Series competition, we couldn't go anywhere without sending Ian Chambers to talk to Clara and deliver her an extremely special message.
Ladies and gentlemen, first off, can we get a round of applause for Clara, please? You've been outstanding today, and look, these things happen in esports. Sometimes mistakes happen, and this one is a brutal one. It doesn't take anything away from how well you have performed here today. What is just your immediate reaction after Silverstone?
Bittersweet. I don't know.
Wait. Hold on. I just want to give you some news. So, Guild has been so impressed with the way that you've performed from not just today, but this entire process from start to finish, that they would like to award you with a Guild Academy contract. To continue your passion, continue your career in eSIM racing. How do you feel?
Not bittersweet anymore.
Because this has become your life, hasn't it? Because I know that you've put not just hours, but days and days, months and months into this new lifestyle of yours, and this has become your primary focus in life, hasn't it?
Yeah, I play like 7 hours a day, so it's just I've given up everything around to really throw myself into it. So I'm happy to be recognized as like potential by Guild, especially by Guild.
Well, you're a Guild Academy player now, and I could see you welling up, but I couldn't let it happen because I wanted to give you the good news, because you thoroughly deserve it. You've been absolutely unbelievable. Congratulations one more time for Clara. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much. What fantastic news. I could practically cry because I'm incredibly emotional, and literally I've just been seeing these racers perform just at the peak of their abilities, and I just know how much potential they have, and you can tell it means so much to Clara and Nina Jade.
I mean, we're forgetting. Before April, she had never raced on a sim. What she has achieved in this short time is amazing. It's impeccable. So this contract is incredibly well deserved, and I'm so happy for her because she wholeheartedly deserves this.
The talent is clearly there, and being a Guild Academy player is incredible. I have had the pleasure of witnessing Guild Academy players compete in huge competitions for the likes of Fortnite and also EAFC as well. Brig Army was competing at the E-Premier League just earlier this year. So being a Guild Academy player is just a brilliant opportunity. You can see her family and everyone around her is so delighted for her. But you might have also noticed that Greta in the background is celebrating with her family too, because she knows now, we do know, that the latest Guild Esports professional will be Greta Legal. And what an incredibly consistent, confident, solid performance, George.
Yeah, and I think they're both equally, deserving. I think in many ways. When we look at it, appreciate obviously the penalty may have come into play, but both of them are race winners. Here in this series, which is fabulous to obviously for both drivers. But I think it was clear to see that Bachacchio had the talent, and it would have been two out of three. Had she made the correct tyre choice, coming into the pits. So, lessons learned at the same time, but also what a rise. And she, quite rightly, should be happy with herself. I mean, she's came what she sought after. She's managed to grasp it. She's taken it, and watch out for the future. That's all I can say.
Definitely. I would love to see more of our other racers also continuing this. I am sure we're going to see Cheryl. Bucknell.
Yes. I mean, we spoke to her beforehand. She said, after this competition, she's thinking about entering more competitions. And I said, that's what it's all about, Cheryl. That's what we want. More and more women taking part in the gaming space. Like we said earlier, only 5% of professional gamers are women. So Sky Broadband and Guild are breaking down barriers to try and get that percentage up a bit.
Yeah, and I think they might succeed if they carry on holding events like this one. Let's take a look at our final leaderboard. Don't forget, there is a healthy prize pool this weekend. We're actually not going to show you the leaderboard right now because it is time to crown our winner, Greta Yalal, with the Guild Esports jersey and make it official. So let's head over to Rachel Stringer and Ian Chambers.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Ladies and gentlemen, are we enjoying the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Finals? We're not finished yet, Rachel. We've still got the Football E-Series to come, but the racing side of things, wow, what a journey.
It was just absolutely incredible. And what we just announced there as well to Clara. Clara, just give us a wave again. You were incredible. And we can't wait to see you in the Guild Academy and you and Greta just kind of going to that next step. It's going to be an incredible journey to watch both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to give another massive round of applause for every single woman that stepped onto this stage today and sat at one of these rigs, please, because they all deserve a big round of applause. However, I want you to save your loudest ovation yet for our winner. Please welcome onto the stage our Sky Broadband Women's E-Series Racing Champion, Greta Leal! Greta is now holding, of course, the Guild Esports jersey because she has won a contract, a professional contract with Guild Esports to pursue her racing career. We have to talk about all the prizes, but first, what does this mean to you, Greta?
It means a lot. I've been practicing so much. I really wanted to give my everything. It feels unreal. It does. It really does.
Greta, I'm going to get you to put it on. I think we all want to see you as a member of Guild. This is a big moment. If you put on the shirt, and I'm going to ask you another question, because this is what she's worked for the last 6 months for, ladies and gentlemen, to be a Guild Esports professional player. Greta, Put the jersey on, please. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
It looks good.
It looks good. How does it feel now wearing that? Does it feel real?
It feels more real, especially. It's still crazy to me, honestly.
Can I get a word for your friends and family here? I know your partner has been here for the entire ride with you. What have you got to say to him for all the help that he has put into getting you to this moment?
Massive, massive thank you. Honestly, I've enjoyed every second of it. It was such a great time spent together as well because, you know, he was teaching everything he knew and I would try to absorb everything as I went into it and huge thank you.
Do you know what else is nice? You've got a great boyfriend. You've got your contract with Guild and, of course, £6,500 as well. What are you going to spend it on?
Ooh, I have to think about it. Probably travel. Yeah? Go travel somewhere nice.
And of course, you get 24 months of free Sky Broadband, which will help you stay connected as you pursue your dream.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited for this. Thank you for everyone organizing this as well. It's an amazing event. All the people here on the stage with me, they did so well. And Clara, you're a star. You did so well. I'm so happy for you.
Talk about sportsmanship. History was made here on the stage when it comes to racing and this E-Series Championship. Women have taken over and dominated in a way that we've never seen. It was amazing to watch, wasn't it, Rachel?
Oh, what a journey. And this was just the start, hopefully, of the journey that you're going to go on and the journey as well for Guild and Sky Broadband. We hope this is the start of a series for more women to be inspired by what yourself and Clara and the rest of the amazing women have done so far in the racing series. We're not finished yet, Ian, are we?
We're not, Rachel. The football E-Series is coming up shortly. You do not want to miss a beat of it. But for now, congratulations again, Clara. And, sorry, Greta. I'm getting all confused here. My bad. Everyone's a winner here. Back to you, Frankie.
You weren't wrong, though, Ian. It's congratulations to Clara and to Greta, because as you can see, Greta is officially our champion. But we have given Clara a jersey of her own as a Guild Academy player. She looks like she's in fourth. That's because she didn't qualify, obviously, in that last race because of the disqualification. But if she hadn't had the mishap with the tyres, she would have taken the whole series. And so she's very much deserving of the Academy jersey. And we can't wait to see both of these players in the future. And maybe you two will get to commentate over their action in the future.
Very possible, yeah. I mean, what a story. Bachacchio gave us so many great performances. I think there's many more in the making as well, and I hope we do get to see them fight in the no doubt. They're going to be teammates now, which is fantastic. Representing Guild Esports as a very strong pairing based on the results we've seen.
Yeah. I mean, congratulations to both of them, but congratulations to all the women. My goodness, they put on a great show. And a lot of them, this is their first, well, I think for all of them, it's their first competitive racing series, and they've done amazingly. Even we saw Cheryl Bucknell finish second in the championship. Absolutely brilliant. So well done for all of them. They put on a great show for us, and I hope to see them all in the future.
Yeah, congratulations to Cheryl for that second place. She has been fighting so hard to compete and to challenge, and she really showed up this weekend.
She definitely did, and I think there's more to come there for sure. And I think also, in terms of racing going forward, you know, the message that this sends to the people watching at home as well. You know, parents with daughters who are perhaps looking to find their way in terms of sim racing or even just racing in general. You know, this is a perfect avenue to really get stuck in, and who knows? I mean, we could be seeing huge grids going forward with huge numbers of contenders fighting over large championships in the near future. I mean, this is just the start of what could be a phenomenon.
Absolutely. All this needed is the visibility, and what Sky Broadband and Guild have done has provided that. And like you say, people are sitting at home with their daughters thinking, oh, I could get my child into that. And it provides almost like a visibility, but like inspires the next generation.
Yeah, I feel really inspired. I mean, I've given birth to a couple of the next generation. Not want to toot my own trumpet.
You get them into it?
We're waiting to see them on the grid.
Yeah, well, exactly. I'm kind of just like, I need to borrow some of that prize money. I need to invest in a racing wheel. Get one that you can like strap onto the desk. I don't think my rickety old gaming desk can really take the talk, but I like a challenge, and so does my furniture. Right, take a look at this then. Greta Legau, she has been elected, or she's elected herself, because she won the whole Racers E-Series competition to be our champion and our latest Guild Esports Pro. But you notice TBD. Now, that is not a player. that just means to be decided, because we have got the Footballer E-Series coming up after what will be an extended break. However, just before we do go to that break, if I may, I just want to ask you, Nina Jade, Paul, if you've got any predictions, because you did commentate the qualifiers.
I'm excited to see what happens between Heather and
Miss Lisa Manley.
Miss Lisa Manley, who said she is feeling a lot better, enough that she didn't even want to do the extra practice sessions. And that says a lot. So I'm excited. I met Nunu earlier as well, actually. Lovely, lovely girl. She was feisty last time out as well. I'm very excited. I think it's anyone's game, but if you want to take the title, you've got to take down Heather and you've got to take down Lisa.
And you guys do not want to miss this. George Morgan, Nina J. Paul, thank you so much for being such fantastic experts and commentators. Thank you guys for watching so far, and I know you're going to join us again in about 25 minutes' time as we find our EAFC champion.
my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in, then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child. Then we gon' hit the shower. Part 2, we don't need no pause. You can't miss me, we gon' get tipsy. Don't need a power shot.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in, then yeah, that's every day. Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in, then yeah, that's every day. This sound like Argentina. Had to fix my demeanor. No, they don't want me breathing. Still I rose like diamonds. Got on 3 Jesus pieces, looking like Jay-Z and Yeezy. So far from conceited, but how can I be defeated? I hate to turn my wrist on like I'm Ben 10. Rappers think they doing something, I'm not a fan. I told my dad today, he said it's all pretend. I got back in my bed, now I got no friends.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Got my heart no.
I know in the bed. Break you in, then yeah, that's every day. Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in, then yeah, that's every day.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on. Keep the flame on. Keep the flame on. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on. Flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't none left. Going till there ain't none. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on. Keep the flame on.
People just think because I'm a woman I can't play games.
People have this perception of you.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments.
They've been conditioned in society to think that, and then they see you and they go, oh, you can play?
47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
It's got to change.
So basically, leading up to the women's esports finals, Sky Broadband is bringing together 47 women for an epic squad photo.
We have the talent, we have the drive, but we're just not getting showcased.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments. Like, there's literally no reason why girls shouldn't have a tournament. Girls should have them, we should be better than the boys.
Especially as a woman of colour, like, we're looked at as a unicorn when we always existed.
You know what? The women's esports finals, that's exactly what we need.
Yes. And you know what? It's about time that we are seen and recognised with the fact that we can slay and play.
Yeah, I like that.
Slay and play.
Trademark that, babe.
Let's go.
Coming here today and being at a squad photo as big as this is a real honour to be a part of.
Walking into a space like this, it's refreshing to see.
When you look around the room, all of those women look so different and they look so interesting.
A proper girly girl is gaming now.
Oh, wow.
Internet connection is so vital.
Especially if you're a pro player, you need it.
I want to be able to log into a game within 5 seconds.
And no lag, like no lag,
exactly.
no drops.
The women are growing so fast. Connections that will last a lifetime. We're actually starting to be seen.
We're here to change the game.
Game day was the ultimate privilege. Every piece of hard work that you'd done on the lead up, that's what it was all about. From the moment I woke up in the morning, I was out in the garden kicking a football. The last thing I did before I went to bed at night was kick a football around.
It's every day, you know, it's not just a 2-hour training session or maybe 2 hours on the games console. It's eating right, training right. It's what you do when no one's watching.
You have to commit a lot. It's about using them hours correctly, making sure that you actually put a lot of more time into it.
With Sky Broadband, I think the girls have got access to a great initial platform.
It can be quite intimidating coming into such a male-dominated industry. The way that people say it is you're a female, you shouldn't be playing a game. Don't listen to the hate.
If they're being criticised, they can come in and be part of this community and actually talk about it. Ultimately, you have to enjoy it.
People always say pressure is a privilege.
Pressure is actually a good thing. It means that you want it.
They know that they're prepared right. They've had the opportunity to be in this facility with Guild and to be around the other gamers. Having great facilities is a big thing.
If you don't have a good enough internet, you're not able to play at the highest level. So obviously Sky Broadband is perfect for that.
Game day is what your week's all about. I eat the same thing in the morning of every game, 4 Weetabix, 2 sugars. I have specific underwear that I wear every single game.
I'm ready to go. The music's blaring in my ears and that's definitely really helpful. If I can get in a walk mentally, it wakes me up.
Nerves are good. You do all your work during the week and then game day is what you live for.
Hello, welcome back to the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Final. We have found our Racing E-Series champion, Greta Leal, but now we need to find our Football E-Series winner. They will be getting themselves a pro contract with Guild Esports, 24 months of Sky Broadband and £6,500 in prize money. We have 6 players who are currently warming up in Northwest corner, and that's just to speak to Ian Chambers, but there's so much on the line here. And with me to talk through all things EAFC, we have Rachel Stringer, we have Alia Harvey, and we have podcast and content creator Anita Abayomi in the house. Welcome.
Thank
we didn't get to see you at the qualifiers.
I know, and I was watching it thinking, oh my goodness, if I was here, the drama that would have gone on, I promise you, the matches looked amazing. I can't wait to get into it today.
Yeah, it was spicy. We had content creators, we had a player come through, in fact, 2 players come through the open qualifiers, and then we also had some very experienced pro players. It's a real mix that you're about about to see performing for you over in Northwest Corner, but it's going to be incredibly exciting. I have a feeling some of these games are going to be extremely close. Rachel, you're actually no stranger to putting on tournaments for women in EAFC.
Yeah, no, that's right, Frank. I mean, I have been in EAFC, formerly obviously virtual football, for about 7 years now. Way back when, in 2017, got the call up, loved my football, used to play EAFC with my dad growing up, and I was just the only woman in the place. And I just thought to myself, this has to change. So I came up with the idea of putting on my own events, and I got some sponsorship. Alia was along for the ride, commentating and actually playing in quite a few games as well. Lisa Manley, who we're going to see competing today, she was in the event, so was foot header, and from that foot header actually won one of my competitions and got herself a pro contract as well. She's not currently a pro player, but it definitely gave some visibility to women in the game and also gave them an opportunity which there hasn't been in the past.
Well, there's been already a couple of opportunities created for players earlier today in our Races E-Series, because we saw Greta Leal take the Guild Esports jersey, but also she's going to be joined at Guild because we had the incredible Clara. Now, she has given herself such an incredible opportunity by just a peak performance. Unfortunately, she was disqualified in the last game for having the wrong tyres, but she's impressed people here so much that she's going to be Guild's latest academy player.
Oh, it was so emotional. I went down to Northwest Corner as well to be with Ian to announce the winner. And when he announced Clara there, who, as you can see, was running in P1 before she got disqualified, as an academy Guild player, I almost cried. It was so emotional. I think the crowds, very much were on her side. Very deserving appointment there. But for Greta as well, we heard her story about her partner being her coach. He's also a sim driver himself. They put so much into getting her that contract. So it means the world going forward to both of these women, and hopefully it's just the start of a really exciting journey for them both.
And you went down for the medal ceremony as well. What was that like? What was the atmosphere like in Northwest Corner?
Genuinely, I'm not just saying this, it was incredible. To see a live audience and to see that many people coming out to support these women was just incredible. Shauna Games, who we saw actually as one of the 47 women in the advert we've been showing, she's there as well supporting. She's obviously a big EAFC content creator, so she'll be excited to watch this next selection of games that we have coming up. And there was quite a few familiar faces. Andy also is a content creator for EFC. He was there, but so many friends and family, young and old, I'm going to say, watching, cheering, really getting behind what they've seen today.
And there's going to be plenty more cheering to come because the Football E-Series is going to be concluding the Women's Esports Finals. I just want to give just a final props, though, to everyone we saw competing in EAF1 today. I mean, Greta has just shown herself to be such a sterling competitor, and I can't wait to see who is going to join her, I should say, as our second champion of the day. We mentioned earlier, it's a real mix of experience. Alia, you have experience yourself, though, of taking part in competitions like this. You have a bronze medal from the Commonwealth Games in 2022. How must our competitors be feeling right now? Yeah. Round of applause, please. Legends in the studio, the first medalist we've had. Thank you very much. I love this. We've got an enthusiastic crew. We're winning them round to esports this weekend. Although I have to say, one bit of feedback from Frankie, our floor manager, she wants to see the music change. She's not into our playlist, but everything else, absolutely loving this weekend. But yeah, we've got some probably quite nervous players, and Lisa Manley. Lisa Manley doesn't get nervous.
Yeah, definitely. I remember the first ever esports tournament I took part in, and it was Rachel's tournament in 2021. And for that one, I don't know if you remember, my dad actually came up with me, and it was his birthday, but he thought, I'll just come with my daughter, watch her play. And a lot of these players, Gwen, for example, she's got 3 friends and family with her watching her play, and just having your family in the crowd watching you just helps to really ease your nerves. And I actually asked some of the players, how nervous are you feeling? A lot of them between 5 and 10. Lisa Manley, like we said, doesn't get nervous. She just said a 6 because that's her favourite number. But I think a lot of them are going to be feeling nervous, but it's an intense atmosphere in the arena.
I remember that actually Alia taking part in the first competition. She lives in Devon, so she came all the way up on the train. It was a bit of a daunting experience coming to London.
My first time in
London. I know, because then she went to Stamford Bridge to check out the stadium because she's a massive Chelsea fan afterwards. So she killed two birds with one stone there. I absolutely love that I gave you that opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Then that's when we began our relationship into e-football, so it was brilliant.
I want to point to the fact that Anita is also a Chelsea fan. It's like mandatory if you're going to be a commentator on this sofa.
Sorry, I'm a Forest fan.
Yeah, I mean,
Reds,
Wycombe Wanderers, but also Crystal Palace. That's my family. However, we do actually need to head over to my esports brother. It is Mr. Ian Chambers. He's actually grabbed Greta Yalau, who's already become champion of the Races E-Series earlier today. Hopefully, she's got some words of wisdom for our FC players.
Cheers, sis. It's the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Finals. It is time for the Football E-Series. As you can tell, the crowd's ready for it. But before we get started, let's just take a quick look in the rearview mirror. I'm just going to sit in front row for a moment. You might recognise this face to the left of me. Can we give it up for Greta, please? Now, in case you missed it, Greta just won the Racers E-Series, secured herself £6,500, 24 months of Sky Broadband, and a contract with Guild Esports. You've had, a few minutes to let the win sink in. How are you feeling now?
I'm still in shock. Those few minutes haven't really helped. I'm still in shock. I didn't think I would be competing for the win, but here I am, and it all worked out really well.
It worked out very, very well. And I just wanted to briefly get your thoughts on, we've got competitors here for the Football E-Series listening to your every word here. Now, it's a tough environment, isn't it? You've got a live crowd, you've got all the bright lights. How do you manage that, and what advice would you give them?
Just focus. Focus on what you have in front of you. Ignore the rest and get into that flow, because that's what's going to get you there.
Lock in and get into that flow. Greta, thank you very much. One more round of applause for Greta. Legend. All right, it is time to shift our focus to football. It is officially time for the Football E-Series, and this is the stage where all of our attention will be. Our first quarter-finalists are getting set and ready to get into the first kickoff. Let's start with MZ. MZ, are you ready to get into this?
I don't have an option, right? If I say no, I still have to play, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Then I'm ready, yeah.
How much prep have you put into this? And I don't know, we briefly bumped into each other just outside there. And I know you're feeling the pressure, because it's not just the contract, it's not just the 24 months of Sky Broadband, but it's a lot of money on the line, and I know that's playing on your mind.
Yeah, it's different than my last competitions, but I'm here, I'm happy to be this far, and let's just see what happens.
All right, well, you're looking across at JD Lou, who I've already chatted to a little bit earlier on. I'm going to go get some thoughts from her here. JD, I know that you are a streamer, content creator, but it's time to put aside all the fun, all the banter, all the content creation, and it's serious business now, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I beat her last time, so we'll see what she's got this time.
Woo! Okay, do you know what? I want an instant rebuttal to that, please, if that's all right. MZ, did you hear that? She said she beat you last time.
I'll let my gameplay do the talking, it's fine.
Oh, I like this. We're getting a bit of a rivalry going. Let the gameplay do the talking. What talking's that going to be like?
I mean, we'll find out, won't we? Just bring it on, bring it on.
JD, what are you most thinking about here when it comes to the prizing? We talked about the money there, but what are you locking in on? Do you want that contract?
Yeah, I just want to see how far I can go and test myself, and yeah, just see what I can do.
Well, best of luck to both of you. I love the trash talk. I'm all about that. It's what makes esports esports. Are we ready for our first quarter-final, ladies and gentlemen? I thought so. There's plenty more to come, and I cannot wait to get started. Back to you, Frankie, in the studio.
Thank you so much. I'm loving seeing this fighting talk from both JD and MZ. Now, MZ, Alia, you have a lot of experience playing against them. We're going to talk about that in a bit, because actually we kind of want to jump ahead a little bit and give you a preview looking ahead to our semi-finals. Now, our #1 seed from the qualifying weekend was Foot Header, and our second seed is Lisa Manley. And these two have a lot of form, and it's quite exciting to see them on opposite sides of the bracket.
Oh, these two. If you know EAFC, you'll know Foot Header and Lisa Manley. They are two women who have been around for years. They have been trailblazers in this community, really trying to push women and themselves to the next level. They've both been commentators before. They've both played in so many LAN events. They've also played online, of course, when we had the pandemic. They've also both been signed, haven't they? Two professional outfits in their very short careers. Lisa Manley, what a trailblazer she is as well. The first ever player to be signed as an E-Lioness. I mean, what an absolute star they both are. But yeah, talk to me a little bit more about Lisa, Ali. We both know her so well. She just loves the game, doesn't she?
I think Lisa, I would say, is probably the pioneer of FC gaming. You know, for the last few years, she lives and breathes women esports. She was the first woman to qualify for the E-Premier League, and no one's had the chance to really do that again. And she was not only the first woman to sign for E-Lionesses, she was the first woman to sign to Gareth Bale's esports team. So Lisa on paper is so decorated, but the one thing I love about her is she's still so humble, and she's not afraid to say, you know what, I think there's other people better than me right now, but I'm really excited to see her play today.
You know who's not afraid to tell it like it is? Anita Abayomi.
Yeah, exactly.
And so for you, of these two semi-finalists, I imagine you might be expecting to see each of them in the final, but who do you think has the edge competitively?
It's so funny because if you asked me about a couple of weeks ago, I probably would have gone with Lisa, right? Ali, she's always in my ear telling me these little niglets about each and every single player because she has so much knowledge of these players, right? But then watching the qualifiers, I'm looking at Foot Header and I'm thinking, you are here to win. And I wouldn't be surprised if she goes all the way to the final and she takes it home this time. I know there's been a little bit of a rivalry between those two. They've played so many games together. And if they do get to the finals, it would be one to watch. So don't miss out on that.
Definitely, because in that opening game of the qualifiers, Lisa Manley and Foot Header went head-to-head, and Foot Header did take the victory. However, Lisa Manley, she said, I'm only playing at 30%, not bothered, mate. She didn't say that last bit, but I knew what she was thinking when I interviewed her later in the day. We're going to take a look, though, back at the qualifying weekend so you can catch up with all the action. Welcome to the Sky Broadband Football E-Series. 7 women will go head-to-head in EAFC.
The participant number in women in esports is growing, and that's why initiatives like these are so important.
Little speed boost, is she gonna make it too?
Oh.
She does. Go here, can she do it? Great through ball. Style, and she is trying to cross this a lot, and it has worked. Thuram again. Is she gonna through ball here? Potentially a goal.
Yes.
1-1 just before half-time.
Or header backwards as well, completely composed, calm as you like. Great trajectory, brilliant goal.
Another one of those over-the-top flicks by Olivia, and she makes it 3 with Rafael Leão.
Lisa, hello, welcome. But so far, I think everyone's put on a good show.
The amount of goals scored in the tournament today were 156.
Yes. Next month is when we find out who is built for victory. So, biggest surprise of the qualifiers for you guys. Anita, I'll come to you first.
I think JD is my biggest surprise because you look at her and you think, okay, you're a content creator, you're not so necessarily new to FC, but you stream FC quite newly, and you're just thinking, okay, how far can you really take it? And then she comes in today saying, she's nervous, but she's good nervous, you know? I like that. It's giving a little bit of, it's giving fierce. And that's something that I want to see as well. And I saw that in the qualifying round, and I'm just thinking, you might be able to challenge and you might be able to actually get to that final. So 100% she's my biggest surprise.
Was it a surprise for you, Alia, the fact that all of our players came out straight out the gate aggressive? I've got to be quick, actually, because apparently we were ready to go into game, but I asked you the question, please finish.
I mean, a little bit. I think, you know, this sort of game, you try and take your time, but I think there's so much at stake as well that aggressive play doesn't really surprise me.
All right, well, we are ready, I believe, to go to that opening quarter-final. It is going to be MZ versus JD Louise, and this is going to be such an interesting matchup. JD did beat MZ in our qualifiers, and JD sounded confident that she's going to beat MZ again, but MZ has had a little bit more time in the game now, because it was a bit of a surprise that she didn't necessarily play up to her expectations during the qualifiers. Anita?
Yeah, exactly, and I'm not going to put pressure on MZ. I was a little bit disappointed with some of the results, but hopefully today she can redeem herself, and we'll see how far she gets.
Rachel, any predictions from you?
Oh, I think MZ's going to learn from her mistakes in the qualifiers, and she's going to come out firing. She's got the experience. Obviously, she's a Commonwealth medalist like Alia as well, for Northern Ireland. She's a little bit nervous, but I think sitting there, maybe that was just trash talk. She looks pretty locked in and confident, doesn't she?
Yeah, she has won at Elan, and a pretty big one at that, as Ali has witnessed firsthand and has played Emzy. Emzy did struggle a lot with defence. She wasn't able to keep a clean sheet in the qualifiers. Is that something you expect to have been sorted out now, Alia?
I think she's had more of an opportunity to practice, but at the Commonwealth Games, you know, we were playing a different football game. FC is a completely different ball game. It's a lot faster. So I hope that, you know, she's taken these last 2 weeks to really practice, and it'll be a good game to watch, especially that JD only won that first game 3-2. So I feel like this one is going to go either way.
Well, we are ready for you guys to take on the action, take things by the reins. But before we do, don't forget we are powered by Sky Broadband. Game like a pro with Sky Broadband, built to power the pros.
Perfect. Welcome to our first quarterfinal of the day. We've got JD Liu going up against Emzy.
Oh my, 1-0 already.
1-0.
1-0 already. See, that's what we were talking about when she said that she's half nervous, that the nervousness is a good nervous. She's already 1-0 up. Would you look at that?
Definitely. And we also have to give JD a lot of credit here, because she's from Scotland and she actually drove 6 hours down to London with her partner to be here.
6 hours? Were there no flights, JD? I would have easily taken a flight down here, but of course that's the dedication, right? You come to the EA Sports final and you're thinking, okay, I can take this on, and if it means getting a 6-hour drive, I'll do it.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. JD herself said she did not think she would be here at the live finals in London, and she actually finished 4th on the table, which is a lot better than what I think she thought she was going to do. But this game is only going to be one leg. Whoever wins this game is going to go on to the semi-finals to come up against Foot Heather.
Emzy's there in the final third. Unlucky from Emzy, however, but I'm not even going to look at the fact that JD's in a Spurs shirt.
As Chelsea fans, we won't look at it.
Yeah, we're just going to ignore that part, right? All for the wins, all for the wins, unlike Spurs.
Hopefully she doesn't have that Spurs bottle trait.
Right,
you know?
right.
JD was saying, oh, I go too much at her for being a Spurs fan, but JD, you've got 2 Chelsea fans commentating on you today. It's only right that we have a little bit of banter.
Honestly, you can't really blame us. But like Spurs, she has a lot of possession in this game, so that's pretty impressive. And she's doing a little slow build-up play. So let's see how far she's going to take this in the game.
We will do. And Emzy, actually, bless her, she was so nervous today. Her hands were actually physically shaking, and it's a lot. You know, Emzy has competed at the Commonwealth Games at the highest levels. JD.
And it's 2. It's 2-0. Heung-min Son. What a player he is anyway in real life, right? Lucky to have him on her team.
If I had to pick one Spurs player that's my favourite, it'd probably be Son.
Oh, do you know what? Right now, yeah.
Son.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. Son, he's one of those players where you're just like, you like everything about him. He cannot do nothing wrong. And in front of goal, he's not too bad, right?
No, he's all right. I mean, I think, I don't know if you just caught that watching at home. JD actually just winked.
Yeah, she's winking
at
us.
At the camera, but she has her partner who came down with her all the way from Scotland, so she probably gave that little cheeky wink into the audience to him. But Emzy, I must say, does look a little bit nervous, doesn't she?
Yes, she really does. However, if anything, right now is the time for her to lock in. And I feel like she's just about to do just that. Just looking at her face right now, you can see she's ready to go again and she's ready to revamp. And let's see what she can do with this team going forward. I think in the final third, her decision-making just needs to be that much more quicker. And hopefully she'll get a goal to get back into this game.
And it's only one leg, so you don't really have much of a chance to redeem yourself. And unlike the qualifiers where you played everyone once, this is their one shot to make it to the semi-finals. It's not going to be an easy opponent with Foot Heather next, but I mean, if we look at JD's face, I think this is the most locked in I have ever seen JD play
hey, FC. When they created the word locked in, they looked at JD. They looked at her because she is absolutely locked in. She got possession back already, immediately as she lost the ball. It's crazy just how good she has become at this game, and now she's heading towards potentially a semi-final.
Yes, and I think you have to give a lot of credit to content creators as well. She hasn't been playing the game that long. She's one of the newcomers in the scene, especially in the female scene for FC, but she's really done herself so proud, and how much she's improved within a few months is crazy. I remember when I first started playing, I was horrible at this game. JD would smash me out the park, I reckon.
Oh, Alia, I am still horrible at this game. I play this game because I think it's fun, and I think more women should get involved in the game. And that's why we're here, right? To make sure that there's visibility and more women do get into the game. The game is absolutely fun. And when you're playing up against your friends, when you're playing up against fierce competition, at the end of the day, all you want to do is win and try your best. And MZ looks like she's back on the ball. She's back in possession. Again, it's just going towards that final third where she needs to get her passes in check.
And because they have played each other in the qualifiers as well, that's given both of them a little bit of an advantage to figure out how the other one plays. Right. When we go back to that first game, it was only 3-2 to JD. It wasn't that big of scorelines, but at the minute, JD is dominating this game. So it looks like she has learned a lot from that one experience with MZ.
I'm telling you, that drive from Scotland to London, it gassed her up. She is ready. She has come prepared. MZ, we are waiting for you to show us what you can do, because we know you've got it in your locker. You're a gold medalist, right? So, listen, there's more to come from MZ. I've got some faith in her, and there's a game of two halves, so second half is coming up soon, but let's see what JD's got in the final third. Is it going to be another goal? No, she's just passing it back. Let's see. Oh, a nice little turn would have done her nice there.
It does seem she is utilising Beth Mead a lot on the wing, and she actually said Beth Mead is her favourite women's player. Now, I'm not going to say anything that she's a Spurs fan and she didn't choose a Spurs player, but the Beth Mead card in-game since the introduction of women into Ultimate Team is one of the most powerful cards you can use as a winger.
Oh, and a shot for MZ. That's more like it from MZ. This is what I want to see. This is the competition that I came here for, 100%. But going back to Beth Mead, weird. An Arsenal player being one of your favourite players, okay. I'm not going to knock it. No, everybody has their preferences.
We won't hate anything. If you could choose your favourite Chelsea women's player right now, who is it?
I don't even need to hesitate. Lauren James by a landslide. And do you know what? Before Lauren came to the club, it was Sam Kerr, because Sam Kerr, she knows how to hit them. You put Sam Kerr anywhere on the pitch, she is finding the goal instantly. I don't know how she does it. I do not understand it, but Lauren James for right now, she's so techie, she's got the skills, she makes football so much more enjoyable, especially on that wing, especially when she's playing through the middle as well. So, for me, it's Lauren. What about you?
I don't think you could guess who mine is, because it's not a popular vote, I don't think.
Do you know what? Because I watched the qualifiers, I already know. Oh. Erin Cuthbert, right?
You know what? I love her, and I actually commentated with Cuthbert at one of Rachel's women's tournaments. She's so lovely. Her mum follows me on Twitter, which I feel like is a plus point. I don't know what I did to deserve Erin Cuthbert's mum following me on Twitter, but she's lovely. And I think Cuthbert doesn't get as much praise as she deserves. She holds that Chelsea midfield down.
Exactly, and it's looking like MZ needs to hold her midfield down too, but again, it's a game of two halves, and let's see what MZ can bring out of her locker. But Erin Cuthbert, to be honest with you, she's one of my favourites as well, because I just see her as someone who brings the midfield together and nothing gets past her. And on top of that, in front of goal, she's lethal as well. How many times have you seen her score an absolute banger? But it is half-time, and JD's up 2-0.
2-0 isn't a big scoreline either in the FC world. I mean, she looks so locked in. I'm sorry, I just find this a bit funny because I have never seen her so focused playing FC before, but I feel like MZ looks a little bit nervous, but I feel like she needs to remember she's a Commonwealth Games gold medalist for Northern Ireland at the first ever esports event. No one's taking that away from her, and I feel like she needs to get back into that mentality, and remember who she is.
Exactly. Sometimes you just need to regain that confidence, and to regain that confidence, you need to remind yourself, I'm a gold medalist. I can come here and I can do this in my sleep. And somebody needs to be there to gas her up to make sure that in the second half she comes out guns blazing. And hopefully that's what we see. She's already in possession.
I mean, hopefully she can hear us as well, because we're gassing her up. So MZ said she was a bit worried about listening to commentary, because it's not easy playing the game and listening to people criticize or praise what you're doing. But MZ, we're giving you lots of praise, so get back in that zone.
How would you feel if you were sitting there in a tournament and you're hearing me in your ear like, come on, give it your all?
I don't think I'd complain. I probably need it, you know, because I get so nervous competing, and the times I play the best is when I have someone that I can look out to into the crowd, like someone that I love, so to speak, because that calms me. So I think if I had you in my ear, I'd feel really, really calm, you know.
June, all I heard from that is that you love me, so thank you, Alia. I love you too. We've got JD back in possession. Let's see what she can do with the ball here. MZ got it under control. Her defence is looking a lot sharper than it was in the first half.
I think JD knows what's on the line here, and Heather and Lisa actually said they will be at a little bit of a disadvantage in the semi-final because they're not going to have a warm-up game. Very good chance there from MZ. Give a little bit of a face to the camera, but that's what we need to see more from MZ, is taking more chances. In the qualifier, she was playing a little bit nervy, a little bit scared, but I feel like she just needs to take her chances. There's just under 40 minutes to go, so there's not much time left.
Exactly. I really feel like she needs to take more risks, right? Getting into the final third, you just saw her coming off on the left wing. Who was in the middle to take the shot on? Nobody was there. So she had to take it on by herself, and 9 times out of 10, it's not going in at that angle. So let's see. Hopefully she can tweak her tactics a little bit, get more of her players forward, and just bang in a couple of goals. Come on, MZ. We believe in you.
I think what we need to see from MZ as well is her ability to adapt in game. That's a skill that she has. She is able to analyze her opponents and change the way she's playing. It does seem like she is struggling with that a little bit as JD tries to make it 3 with Williams. Great celebration there. MZ's not happy with that one, but I think another wing. I don't know what JD was talking about, being shy and scared, because she's winked at the camera so many times today, but it is nice to see that they're getting on and it's not much tension between them.
I mean, I can't feel the tension in the other room, but I'm looking at the way they're looking eyes and it's not friendly.
I mean, they were just joking about with each other.
MZ's back in possession. Let's see what we can do. You see what I mean about getting into that final third? Just finding that extra couple of bodies into the box will make such a difference for her.
The one thing MZ isn't really doing is playing down the wing. Her best chance came from when she ran down the wing and crossed it in, but she just keeps trying to dribble it into the box, and I think MZ just needs to get more creative now because we're in the 63rd minute. She's 3-0 down. She doesn't have much time left to try and bring it back. I just need to see more creativity from her, but I'm so impressed by how JD is playing. She is so much more composed today than she was in the qualifiers.
And you already know it might come down to goal difference, and if it does, this is a great start for JD as well. And look, MZ's got the ball back as well. MZ's currently in possession. Let's see if she's listening to you and maybe she'll run down the wing. No, she takes it through the centre. Not a bad ball.
67th minute, 3-0 to JD. And you know what? I think JD actually needs this. If she wins this game, she's got to come up against Foot Heather next. And Foot Heather did not lose a single game in the qualifiers. She had a goal difference of 38, which is insane. But she actually beat JD in the qualifiers 8-1. So she will be a bit confident, but I would be scared of JD today because she's playing so much better.
Exactly. JD is locked in, and I'm sure Foot Heather's probably watching this thinking, okay, I'm going to have to lock in for this next match that she plays. As she almost makes it 4-0. I'm sure Foot Heather's going to think she's got to lock in for the next game. She's probably not going to win by 8-1 again. So it will be interesting to see that semi-final, but not ruling MZ out completely just yet. Should we? No. 75th minute, anything can happen, anything can change, right?
Yeah, anything can happen in football. We've seen it so many times where teams would be 2-3 goals down and they end up pulling it back within the last 10 minutes. And in FC, in football, anything can happen. Just seeing a quick pause here. Not sure if this one's tactical or if she just needs a breather, but I think we're about to see JD potentially go into a 5-back and just defend that 3-0 lead.
A 5-back is so jarring, isn't it? We want to see more goals. We want to see more goals. But it is a smart move, though. We're going into the 80th minute, and that's exactly what I would do if I was a real-life manager, right? Because I can't play football. But if I was a real-life manager, I will probably go 5 at the back and I will park the bus to the brim. You've got a comfortable 3-0 lead. You're absolutely locked in, and MZ's going to have to try and break that down. And she hasn't had a lot of luck with her passes, and she hasn't had a lot of luck in the final third. So, is it safe to call it?
I personally am leaning towards calling it, just because if JD does switch to a 5-back, especially in FC25 this year, the 5-backs is probably the most annoying it's ever been to play against. It's so difficult to break it down, and I don't think she switched to a 5-back, but I think JD just wants to score as many goals as she can today to just give her that confidence. But it doesn't look like MZ's giving up.
Yeah, and she shouldn't give up, right? We're all in this to win. And of course, if she does manage to turn it around, maybe a nice little comeback is on the cards, you know? She'll want to narrow that goal difference down as much as possible going into her... oh, no, she'll be knocked out, wouldn't she?
Yeah.
Oh, no, MZ. Oh, no. I honestly think she just needs to get back into this game as quickly as she can. We're in the 80th minute, and like you said, it's probably safe to call it right now.
Yeah, and we're not going to show the photo, but we actually saw MZ and JD sat outside the arena having a little bit of a nap before the game started. And you don't normally sit on the same sofa as your opponent to have a little bit of a break. But it's nice to see that regardless of the result today, those 2 goals get on.
Some friendly meditation, right? I'm not being funny. I'm so competitive, you have to put me in another building. Yeah, I'll have a nap in the other building. I can't do it. Napping next to the person I'm about to play? No chance.
Well, that's the one thing we love about women in esports, is that it's such a small community right now, and we are seeing more women come through, but all the women, we're tight-knit, we have each other's back, and no matter what happens on the field, we just know it's a game at the end of the day, and women in esports and empowering women is the most important thing.
Exactly, and even though MZ might walk away with this with a 3-0 loss, I'm sure this isn't going to be the last we're ever going to see of her. 100% not, right?
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure. MZ's got a gold medal at the Commonwealth Games. She has a silver medal at a European Championship that she took part in Poland, and she's got a bronze medal in another tournament. So she's pretty much got the entire collection of medals, but we're going to see MZ a lot more.
Can we get a last-minute goal from this corner for MZ? Let's see a nice consolation. Yes! We do! We do, and it's 3-1 to JD, but thankfully MZ has got an all-important goal. I'm not sure if it's going to matter, though.
No, I mean, MZ, I literally just wrote down on my cue card that JD won that game 3-0. I've just had to scratch out and give her that 1 goal, so you can't call it until it's over. But JD does start off strong, winning that game 3-1. She's so happy, as you can see. She was really, really nervous, but her next game is going to be against Foot Header.
All right, 3-1 is the score. JD, you know what? You don't look too pleased, and I think the reason is because you wanted that clean sheet, didn't you?
I knew exactly as soon as I made the mistake, I knew it, and yeah, of course she was going to capitalise on it. So yeah.
You're punishing yourself, but a 3-1 victory in our first quarter-final, and it looks like you're playing with a lot more confidence and consistency than we saw you playing in our qualifiers.
Yeah, definitely. I think my passing's improved, and I'm kind of just slowing down a little bit, like taking a bit more time, and yeah, just all the right things sort of going my way, and yeah.
Are you the kind of player that really performs once you get a bit of forward momentum behind you?
Yeah, I think so. Either that or just when things are absolutely chaotic. So
you like it both ways, right? Okay. So Foot Header is your next. Look at that. That's the reaction right there. A sigh. And that is because last time you played each other, 8-1 was the score to Foot Header. I just did say, though, we're seeing a different side of you here. Can you reverse this time round?
Well, I mean, I just hope it's not going to be as bad as last time, to be honest. No, I mean, I've definitely improved, so I mean, I got a goal, so it's like, I can only improve upon that, so yeah, we'll see.
All right, have you got a message for her? I'm sure she's watching right now.
I mean, I'd rather not poke the bear, to be honest.
All right, well, congratulations and commiserations to Emzy. Amazing performers, both of them, but it's back to you, Frankie, as we get set for our next matchup.
Very much. Ian Chambers, everybody. And Ian Chambers next is going to be talking to a finalist because we're actually going to be playing semi-final number 1 first, which means Footheader will be taking to the stage and JD has got to stay firm in her seat and gird her loins a bit, because I know Emzy is a challenge and JD and Emzy obviously go way back. But now she's having to go up against our number 1 seed, Rachel.
Oh, this is a completely different kettle of fish, isn't it, going up against Footheader? I was talking to Lisa, though, and Lisa obviously has also had a bye in that round due to where she placed after the qualifiers. And Lisa, probably like Footheader, said, well, we're a little bit cold. We haven't been able to sit there on the main stage and have a game under our belt. We've been practicing behind the scenes in a separate room. And you know what these women are like? They like to practice in the seats they're going to get competitive on. So maybe we can look into that a little bit, the fact that JD's had a game under her belt. The momentum is very much with her. But Footheader, well, we call her the comeback queen. She doesn't like to lose, a little bit like Lisa there. She's the one to watch, obviously. She's won major tournaments before. She's got so much experience here. As we just look at the highlights of a couple of goals, obviously it ended 3-1, didn't it? That was the second goal you just saw from JD there. We thought maybe we were going to see some more goals, especially after we saw 156 in the qualifiers there. Wasn't to be, but it just showed, I guess, that Emzy had really worked on her defence not to let as many past her as she did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and 3-1's not a bad scoreline at all, especially considering the first time they matched up in the qualifiers, it was only 3-2. So it has pretty much been relatively the same game, I would say. But like you said, JD's going to have a little bit of an upper hand here over Heather because she's going straight into the semi-final without a break, off a really good win. So it'll be interesting to see how Heather copes with that.
And these games, they are short, they are fast, they are furious. Obviously, all of our competitors, they did experience that pace when it came to our qualifiers. And JD is clearly going from strength to strength. She's got the win she wants. Even if she doesn't get through to the finals past Footheader, she is really gunning for a rematch against Nunu. So regardless of what happens, I think she's going to be pretty happy to get either that third place deciding match or the finals. But it's been fantastic to see her progress because she came as an invited content creator. She said to Ian, actually, at the start of the show earlier today, oh, like I thought it'd be a bit of a laugh. So actually, I decided to take on the challenge. But potentially now we could see our newest competitor within the competitive scene.
Yeah, I think that's the one beauty of FC and women in esports is that sometimes you go into it thinking, I'll just try, see what happens. And then you play a few times and you're like, oh, I actually really enjoyed this. I'm actually a lot better than what I thought I would be. And she's going to gain so much confidence today because being at a live event, there's an audience, the atmosphere in there, it is tense. And I hope coming out of this, you know, at the start she was saying, I'm really scared, I'm not quite sure. She's definitely going to come out of this saying, you know what? I actually rate myself. I'm quite good at this game, and hopefully she'll get better scores in Weekend League as well.
We've seen, yeah, great practice for Weekend League for JD Lou, but also hopefully a great warm-up to go up against Footheader because this is going to be her most difficult challenge yet. I mean, obviously she's already faced Heather in the qualifiers, but now she's got to face her on LAN, and this is Heather's bread and butter, isn't it, Anita?
Exactly, and you know, Heather's one of my favourites to win this tournament, so it will be interesting to see how she will match up against JD. But going back to JD and her being a content creator, I'm a content creator, right? And I don't play FC as religiously as probably JD does, but this has given me more confidence to start playing FC and see how far I can get. You know, with my team at Nate Saga, I'm just thinking, guys, put me in. Put me in the team and I will deliver for you. I can get there. So, JD, you haven't just inspired a lot of people across the world, you've inspired me.
Naya Saga, she's actually in the audience.
Yes,
she heard you over in Northwest Corner. She's one of our 47 gamers in the Ultimate Squad photo. Hopefully you'll get to watch that later today. She's actually one of the, I was about to say featured artists, one of our featured gamers. You can actually see her chatting about why the campaign is so important. You guys do the Keep It 90 podcast together.
Yeah,
You're going to be chatting about that? Does this get to make a cameo?
Hey, listen, if you want to come on a podcast, you can come on at any time. We play some FC on there as well. I am the worst player, but I carry it with pride because I just love the game, right? And we talk a lot about football. So, yeah, whenever you're ready. everybody come through.
Open invitation. Obviously, make sure you subscribe to the podcast. Speaking of foot header, though, the next challenge, the big boss, she absolutely steamrolled in the qualifiers. She was so dominant in possession. It felt like nothing could faze her and everyone needed to adapt to her.
Yeah, you probably noticed, actually, we saw some of her stats on screen as well. Only conceded 5 goals in the qualifying round and scored 43. So that kind of, I guess those stats speak for themselves. And foot header, you can never discount her. She's a very quiet, unassuming player. She kind of goes about her business without making too much noise as we just look at her getting set up there. But she's completely different on the pitch, isn't she? When she gets into game mode, she loves to surprise you on the counter, doesn't she? If you make a mistake, she is going to jump on it and go up the other end and score. That's what she does best. So, yeah, looks can be deceiving here with foot header. She looks lovely, doesn't she? She looks like you want to be a mate. She's not your mate when you're on the pitch.
I don't think anyone's under any pretences that header's in their corner. She's firmly in her own. She desperately wants this Guild Esports contract. I mean, Elisa is another player we can definitely say that about too. Is there a weak spot? I hate to say this, but is there a way to get past header on that stage today, Alia?
I will say there's one weak spot, and that's if you celebrate against her in-game, she doesn't like it. And I have done it a few times against her, and it does rile her up. So I will say, if Lisa and Heather come up against each other today, and you see Lisa celebrating against Heather, that's not going to be a surprise. But I'm hoping that's something that Heather doesn't really let get to her anymore. In the last year, she said herself, it hasn't been the best year for her. She's been underperforming. Things haven't gone her way. But I feel like this year, especially in this tournament, she's sort of come back to that level that we are used to seeing her compete at.
So we're going to see griddies at dawn.
I was about to say, it's lucky she's not playing Nunu, because Nunu's gritty. Lord, that will rile me up. I will tell you that for free. I see her all the time doing the little, I'm like, God, if I'm losing 3-0 and I see you doing that, I might get off my seat.
I really hope that we get to see Nunu with the griddy later on today. I have a feeling we will, because if the qualifiers are anything to go by, we're going to see goals galore. I am really interested to see Heather now performing on LAN, because she has an idea and an awareness now that Lisa is potentially on her tail as our number 2 seed, and Lisa is playing at 100%. When we look, though, at Heather and JD, obviously JD's strength is to be able to adapt, but surely Heather's going to be trying to outpace her as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Heather did beat JD 8-1 in the qualifiers, and that's a big scoreline. But a LAN event, a live event, is a completely different ball game, and I fear that we actually might see a bigger scoreline to Heather's advantage, because she has so much experience competing at live events. This is JD's first ever esports tournament, but also her first ever LAN event. But I feel like JD's doing a lot better now. She seems quite calm. Her nerves level, she said to me, she's only a 4 out of 10. Heather was a 7 out of 10. So it'll be interesting to see which way it goes. But I can't call this one, to be honest.
Well, everyone's brought friends and family with them this weekend. Heather has brought her very own support squad, and Ian Chambers is with them now.
Absolutely, and Frankie, of course, they're both front row for the best seats in the house as they look to support, because you are the coach, Max, of Heather, and Mustafa, you are best friend, am I right?
I'll take it. Yeah.
Is best friend good enough?
More than good enough.
Max, now Heather came into this through the qualifiers completely undefeated. She must be feeling so confident.
Yeah, she is, but she just gets into her own head as well, so she's like, she puts herself down. But like I said, she just needs to just go goal by goal, take it, like, even if she concedes goal by goal, just take her time. Yeah. But she's good like that, though. Right? But
yeah. And she knows what it takes to win silverware.
She's a born winner. I'm trying to let her know this is a platform for you to utilize her skills and showcase what she's about.
How cool is this event, by the way? It's just so awesome to see women in esports celebrated on such a big platform.
It is cool, but it's about time. It is about time. Like for real.
Wait, can you say it's about time one more time and get a reaction?
I said it's about time. Yeah, no, well done, Sky and Guild for holding this, like, and just making a platform, because, like, yeah, man, and it's good to see, and they're not bad players, they're very good players as well. Yeah.
Now, we're saying the top players, they need more opportunities out there, so they just need a platform to showcase their skills, literally.
And not just Heather, of course, all of the women competing here for the Football E-Series are looking forward to potentially getting their hands on what is an amazing set of prizes, right? You've got that 24-month subscription to Sky Broadband. You've got the £6,500 that goes to the first place winner. And you get a professional contract with Guild Esports. Money can't buy.
100%. I need to get me one of them 24-month subscriptions as well. Like, that's first place. But no, for real, I hope it opens doors as well for these lot as well. Like, for whoever gets the contract, well done, congratulations. But I hope it just opens doors. Because like the men, they've dominated the market. Let's open it up, man. Let's open it up.
Completely agree. Any last words? Heather's, of course, sitting right there, so she can hear you. What do you want to say?
Hey, this is your moment. Seize your opportunities. Take your time. And yeah, you're born to do this. Let's go.
All right, well, the semi-final is imminent, guys. Enjoy. You've got the best seats in the house. I might even sit here with you. Back to you, Frankie.
I'm loving our time with M&M, as I'm calling Heather's support team. A nice smile from Heather there. This is going to be interesting because Heather, she's not necessarily a big fan of playing on a stage in front of an audience, but if you look at the prize pool, we're making it worth her while this weekend. All of our 6 competitors are getting a hefty share of the prize pool, I should say. Olivia, unfortunately, couldn't make it this weekend. She has also won herself some prize money, so she came in 7th position. Gwen LDN is taking her place. We'll see her playing in our second quarterfinal shortly. But for Heather right now she's heard the wise words from M&M. Do you think that's going to be helping her? What's in her head right now?
I hope it helps calm her down. She does get in her own head. We're just seeing her on the screen right now. She is so experienced. We've all been kind of talking her up. You know, she's been a professional player. She's had a contract before. I've been with her at World Cups, at E-Premier Leagues, at some of the events I've put on, and she gets really nervous. You know, she's got so much experience now, yet she needs to be able to perform under this pressure situation, which she hasn't quite mastered yet. Will she master it today?
Well, it is crunch time for these 2 players. Winner goes to the finals. Don't forget, we are powered by Sky Broadband on the UK's most reliable broadband technology. Anita and Alia, let's get into game.
I am so excited for this one, and as Frankie was calling them M&M, we actually, me and Anita, got a chance to speak with them beforehand. They are so funny and so supportive. And what's funny is Max was actually telling Lisa, you're such a good player, get out of your own head, you can perform so well. And you don't really see an opposition coach telling one of your opponents in game to actually get out of your own head and focus. So
exactly.
M&M, as Frankie says, you guys are amazing. Thank you for empowering women in esports. Thank you for supporting Heather. But we have our first semi-finals, Anita. JD versus Foot Heather.
I am so excited for this one. Look, Foot Heather's already on goal. 1-0. My goodness. I couldn't even say hello. No. I couldn't say welcome back. It's already 1-0 and JD is biting her lip thinking, what can I do to get another goal on the score sheet? I think all she needs to do is just stay calm and collected. Foot Heather, she loves to get that early goal, right?
I mean, within FC, I think the first goal is so important. And like we said, Heather, her confidence levels this year has really improved, which is so nice to see. And I think she knows as well, I am probably the favourite to win this today. There's £6,500 up for grabs, 24 months of Sky Broadband and that Pro Guild contract. And Heather would love to receive that and win that. And I think she knows I've really got to perform at my best today. And she's showing it. 2 minutes, 1-0 up.
Exactly, and heavy on the Sky Broadband, by the way, because I know when I'm gaming, if my internet cuts out, I am livid. But that's the reliability that you'll probably get with Sky Broadband, and winning that for 24 months is so important for your gaming career.
In a cost of living crisis as well, where ain't cheap. 1-1.
Hey, yo, this is gonna be a game. This is gonna be a game.
I don't think we were expecting that.
Did you see the slow build-up from JD? You're cheeky. It was such a slow build-up from the halfway line. She gets in front of goal. She takes it one time and says, yeah, I've arrived. It ain't gonna be 8-1 this time around.
Sure, I will say, JD is an actress by trade. And I don't want to hear all this nonsense. Heather might
Oh, 2-1!
What was that? 10 seconds?
10 seconds! We have got a serious match on our hands. And let me tell you, I'm going to sit back, eat my popcorn, have a glass of water and enjoy this.
I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be 2-1. It's not even 10 minutes. I mean, JD's trying to have a go again. But what a game this has been so far. I mean, this might be the game with the highest scoreline. Heather there, is she going to make it 3?
3.
Wow. Heather's not coming to play.
Do you know what it is about Heather, right? You can just see how locked in she is. JD got one back. She did not wait. She didn't let her recoup. She didn't let her celebrate. She said, okay, you got one back, no problem. I'm going to give you 2. It's absolutely manic on the pitch right now. But let's see what JD's made of. Because like you said, she's not one to quit, and we might see a comeback. You never know.
And this is the confidence that we're speaking about with Heather. Over the last year, she was struggling quite a bit, and the confidence that she's managed to regain, and me and Nina Jade were saying in the qualifiers, she has her spark back again.
Right.
And she's playing at the level that we know she can play at. 3-1 within 15 minutes. I mean, whoever she comes up against in that final potentially, I'd be scared. I don't want to come up against this version of Heather.
Listen, I'm a little bit frightened too. I ain't seen Heather smile yet.
Did you notice, after she scored her second goal, she actually shook her head?
She shook her head
like... She was disappointed at that second goal.
I'm like, what's there to be disappointed about? But look, we've got JD in possession, getting into that final third, and it just seems like JD loves a slow build-up, getting into the final third and surprising you and hitting you with a dagger. But it seems like Heather's clocking on and she's having absolutely none of it.
And it's not an easy opponent to come up with as well with Heather. JD's been only playing this game for about a year. Heather's been playing this game for, I think, close to a decade, if not more. And that's so much experience to have under your belt, especially that she's competed in the E-Premier League and the World Cups, multiple of Rachel's tournaments. Like, that is a crazy and a scary amount of experience to go up against.
And that is a CV to look out for. Imagine me putting that on my CV. God, I would love to say that I've been in that many finals and that many competitions, but me as a content creator coming up against Heather, my head would be a little bit scrambled. But obviously you, as somebody who's been in these finals before, if you're in Heather's position right now, are you going for more? Are you taking it all the way and trying to replicate an 8-1?
I feel like you have to go all the way. It's only the 26th minute and you just don't know what can happen. If you start playing defensive, JD could find those gaps and actually manage to equalize. But I would say, I would like to see a live cam on M&M, as Frankie's called them, because I just know their reactions in the crowd is going to be amazing, especially that we saw what Max was saying to Heather before the game. She was really trying to big up her confidence and say, get out of your own head. I will fight you to make sure you get out of your own head. But it seems like it's worked.
It's that motivation that you need. And like we said in the first match, getting that motivation, that confidence from your loved ones is so important. And it would make you go all the way as far as you possibly can. And Heather's back in possession. Let's see how creative she can really get going into that final third. She's already found some space. Is she going to take a man on? Oh. I'm telling you, this game is about to be fire. And I just want to see how JD calms herself down and gets back into this.
Do you know what I find really interesting as well is that Heather's not wearing the noise-cancelling headsets, so she can hear every single thing we're saying about her, and considering that she doesn't do well with pressure at LAN events, I'm surprised she's choosing to listen to what we're saying.
And you know what? That is absolutely a testament to her, right? We spoke a lot about her growth this year and how she's had some hard times this year with some poor results, right? And that's a testament to her and her character as she's growing, and JD's gotten back in possession. Can she get another goal back? Oh, she just missed a through ball into the final third, but still in possession. She loves the slow build-up. Cross it into the box, maybe? No, she wants to toy around with it, all right. Well,
Noticed as well, Heather's playing a much more defensive formation, and this is quite unusual for her. She tends to be a very, very attacking player. She doesn't sit back, but I wonder if that's just her starting to think, I need to play a little bit more safe here, because all she needs to do is win one game and she's secured a top 2 position and that final spot.
Yeah, and do you know, she's probably watched the previous game with JD and she's probably thinking she's probably got a lot of confidence, right? How can she take down that confidence, get her out of possession? Because once JD's in possession and she's got that slow build-up, she gets into that final very quickly and she just hits you with the dagger, and Heather's defending very, very well against that. So it's going to be a tricky one for her to get out of, but for Heather, I'm sure in the second half we're probably going to see more goals.
And I also feel like if this game doesn't end 8-1, which is what JD lost to Heather in the qualifiers, I feel like JD should be so proud of herself. But a half-time goal, which is so common in FC, JD really needed to lock in there, because we see it so often in FC. Half-time is one of the best times to score, because I don't know what it is in game. It just becomes a little bit easier. Heather knew that. She capitalized on it. She's winning 4-1.
Listen, I told you, Heather is my champion-elect, you know? And this is why. Look at, she, again, not seen a smile once. You were 4-1 up at half-time, on the road to winning $6.5 grand, 24 months of Sky Broadband, and you haven't cracked a smile once. And that's what you call locked in. And of course, JD, what can she do in the second half to come back around? What have you noticed about her game that possibly she can change?
I feel like she's not being as creative as she was in the quarterfinals. We saw her take a lot more chances, attack the game in the more ways. I feel like, I'm not sure if it's because she's coming up against Heather and there's that nerves there, but she's playing way too safe, and we need to see quarterfinal JD come back for the semi-final against Heather. It's only 4-1. She is 3 goals down, but 45 minutes, anything can change.
I mean, like you said, anything can happen, right? You've been in these situations before. How do you come back?
I mean, it depends on who I'm playing, to be honest. Sometimes if you do come up against players like Heather and Lisa, it is scary at the thought of thinking, oh my gosh, I have to come back against a player like Heather who defends so well and plays so well. But just keeping calm and also taking off all expectations. I'm sure JD would love to be in the semi-finals, but you just need to not think about it and just focus on the task at hand. We have seen that she can come back immediately, and she can score goals against Heather. She just has to start being more creative now.
All right, let's see what she can do with that creativity. Second half is on the way. Playing through the wings, let's see how she's going to capitalize on this. I feel like playing through the middle doesn't always work. It's one of the things that I like to do, so that's kind of a testament to how much it doesn't work, right? I'm not saying that JD should probably change up her tactics, but like you said, finding some way through the creativity, maybe on the wings, I don't know. I'm just here trying to understand a way for JD to get back into this game.
Heather's a difficult player to come up against because she reads the game so well. If you change the way you're playing, she figures it out very, very quickly and adapts her own game so that you have seconds to then think about, oh no, what do I have to do now? But this gameplay that we're seeing from Heather now is very typical Heather. She will just keep passing around the box. She's in no rush. She knows I'm 4-1 up, I'll take my time, but you'll see Heather be calm, passing about, not really wanting to score, and then give it to about the 80th minute, you'll see Heather attacking, trying to score as many goals again.
Exactly, and that's what I'm fearing for JD right now. If she wants to get any goals in, it has to come any time between now and the 80th minute. Otherwise, she can kiss that final goodbye. I'm sitting here literally like Carlo Ancelotti or Pep Guardiola, analysing the teams, thinking, what can I do next? You know, what can I change? What tactics can I tweak if I was JD? And it's just not looking good, bruv.
I mean, it's the 60th minute. If I were JD personally, what I would do if I was 4-1 down, I would just go all-out attack. I know JD is still defending, but you've got just under 30 minutes to at least score 3 goals to bring it to extra time.
Yeah.
Honestly, just start attacking.
Ooh,
don't worry about defending
save.
too much. You don't really have the time or the chance to redeem yourself. But I feel like, you know what? Maybe it's the Spurs jersey. You know, maybe she needs to wear a Chelsea jersey or.
It's getting a little Spursy in here.
I know, JD. I wonder if JD heard it because she smiled a little bit, but yeah, she definitely heard it.
She heard it.
JD, we love you, but maybe take a pause, change to Chelsea jersey, get more goals.
She said, nah. Listen, I'm telling you, Chelsea, we win trophies, we get you to finals. No, but kudos to JD though. She does still look like she's not giving up, and that's all that matters. And she in, no, she's offside. Ooh.
And no matter the result as well, JD's going to gain so much experience and confidence from this. And I think that's one of the most important things coming out from this tournament is the confidence that these women are going to get. Because now she's going to go home and she's going to think, you know what, I'm not actually as bad as what I thought I was, because it is a hard game when you're playing weekend league and you're in your room by yourself, and it's a very stressful situation. But I hope from this we'll see JD signing up for more women's tournaments, even if it's not to win, but to just give her that confidence boost.
Exactly, and like I said, she's given me a confidence boost, and I suck at this game. And again, it's just all about the fun of playing this game and just seeing how good you can get as Heather makes a change. Do you reckon this is going to be more of a defensive tactic, or do you think Heather's probably going to go forward and put more in her attack?
I think we're in and around the time where Heather starts attacking more now. I think Heather personally feels like she should have scored a lot more goals by now, especially that she beat JD 8-1 in the qualifiers. But I feel like JD, no matter what happens with this game, you should be so proud of yourself. You're only 4-1 down, and against Foot Heather, that is an amazing result. I've come up against Heather so many times, and I'm sure I've had some embarrassing scorelines against her, but at the same time, I learned so much from Heather in the way she plays. But I don't think JD is going to be too gutted, because she will still have that third place playoff as well. So she still has a chance at the top 3.
There's still all to play for. And Alia, as Heather gets back into possession, let's see if she gets the cross in. She does, but, oh, and another goal. It is 5-1 to Foot Heather. Did we expect anything less?
Not really, and I think in FC 25, the first time attempts at goals, for some reason this year, they're just really, really powerful. If you just shoot first time, especially the power shots, there's a very good chance it's going to go in, and I think that's what we've seen from Heather there to make it 5-1. But JD is on the attack here. Is she going to make it 2? Unfortunately not, but that's just Heather with how well she's defending.
She reads the game so well. It's like after the first goal, she unlocked JD's tactics instantly. And she said, okay, I see what you're trying to do here. Not on my watch. I'm going to win this game, and I'm going to win it by a nice margin. And let's see if she can go for number 6. She's currently in possession. Is she going to play the full ball? No, she's going to go to the side. Ooh.
I mean, Heather is a United fan, and I hope if the players from Manchester United are watching, take a page out of her book and probably get some better scorelines, because they ain't doing too great too far. But why are you looking at me like that?
That was so shady.
I'm a Chelsea fan. My brother's a United fan. I grew up having to watch United, but I don't care. I'll go for United if I have to. We've been going for JD with Spurs. It's only fair we go for United as well.
I'm not sure if anyone clocked the shade, but I'm telling you that was some shade from Alia. Manchester United fans, woo! If I heard that, I'll be looking at Alia like, wait, hang on a minute, what did she just say? But no, I agree with you, right? Take some notes from Heather and you might get some better results.
I mean, we've got Shauna Games in the audience, who is a Man United fan and one of my friends, and I think she's not going to be too happy that I just went at United.
Shout out to Shauna Games. She's not going to be happy with that. But we're coming to the 90th minute and it is 5-1. Unfortunately, no chance of a comeback for JD at the moment as it stands. However, for Heather, is she going straight to the finals?
I mean, she will, and I feel like Heather should be so proud of herself to be in that final spot. She's literally one game away from all the amazing prizes. But JD...
A smile, a smile, a smile. We got a smile. Well done to put Heather for winning that semi-final.
And JD as well, even though she lost, she should be so proud of herself. 5-1 against Heather. As a content creator and someone who's only played this game for about a year, is an incredible result.
Exactly. So, in other words, I'm going to be playing against you very soon.
In about a year.
In about a year.
Yeah.
See you at the next tournament?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Because, to be fair, I've been quite bad at this game this year, so you might actually beat me.
Hey!
Actually, if I go do what Lisa does, 30%, take it easy on you.
Take it easy on me. I'll be at 100, you be at 30.
But no, it's been such a good game. And I mean, Frankie, what do you think of that?
Oh, well, I'm still shocked at the shade from Ali Harvey this weekend because, my goodness, you're going for the United fans. Now you're going for your co-caster, Anita.
Right.
We might have to settle this with a game of EAFC. I don't think we've got time to do it today, but let's make a date for next year. The rematch is on, because right now I want to keep guys together because I'm enjoying the commentary so much. And obviously we really enjoyed watching JD take on Heather. It was really interesting because both of these players played differently to what we were expecting from them, Rachel.
I mean, foot header, you expected, I think, what we saw there. Maybe actually more goals. Yeah, I mean, JD couldn't really do anything, could she, to stop what she was doing. She wasn't really marking any of Heather's players. Heather had so much space. She could play wide, she could play narrow. Whatever she did, she could find a way through. I think we expected that. JD knew she was going to be a difficult opponent. I think it was just the confidence from JD. She just didn't really have it. She wasn't pressing enough. She couldn't obviously defend. Yeah, a lot of work to do, but it was against completely different players here. Someone with so much experience, and then someone like JD who's so new to this game.
Yeah, it was nice to see JD at least trying to adapt and maybe being a little bit more conservative than we've seen from her in the qualifiers. I just thought that maybe Heather was going to be a little less merciless, but she's not getting ahead of herself. She's very much got her eye on that final, and obviously she's walked into it, and a 5-1 incredibly respectable result, and something that Lisa Manley is going to have her eyes on, because Lisa Manley is going to be playing in our second semi-final. Now we are going to head to Ian Chambers because he is going to try and get some words from our winner of that first semi-final, Heather.
Thank you very much. I am with, of course, our first grand finalist that is locked in. Give it up for foot header. That's good, that's good. Solid effort from you there. I still think, after what we saw from you in the qualifiers, completely undefeated, I think you're keeping some tricks up your sleeve ahead of the grand final. Am I right?
Possibly. Possibly. We'll have to see. Yeah.
I mean, you've come out here and you've won one game and you've solidified yourself in that grand final. And I think a lot of that, of course, is testament to how well you played in the qualifiers. How much are you enjoying this journey?
Yeah, it's been a great journey. I mean, yeah, the qualifiers. I mean, like all the girls here today, them actually coming here, being a part of this tournament, it just puts like women on the map for competitive gaming. So yeah, it's been a great journey, and to find out there's other people that I haven't seen before playing as well. So it's good.
Yeah. And like your coach Max said a little bit earlier, it's about time.
Yeah, it's about time, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, JD goes now into our third place matchup a little bit later on. What did you make of her as an opponent there?
Yeah, I think she's really good. I mean, for like playing for about a year, I think it was, in Ultimate Team. So this game obviously it changes every year. So just trying to adapt to it is hard as it is. So just playing as well, she played really well. Yeah.
Your boys were saying that you sometimes lack a little bit of self-confidence despite being so good at this game. You've got, trophies already in your cabinet. What is it that's holding you back, do you think?
I just feel, I don't know. I actually don't know, but it's just like I feel sometimes the game doesn't go your way. It just could be little things, and yeah, it's just sometimes it's a 50-50. So I'm glad it helped me in this game. So yeah.
I think we can all agree that she's class at FC, that's for sure. But who do you want in the grand final? That's the big question.
I don't know. Probably Lisa, because I've had a rivalry with her for the past couple of years, so it'll be good to play her again. But we'll have to see the other players. So yeah.
Time will tell. Congratulations and good luck in the grand final. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ian. Myself and Rachel were just having a little confab, and we were just going, right, so what is the head-to-head between Lisa and Heather?
I reckon Heather's winning head-to-head. Don't you, Lisa? But especially in major tournaments, in terms of LAN, Heather's definitely come out on top a lot of times. She's got so many different titles, like Ian said, all these trophies in her cabinet. But Ian, if you're listening, ask that. Next up, I'm sure Lisa will say her and Heather will say her, so maybe we won't actually get a real result there, Frankie. But yeah, I mean, what a game that was again.
Yeah, this is a reminder of Heather's stats from the qualifying weekend. So as you can see, 43 goals scored, 5 goals conceded. So far, she has conceded 1 today, but she's only had 1 game. Potentially, you know,
she'll probably be annoyed with that. I bet you Heather's really annoyed with the conceding 1 goal in that match. Yeah, I bet she wanted the clean sheet. Do you not think? That's the kind of player she is. She'll be like, oh, you know, yes, if I'd have got 5-0, I'd be really, really happy.
But she's only got 1 more game to play before she finds out if she is going to be the latest Guild Esports Pro. As you can see from our bracket there, she has booked her spot in the grand final already. We'll see JD Liu playing again in that 3rd place decider. I know from hearing JD Liu talk earlier at the start of the show to Ian Chambers that she would like to see Nunu play in that one because she called their qualifying match boring, even though it definitely wasn't, as someone who watched it when it actually happened, because it was 2-2, but it was brilliant to watch. So, I mean, it would definitely be a treat if we got to see that. However, we do have to have a quarter-final between Nunu and Gwen to see who's going to go to the semi-final against Lisa Manley. So I'm afraid, JD, you got a bit of a long wait for that one, but I'm sure you'll be waiting with bated breath as we move into our quarter-final number 2. I am really excited for this because I think Nunu Rage was one of the big surprises for me when it came to the qualifiers. She's probably best known for her reaction videos on TikTok. Very passionate player. She actually comes out as our 3rd seed. Not bad for a content creator. I know we keep using that phrase today. But she is an incredibly aggressive player. She's very, very entertaining to watch, Alia.
Yeah, and she doesn't rage as much as what you imagine that she would. She's a Man City fan, and I asked her before the tournament today, how nervous are you to be competing? And she said, I'm more nervous about Man City playing Brighton today than I am for my own games. But she'll be happy to know, I believe they're leading 1-0.
Erling Haaland
goal. Man City, so hopefully that eases her nerves. But she really surprised me in the qualifiers. She's a lot better than I thought she would be, and I'm really excited to see her play Gwen.
And she's definitely the odds-on favourite for this matchup against Gwen. So Gwen did come 7th in our qualifiers. However, unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, Olivia could not make it to perform today. So Gwen has taken her place. Gwen came through our open qualifiers, and she's also very active on TikTok. She plays a variety of different games, FC being one of them. And one of my favourite things I discovered about Gwen when stalking her on the internet was that she's currently taking on the GR7 challenge. So she's clearly a Ronaldo fan, a High School Musical fan too. There are definitely some videos of her singing karaoke and making me feel very old. But is she going to be able to bring it to the stage today, Rachel? This is her LAN debut.
No pressure. That's what you've got to look at, haven't you? She's here, you know, obviously she's kind of got a lucky shot to be here because Olivia isn't. So she was going to come and I just believe have an interview with Ian Chambers. She's already moved up a level. She's getting to compete on the stage. Ian will probably still interview her. She's just got to enjoy this opportunity and really grab it because you never know what's going to happen in this. I don't actually know when she got told she had this opportunity. Hopefully it wasn't just last night. Hopefully she's had a few days to practice and really get ahead in the game. But yeah, like you said, her first ever tournament, so she doesn't know what to expect, which sometimes can be better. Otherwise, maybe the nerves would get to her.
If I was her, I would have loved to have been told last night. I would have been jumping. Yeah, 100%. I would have been jumping up and down.
Would you have slept last night then?
No, absolutely not.
So
I
would be fresh.
I would have got like 3 coffees.
I bet she doesn't need to sleep.
I don't
you don't need to sleep.
If I'm coming to a tournament for the first time and I've been told last night, I don't need to sleep. I'm up playing that game religiously for the next 12 to 15 hours, 100%. And like you said, the pressure's off, right? I saw her before the tournament started and she's all smiles. She looks absolutely unfazed by anything that's about to be thrown in her way. And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see how she's going to go in there and maybe get a win against Nunu. However, one request, if Nunu is listening, if you score, I need to see this live and direct, okay?
Yeah, they should just cut to us in the studio as well. We'll all be doing. I want to see everyone in the audience. You included, Eminem. You could be the support system for all our players today. I think they'd really appreciate that. Nunu, though. One thing that we did notice in the qualifiers is that while she can adapt to the competition, if she does get a little bit ahead of herself, she can get a player sent off, Rachel. And I'm just wondering if that's something that might trip her up today, or whether she's going to sort of wind things in a little bit now she's on land and there's serious money at stake.
Maybe in the first game. I think she has to get through. Obviously, it's knockouts now, isn't it? Single elimination. So she's not going to make any silly mistakes in this opening game, you'd like to think. But stranger things will happen. So I would say for her in this match, she's just got to play exactly how she has been playing in the build-up to this. Not be silly. She's obviously watched 2 matches, which I think is going to be quite an advantage for both these players. They've seen the environment. If I was them, I would have sat in there and tried to soak up all the atmosphere. No, she's not going to go down to 10 men. No red cards in this game, please.
Yeah, no red cards. Yeah. Anita's like, fingers crossed, which I wasn't expecting from you, to be honest, Anita. I thought you were going to be like, yes, red cards, please. More players sent off, drama.
I love a fair game. I love the drama, but a fair game. Like, 11v11 is always the best game that you could ever watch. 11v10, if you're not smacking her like 10-0, then what's the point, you know? So let's keep it clean. Let's keep all your players on the pitch and let's have a good game.
Can I just also say that Anita had the most dramatic entrance I've ever seen to a studio in all my time working in esports. Anita rocks up to the studio. We're just about to finish the Racers E-Series, and she is wearing like this like faux fur like jacket. She's got on this long black like brown satin gown, silver high heels. She literally walked into the studio in high heels and then changed out of them because she came straight from a wedding.
Listen, one of my good friends got married this morning, and I had to be there. I had to be there to support him and his now lovely wife. So that's why I came in with my heels. I was clinking outside the studio. I rushed here straight from the wedding, and yeah, it was just beautiful this morning, and I'm happy that I made it here because, again, we've got another beautiful event and potentially a winner. In foot header, hopefully.
Even more to celebrate. I'm celebrating this glorious commentary duo that we're seeing. Can I get some predictions for this next game?
I feel like this is going to be very hard to call because Gwen's very, very new to FC. But when she played Nunu, she only lost 4-1. And I feel like that's a very, very good scoreline. Nunu will have the upper hand here, but Gwen does have a support system, and I feel like she deserves so much praise for even being here and competing because she's so new to the game. She's never had a live event. She's got her family with her, and no matter the result, I feel like Gwen should be so proud of herself.
If you were Gwen, are you playing a 5-back?
Yes. Yeah, every day.
Please don't play a 5-back. I don't want to see a 5-back. Go all out. Play how you would play if you're at home on your PC, on your PlayStation, your Xbox, whatever you are using. Make sure you go out and be true to yourself in your formation that you choose.
What is her regular formation, Alia?
I actually asked her.
I thought you might know. That's why I asked you.
She said 4-2-3-1.
Okay.
Was her favourite formation, so I expect that's what she's going to do in game. Nunu said 4-2-2-2. So quite different formations. I'm surprised Gwen's only going with one attacker, but I think she's just trying to have a more defensive formation.
And that was very much the meta in FC 24 as well. In pro play, in your typical FC Pro season as well, 5-back is banned. So I would actually be surprised if someone decided to play that formation today. But
I mean, it might change, mightn't they? Let's see what happens early on in this game, because that's what you don't want to see. You don't want to kind of go, as we saw at Chelsea, actually, on Thursday night, 6-0 down at half-time. That wasn't a great scoreline for Noah, who they were playing. So you don't want to recreate that kind of game. So if we do see that happening, maybe we'll have a pause in game, maybe she'll change her tactics. But let's see how these opening couple of minutes go. I'm sure she'll be shouting out to her community, would have been in the build-up to this and been asking everyone how they should play this game. She's taking part in her first competition in person, and I'm sure the community, as we know, are lovely, and they would have been giving her so much advice.
Well, while we wait for the quarterfinal to get set up, I want to use this opportunity to take another look at the ultimate squad photo, especially because earlier on, Nay Saga popped into the studio to say hello. She came to like back up Anita, her podcasting partner in crime. So let's take another look at what happened when we got 47 incredible women gamers together.
People just think because I'm a woman I can't play games.
People have this perception of you.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments.
They've been conditioned in society to think that, and then they see you and they go, oh, you can play?
47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
It's got to change.
So basically, leading up to the Women's Esports Finals, Sky Broadband is bringing together 47 women for an epic squad photo.
We have the talent, we have the drive, but we're just not getting showcased.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments. Like, there's literally no reason why girls shouldn't have a tournament. Girls should have them, we should be better than the boys.
Especially as a woman of colour, like, we're looked at as a unicorn when we always existed.
You know what? The Women's Esports Finals, that's exactly what we need.
And you know what? It's about time that we are seen and recognised for the fact that we can slay and play.
Yeah, I like that.
Slay and play.
Trademark that, babe.
Coming here today and being at a squad photo as big as this is a real honour to be a part of.
Walking into a space like this, it's refreshing to see.
When you look around the room, all of those women look so different and they look so interesting.
A proper girly girl is gaming now.
Oh, wow.
Internet connection is so vital.
Especially if you're a pro player, we need it.
I want to be able to log into a game within 5 seconds.
And no lag, like no lag, no drops.
The women community is growing so fast. Connections that will last a lifetime. We're actually starting to be seen.
We're here to change the game.
Every time I watch that, I just want to like shout out more of the gamers we saw there. Jasmine Asia, she is a model. She's also creating content on the side and playing as many games as she can when she's on the road for assignments. It's Sunpai as well. You saw her talking to Nay Saga and that. She's been amazing. I got to work on a TV show with her where she lost the challenge and got flushed in a fake toilet to her doom. Sir Trevor McDonald, the Games Master, laughed at her.
It's just iconic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably one of the most bizarre working days of her life, and she absolutely took it in her stride. And luckily for Sunpai and the rest of us, we didn't technically kill her off. It was all TD
She's
magic.
there. She's there.
Yeah, she is there, absolutely live. Just must have been so much great energy on that set.
Yeah, it's just brilliant to see so many women with a shared passion come together. And what I love about seeing it not only then on the VT is we've been coming into the Sky studios every day, and it's what you're met with as soon as you come in the doors as well. It's on the revolving doors when you come in, just kind of bigging it up. It's on the walkway to the pass. As soon as you get your little pass to come through the gates, you see all these women esports kind of little I don't know what you call them, stickers on the floor. And then you get to see that picture, don't you, as well? And a lot of people around here, they've got Soccer Saturday on today. A lot of the guys on the panel going, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, it's that women's gaming event, isn't it? We're going to come down and watch. So Sky have made every single person aware of it who's working in this building. So the visibility they've given to it is just incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. We were actually in the canteen watching the Races E-Series. We're having a spot of lunch, and there was a guy who sat next to us and was just like, oh, are you doing like the F1 thing? We're like, yeah. Where we are. And this is a very good mac and cheese.
I mean, we had Jamie Redknapp say hello to us when we were up in makeup, and I turned to Anita, I was like, oh, what's that Jamie Redknapp in the flesh? It's quite cool.
Honestly, and I was like, go on, be cool, be cool, be cool, it's cool. But no, that's the amazing thing about this, right? It's visibility on deck everywhere. And that's what I love about this, right? Because sometimes you don't get that visibility, and I feel like we deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone from Sky Sports watching this in the building wants to come in and chat about our FC players, this is an open invitation. We've got a spot on the sofa, why not? Come and join us.
Yeah, Rachel's got some mates working this weekend.
Yeah, I saw Clinton Morrison and Michael Dawson earlier. I was like, come on, boys, come and join us. They promised me an interview over with Ian Chambers, but they're off air now at about 6, so I don't know where they are.
Yeah, we will.
Guys, get over there.
Maybe Ian's tracking them down, although we are trying to get Ian to maybe roam around the vicinity of Northwest Corner and grab us some more interviews. It is crazy, though, when I think about it, because we've got a quarterfinal, with semi-final, sorry, I'm doing maths here, this is not my strong suit, then obviously our third place match, our final. There's just 4 matches left of this entire event of the Women's Esports Finals, brought to you by Sky Broadband. And at the end of them, we're going to have a bona fide Guild Esports Pro player. She'll be joining Anna as the other Women's FC player for Guild Esports. And that's going to be really exciting. And I imagine Anna is going to be someone who can help kind of guide them into what this jersey means.
Yeah, you know, Anna's the only female FC player on the Guild team, and she's an incredible player. Unfortunately, she couldn't compete in this tournament, but having another woman on your squad, and you get to practice together, women empowering women. Me and Anita talk a lot about the good vibes with Lena Jade as well. It's so incredible. And to say, as a woman, you're signed to a professional esports org faced by David Beckham is such an amazing achievement. Sorry.
Yeah, you managed to actually spend a bit of time with David Beckham.
Yeah, I mean, see, I still get very flustered talking about it because it's David Beckham.
And your nan fancies him.
Yeah, my nan fancies David Beckham. I grew up in Singapore, so Beckham was always just on TV, and my brother actually met him when he was about 8 years old, and I said it to Beckham, and he said, please don't tell me your brother's like 30 odd now, because it's going to make me feel so old. But he's so lovely, and I love how much Beckham empowers women in gaming and football, and he's just such a good guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not as great as Paul Scholes, though. I really like Paul Scholes. Is that really weird? That is so weird. Why did I say that? I managed to keep that under my hat.
I'm waiting for you to have a backup. Why?
Because he's the super sub of the 90s. World's best substitute midfielder. Anyway, let's head over to Ian Chambers because he found Clinton Morrison. Jesus.
What are you guys on about? I'm standing by with the man, the myth, the legend, Clinton Morrison. And by the way, my day has just been made because he complimented my outfit. What did you say again?
Nah, you look smart. I like that swag. I like your style. You look really good, mate. So
can you stick around for the full show?
I'll be here. I'll be your hype man. Don't worry about that.
Clinton, you literally just finished on Soccer Saturday. You've been doing some punditry over there. I could give you a full introduction and run through all the clubs you played for, but we'd be here all day.
Yeah, you're right.
What a career you had. What have been some of the key results today? Because we've been too busy doing this.
Oh, yeah, that's a good... Well, listen, I did the Crystal Palace Fulham game. That was a bad result. Yeah, Palace lost, Fulham beat them. Wolves got a big result. They beat Southampton, so that's a massive result.
Huge.
And Brentford beat Bournemouth. And Man City are winning 1-0, which I'm happy about.
There you go.
So, because Haaland scored. So
big update from Clinton there. Now, you can see behind us, this is probably something that I imagine you're not used to seeing. You know, live, in-person, esports tournament, exclusively for women. It's a huge opportunity for all of the players involved. Right now, we're playing EAFC. It's the Football E-Series. You a player at all? Do you pick up a pad at all?
Let me tell you something. I'm the worst gamer ever. I'll be honest with you, my sons play FIFA and stuff like that, and I can hear the controls going, getting smashed upstairs and damaging in the wall, and I lose my head on them. I say, you can't do that. But then I played it once, and I'm nowhere near good enough. But I respect it, and good luck to all the women that are playing it this evening, because it is the hardest thing ever. Yeah. The hardest thing to go and game, and you have to... Sometimes you can lose your head easily, but these lot are professionals. I'm not a professional.
Well, if you just run it back briefly before I let you go to when you were, lacing up the boots, what are some of the key last-minute words of advice you'd give to a player as they're starting to just settle down before the first whistle?
Oh, see, me, I'm a loudmouth, so I was always buzzing and happy and stuff. But if you're a bit nervous, just make sure your first touch or your first pass is good enough, and then you'll have a good game. And enjoy yourself. That's what it's all about, having fun, enjoy yourself. I've always got a smile on my face. And yeah, just enjoy yourself, because that's the best thing. But yeah, I was the confident person, but I always delivered. And I know all of these people here today will deliver.
Just this crowd briefly before we go, can we give it up for Clinton Morrison, please? What a man.
Cheers,
Thank you so much for coming.
Hey,
you've had a busy day.
And best dressed man ever. Look at that. Look at his swag, everyone. I love it.
That's going on my show reel.
Yeah.
Let's get into the next one. It's back to the studio.
I bigged him up enough.
Best dressed indeed. He looks amazing, doesn't he, Alia?
I will say, you know what, I've only met Ian a few times, but every time I've seen him on social media, he just looks so good. And I don't mean that in a weird way because my boyfriend's watching. But Whoa! No, but I mean, Ian's a very well-dressed man. That's what I mean. Not saying I'm getting my foot.
I'm not still talking.
Alia, please.
I'm sorry, Danny.
Stop talking. Okay, let's get straight into this match. So. Alia's boyfriend, big up Alia's boyfriend.
My ears just got really red. I'm so sorry, Danny. He's literally in the arena watching, probably thinking, did she just insult my dressing?
He's probably wondering if you told him he looked good when you woke up this morning.
I didn't. He wasn't dressed yet.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that sounds so odd. I didn't mean that like that. He wasn't wearing proper clothes. No.
Do you know what? Let's get into this game, right?
I'm sorry.
Let's get into this game.
I'm so sorry.
We have Nunu Reyes playing against Gwen LDN. And of course, Nunu in her signature Man City kit.
I mean, Nunu is a Man City fan. Her favourite player is Lauren Hemp, and just like that, 1-0.
Fantastic goal from Nunu. So easy for her. Marcus Thuram. In the qualifiers, she was using Marcus Thuram like crazy.
She was. I mean, I was so surprised because Thuram isn't a player that you see many pro players use. But in the qualifiers, quite a few of the women was using them in the squad, especially Nunu. She was scoring so many goals using Marcus Thuram. But it does look like Gwen here is trying to get one.
Oh, and it's 1-1.
Gwen! Go, Gwen! You're doing so well!
This is it. I love an underdog story. If Gwen can get in front, I think she can go 5 at the back, like we suggested that she probably would in the first place, and hold on to that.
And Gwen as well, before we started the tournament, we brought her to the arena and I said, do you want some photos on the stage? And she's like, I'm really shy of the camera. And I'm like, no, you're here. You should be so proud of yourself.
Exactly.
Get on the stage. I spammed it. Do you know what? Us women, we love to spam the photos. You've got to take lots of photos. Took different angles for her. 1-1 against Nunu. She's doing so well. And I also think part of it is because she has her family in the audience. That makes such a difference.
Exactly. When you have them rooting for you, there's nothing that can stop you. And like you said earlier, when you have the people that you love in your ear telling you you can do something, you can persevere, nothing can stop you. I'm telling you for a fact, if my family was in the audience, I'd be 3-0 up by now.
I mean, a support system is so important, and that's why we love women in gaming and women in esports, because we just big each other up.
Exactly.
And you'll see the two of them at the end of this game. They're not going to be upset that they lost. They're going to be so happy that the other person's done well, and that's why we love women in esports and the Sky Broadband Women Esports Finals.
Exactly, and I don't know if you saw, but Nunu's got a special player in her team. Can you see that, bottom left? Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer is in Nunu's team. And I heard you and Nina J talking loads about him. And look, goal from Cole Palmer himself. It's getting a bit chilly in here, ain't it?
I mean, ex-Man City player. I feel like Nunu is going to wish Man City didn't get rid of Cole Palmer. But from two Chelsea fans, thank you very much, Man City. We love him. We love Cole Palmer.
And it was an absolute bargain too. You guys got pennies. But we've got Gwen back in possession. Let's see what she can do from here. Oh, child, getting into that final third is a little bit difficult against Nunu. Her defence setup is so brilliant. However, she's managed to get into the final third, but offside.
Gwen is playing so well. I mean, we have to remember she is so new to FC. She's a football content creator. She does High School Musical singing, like Frankie said earlier. She's a variety content creator. She's not like all the other women who are specifically to FC. And to be 2-1 in the 24th minute, Gwen's doing such an incredible job.
Exactly, and I'm not being funny. High School Musical fan, I'm a High School Musical fan. Celebrations. If you had to do one High School Musical dance as a celebration, what would it be?
Do you know what? I grew up watching High School Musical, right? I don't know if that shows how old I am or how young I am. But I remember we would go to the cinema. Oh my God!
It's 2-2.
That is cinema right there.
That was cinema. They both got Palmer on the team.
Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, it's getting a bit chilly in here, and I have noticed that AC has gone on in the studio, so it actually is getting a bit chilly in here, right?
I mean, 2-2. I don't think any of us were expecting Gwen to be playing this well, not because she's a bad player, but because Nunu is so much more experienced than Gwen, but she's doing an incredible job. Like, I don't know what Gwen's done in the last 2 weeks, but it's almost like she's had a coach, she's done so much practice, she's just a different player compared to what we saw in the qualifiers.
Well, do you probably think that maybe Nunu has come into this game and just underestimated exactly what Gwen is made of?
Potentially. I think naturally, if you play against someone who in the qualifiers wasn't the strong person to come up against, you're going to think, I have a little bit of an easier run, but Nunu makes it 3-2 at the 34th minute. We're not really seeing Nunu do the gritty in-game. Nunu, if you can hear us, where's the greedy? Greedy. I'm stumbling over my words at the minute.
Don't worry, it's Ian swag. It's Ian swag.
Don't bring it up again. I'd rather not speak about it anymore. Made an absolute mess of myself there. But I apologise again, by the way. But Gwen, 3-2 down at the minute to Nunu, but she's playing so well.
She's playing really, really well, and in possession, I've not seen her lose the ball as much as I thought she would as well. So it's getting a bit interesting. I think Nunu has definitely sat up and sat forward, knowing that she has a lot to play for in this round. Again, 90 minutes and it's done. One leg, knockout. So let's see what Gwen can provide. Let's see if she can get the equaliser. I do have a feeling if Nunu gets that next goal, it might be curtains.
I mean, it's hard to call because I feel like Gwen is really the underdog and she's surprising everyone, especially Nunu. I don't think Nunu was expecting this game to be 3-2 just before half-time, especially that she beat Gwen 4-1 in the qualifiers. This is a completely different Gwen that we're seeing here today, but it's coming up to that halfway point, and as we know in FC, a lot of goals come just before half-time, so we might see one potentially for Gwen here if she manages to keep possession for the next minute or so in-game. How is she going to play it? Beautiful through ball. Unfortunately, she went backwards. Can she get the goal here that she needs?
Do you know what? That's the problem that I've been seeing today from all of our players. Actually,
just offside there.
That's the problem that I've been seeing from most of the players today. Just getting bodies forward and getting bodies into the box. It's been an issue, and I just hope that it's something that they can rectify. And of course, we're coming to half-time. Oh, it is half-time.
It is half-time.
3-2 to Nunu, but I don't think this game is over.
No, I'll be honest, looking at both of the quarterfinals, I thought it was going to be JD and MZ that was a lot more tight-knit just based on the results in the qualies. This game has really, really surprised me, and I didn't expect this result. I don't think Nunu was either, but Gwen, I mean, she's our current underdog, and she's so calm. She's cool and collected, you know. Yeah. She's not even really smiling after she scores. She's smiling after Nunu scores, which is quite funny. Normally it's
one of those ironic smiles, like, okay, you scored, all right. Let me show you what I've got. And we're back underway in the second half. Let's see what Gwen's made of, but Nunu already is in possession and trying to bomb it forward.
I mean, I just don't even know what to expect from this game. It might potentially be the first game where we see extra time, because we haven't had that yet today, and potentially even penalties. And I don't know about you, Anita, but I love a game that has penalties.
Hey, I love the drama, right? I love a good penalty shootout. I love some extra time. Get that into this game. But again, I still haven't given up on Nunu. I do think the next goal potentially can change the tide of this match. And if Nunu gets that, I don't see Gwen having a comeback. Of course, both teams are very good in possession, but when it gets to that all-important final third, it's all about your decision-making, and let's see what kind of decisions Nunu is going to make. She turns back around, and it's just not clicking for her in that final third right now, is it?
No, compared to the qualies, I feel like Nunu's playing a lot more reserved.
Very safe.
Yeah, in the qualifications, she was attacking, she was going for it, she wasn't scared to play. Whereas today, it seems like the nerves are getting to her a little bit. She did say she wasn't very nervous beforehand, but she's just not attacking the way that we know she can attack.
Maybe it's because I asked her to do the gritty.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Now she's thinking, I have to score so I can get one gritty for Anita. I haven't done it yet.
Listen, I'm not being funny. There's still a lot of time. There's still a lot of time, and I do want to see the gritty. So I'm kind of hoping Nunu wins so we can get it in, hopefully, the semi-finals. But of course, Gwen is doing an amazing job right now.
I am so impressed by how much Gwen has improved in the last 2 weeks.
Got to ram on the ball again.
Is Nunu going to get a goal here? Great.
Surely. Oh, what a save!
Oh
Double
gosh.
save! What a double save! Jesus Christ, right?
Gwen, I don't know what you've done in these last 2 weeks, but you are so much better. I'm so impressed by you. The defending, her keeper as well today, is on another level. She wasn't great at defending in the qualifications, if we're being honest, but today, it is a completely different player.
She's absolutely smashing it. She's gone back, she's done her homework, and she's gotten better at defending and, of course, in attack as well. Let's see if she can get an all-important third goal. Ref, is that a free kick? All right, let's see her on the turn. Are you going to go for goal? Offside.
Offside.
Do you know the offside rule really irritates me sometimes?
Yeah.
It irritates me sometimes. It's just the offside trap, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you've made loads of videos on your TikTok talking about the offside rule, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, they're not received very well in the comments when I talk about it, but I just get confused by it sometimes, to be honest. But I feel like that's one of those things. When you're playing FC, it's such a fast-paced game that you're not really thinking about offside. You're just thinking, let me just keep attacking, try and get up there as much as possible. And your opponents can do an offside trap.
Do you know what? Well. Do you know the funniest, most ironic thing is when I do play up front, offside's at the back of my mind all the time. And it makes me fumble so often. I'll be like, I've got to run back, I've got to get back on, got to run back, got to get back on. By the time I'm done, and Nunu goes for goal. Great save, but by the time I'm done, my player is out of breath, out of energy.
I mean, I tried playing football once before, never played in my life. I wanted to play up front as a striker, try and get some goals.
Oh, Alia,
consistently
big
offside.
Mistake.
The coach put me on right back, so I couldn't actually do anything, and I didn't get the ball for the rest of the match. But, I mean, I'm just not meant to be a footballer.
Do you know what?
Football.
It doesn't matter because you are an excellent FC gamer.
Oh, thank
you. Exactly. Don't worry, I got you. I got you.
Cry.
I remember you told me you loved me in the first game, so, you know, show you some love back.
75th minute here, still 3-2 to Nunu. A very, very close game. Is she going to make it for here with her favourite card through?
Oh, you're dirty! You're dirty! Look at that! Oh my, she gave them their skills, you're dirty!
I laugh so much. You're really funny, Anita.
Thank you, I try my best.
You're a very funny person.
But no, that goal was sensational.
She didn't gritty for you again.
Nunu, next goal is a gritty, all right? Yeah, I know you can hear me. You got me, you got me, you got me. And of course, Gwen, next goal for you too.
What's going to be really interesting is the third place playoff between JD and Gwen. Is going to be such an exciting game. I can't call that game, you know.
And you know what? There's still 10 minutes, so it might not be JD and Gwen.
Sorry.
It might be JD and Nunu. And, she's in on goal. What's she going to do with it? Oh, nice save. But to be fair, it might be JD and Gwen. But I'm still rooting for her. Let's see if she can get at least another goal back within the next couple of minutes, and that will completely change the tide. But again, that was a perfect opportunity. Great save. Is it a foul? No, it's not.
You know what? If Gwen does lose this game and she comes up against JD in the third place playoff, if I was JD, I'd be feeling very, very nervous because Gwen, I keep saying this, she's improved so much, and I'm so impressed by her. Nunu nearly making it 5-2 with another attempt at the top corner, but what a game this has been, hasn't it, Anita?
She's trying to get top bin so the griddy's worthy. I see you. I see you. But yeah, what a game this has been. It's been pretty equal, pretty level playing field, and Gwen's got the ball in the final third. Can she get a goal? Oh! Is she gonna shoot? Gwen! Gwen!
I don't think think she was expecting to be in that position. That's why she sort of just stopped there. She didn't really do anything. But we might see a third goal potentially from Gwen here.
She's still in possession. Can she get it back into the box? Can she go for goal? I want to see another Gwen goal.
Gwen just power shot.
Come on! Oh!
Such a good attempt, but that game does finish 4-2 to Nunu. And what a game! That was so good.
Did you see me on the edge of my seat?
Mm-hmm.
Ciao! Oh, I was not expecting that. The last 10 minutes was absolutely fire. And Nunu, I am holding a grudge against you. Next match, I do want to see a griddy, and you've got to promise me. Look at the camera and promise me. Come on. We're gonna get it next time around. But yes, what a great game that was.
I just love, FC and women in esports because it's so unpredictable. In fact, on paper, we had our predictions on who was gonna win every single game, and these women just continue to surprise us. And I'm looking forward to the semi-final now. We're gonna see Lisa Manley playing for the first time today.
I can't wait. We have talked a lot about Lisa Manley, and she has waited the longest of all of our players to take to the stage today, but I know she's standing by, ready to get on that stage and get set up. But we should talk about that quarter-final. We are, by the way, powered by Sky Broadband. Game like a pro with Sky Broadband, built to power the pros. And at the end of the day, we will be making another pro player for Guild Esports. You'll be able to wait a little bit longer, though, to find out who is going to be wearing that Guild Esports jersey, I should say, for the foreseeable, because the journey is not over yet. See what I did there? There you go, Alia. That's how you get out of an awkward spot when your boyfriend's in the audience.
Don't bring it up. I can't believe I did. I don't think I've ever done something like that on broadcast. I'm so sorry, Sky. Please hire me again.
The first time I worked in FC broadcast, I went up to FG, who's hosted the FC Pro Open, and I asked him for the Manchester City players' numbers. And I told myself I wasn't going to do it. I was like, right, okay, we're going to do this live introduction, walk around the studio, introduce everyone. Like, EA were like, yeah, you can banter. You can do a bit of banter. I was like, brilliant, okay, but I'm not going to do that banter. Walk up. First thing I do.
Who's in particular did you want? Whose number?
Oh, gosh. I'm
putting on the spot now.
Little Phil Foden. Why not? Little Phil Foden.
Sounds terrible, Frankie.
Listen, they're all married men, and I'm a married woman, so it was all very, very innocent. Yeah, I fancy myself. Actually, no, I fancy myself as the next De Bruyne. Why not?
The match was good, though, wasn't it?
Right, yeah. I mean, we should. I was going to say, let's not talk about De Bruyne. Let's talk about Cole Palmer, Battle of the Cole Palmers. We don't have time because Ian Chambers is on the ground and ready to get us an interview with Nunu.
We love Nunu, absolutely. Nunu, congratulations. How was that for you?
I was really nervous about it because that was my first game of the day, so I didn't know how it was going to go. But credit to her.
I mean, it went well. 4-2 was the score. You said this is your first game of the day. How have you been preparing? Did you get a good night's sleep last night? And what have you been up to before coming out here onto the stage?
Yeah, I had a good night's sleep. I went to bed at about 8, which was okay for me. So, yeah, it was a good night's sleep.
I was speaking to your brother earlier, right? We were together. And he was telling me that your goal celebration, which we haven't seen yet, it came from him. And you debated that. You say it's your goal. Regardless, are we going to see it? Because I want you to do it now, but you've told me you're not going to do it until you score again.
Yeah, I'll basically do it if I score, but my brother's lying. I got it from the football player Jeremy Doku, that played for Man City, so yeah, that's where I got the celebration from.
Yeah, I hope he's listening, you liar. So how are you feeling going into the semi-final? Lisa is your opposition, and it's going to be a tough one. And you've played before, of course.
Yeah, I played her before, and I think it was pretty even until I got a red card. So hopefully I will play well.
And don't get any players sent off.
Yeah, and don't get anyone sent off.
All right, we got any Nunu fans in the building? I think so. Good luck in the semi-finals. You're brilliant.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's so nice to see Nunu live and in person on that stage, because it's so interesting when you see these players, almost, exclusively online until this point. You get to see them raging, you get to see them entertaining their audience. But on that stage, you get to see them fully focused, because there is a lot on the line here.
Oh, gosh, loads on the line. And her brother's there as well, so bringing the support down from... Is she up in Manchester as well? Is she based up in Manchester, being a City fan? Maybe. I'd like to think she possibly is, but I mean, you know, that was a great match. It was pretty even. Lots of chances. I was really impressed, obviously not only with Nunu, but Gwen, the fact that, you know, she just really took this opportunity, came out, got 2 goals as well to her name against Nunu, who managed 4 there. I think Nunu's just progressed as a player as well. She's really learned. She's got confidence, she's on the big stage, she's feeling good, she can't wait to do her goal celebration. But there was just loads of respect as well, wasn't there, between the two of them? They kept looking over each other, thumbs up, saying, no, good job you're doing, which is something you don't see in a lot of esports. I think that's quite unique as well to EAFC, Alia.
Yeah, especially in the women's scene. Like in the men's FC Pro scene, they're all so serious and they're not laughing, and you know, sometimes they don't even shake each other's hands at the end. But with the women, they're all happy, they're laughing, they're supporting each other, and that's the beauty of women in esports and just women in general. We just support each other.
Yeah, I've seen some FC Pro players cry, but that's just with the emotion of getting the win. Who knows, maybe we'll have a crying winner at the end of all of this when they're handed their Guild Esports jersey by Rachel Stringer. But again, we've got a little bit of time to go before then. So we've lined up our second semi-final, which is going to get underway very shortly indeed. Lisa Manley versus Nunu Rage. And I know that Lisa is just chomping at the bit to finally get out there and perform. She's been waiting for a tournament like this to really show what she can do.
Yeah, and Lisa, you know, we speak so much about her. She's an incredible person, incredible player, and she hopefully is feeling a little bit better today. I don't think she's at 100% yet, but she's definitely more than 30%. But she's just been waiting to go all day. She's been practicing. She knows what she can do, and she's going to be eyeing up one of those top 2 spots and potentially meeting Heather in the final.
Yeah, but Nunu, we were expecting her to maybe be a little bit reckless, maybe take a lot of chances. But as you mentioned, she really respected Gwen as an opponent, and she's been working hard, it seems, over the last couple of weeks to make sure that she keeps 11 men on the pitch.
Exactly. Thank goodness for that, right? It was actually such a good game. It was so evenly matched up as well. And kudos to Gwen, because I did not expect her to play that well. And I did expect Nunu to go out there and probably blow her out the water. But then I'm looking at Nunu. Did you get a little bit complacent? Did you come into this game and think, it's only Gwen, you know, I'll probably put a couple past her. It almost bit her in the bum, but she got out of it in the end, so the next match is going to be one to look forward to.
I've been really impressed, actually, by the passing decisions that we're seeing everyone making here. Everyone's actually keeping a relatively cool head on that stage. You know, we expect it from, in a way, despite the nerves, we still expect it from Heather because she knows she has the upper hand against most of the players here, if not all of them, especially with Lisa saying that she's not quite playing 100% yet. And still, all of the players actually are making, it feels like most of the time, the right decisions in game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, this one. I'm really excited to see what Lisa comes out as well. Is she going to come out and just toy with Nunu? Is she just going to pass it around the back a bit and just try and build up really slowly and take a couple of chances? Or is she going to go out there, shots firing straight away, straight from kickoff, and try and get as many goals as possible? I think maybe the first Lisa will come out here and be a bit slow. She was playing at 30% in the qualifiers. She still says she's not 100%. She's feeling better, but she's had this illness for quite some time. Hasn't been playing the game as much as she would have liked to. EAFC 25 compared to last year, but she just said she wants some more opportunities in women's gaming. So I don't know what Lisa's going to come out today. It's going to be really interesting. And she's waited a long time. What are we now? About 7 o'clock? She's been here probably since lunchtime. So it's been a long day for her, watching everybody else get their opportunity, and she's had to wait until now.
And I wonder if she's putting extra pressure upon herself.
Yeah.
She's the nation's first ever E-Lioness, so she knows she's got this pedigree. She knows, in a sense, she's got a target on her back, Anita. But is she someone you're expecting to kind of almost like rise above that pressure and just use this opportunity to showcase those skills?
Listen, I met Lisa for the first time today, and there was not a single nerve on her. She looks like she is ready to go, and she's just ready to get this over and done with. She knows what she's made of. She knows what kind of player she is, and she knows that she's a champion. If she was at 30% in the qualifiers, if she's at 60, it will be interesting to see how she's going to do in this next match and potentially in the final as well. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this match because I've been watching her streams. I haven't seen her live and direct in the tournament, and with the way Alia and Rachel have been bigging her up, I have high expectations, and I'm sure she wouldn't put that much pressure on herself because she knows that she's got this in the bag.
Alia, what should Nunu expect from Lisa when it comes to the actual pitch today?
I think based on how they played in the qualifications, Lisa beat Nunu 3-0, and that red card was speaking about, she got it against Lisa, and Lisa only managed to put 2 more past Nunu in that game. And I think if Lisa plays the same way that we're used to her playing, she's going to sit back, like Rachel said, and only attack when she has to. But I think Nunu's just going to play so much more attacking now, because I think there's a good chance she can potentially beat Lisa. It's not an easy opponent, but I feel...
It could be an upset. I feel like Lisa, and Lisa probably can hear us, she expects to win.
Yeah.
And Lisa has become complacent in the past. She'll go out there, you know, she's so relaxed. We just spoke to her, both of us did. And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm like, no, this is important. Like, this is a big deal. Like, these women there's 6 women here. There's 5 other women that really, really want to win this. They haven't had the opportunities that you have before. Lisa's been there, done it, got every single jersey going, you know. But actually these others are coming up maybe hungrier than Lisa. So she has to really be on her A game and be ready right now.
And Lisa actually said to us, well, to me earlier, she thinks there's going to be an upset in the semi-final where her or Heather isn't going to make the final. Heather's already made the final, so I'm not sure if Lisa's potentially just jinxed herself in saying, I might be the one not making the final today. But yeah, I hope that's not the case.
But Lisa, she's played in an E-Premier League, right? She's the only woman to have taken on that tournament, and that is that's a huge thing to have, I guess, in terms of in your wheelhouse, that experience she's had there. So this is almost like a smaller environment than potentially she's used to. But as you say, if she's complacent about that, it could come back to bite her.
It was the qualifier, so she never got to the E-Premier League finals. So she was in the qualifier. I think there used to be about 8 players for each club they selected. So she was one of the 8 trying to represent the club for the Premier League finals. But still, you know, she got to the final 8 in the club. You had to go through qualifiers to get to club qualifiers. So there's probably about, 500 players try and play for each club. So she was down to the final 8 in said club.
That's no joke. That is a mixed competition as well. We are going to head, though, into this semi-final very swiftly indeed. But before we kick off the action, we are powered by Sky Broadband. It's never been easier to switch to Sky Broadband, now with the UK's only major 24/7 switching support service. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Frankie. I am so excited for this game. We've got Lisa in the pink. We've got Nunu in her Man City blue. But you know what? I genuinely feel like I can't call this game. Lisa is dominating at the minute. I mean, what are you feeling so far, Anita?
I'm just trying to suss out the teams. There's a massive difference in teams here. I'm just thinking, will this be used to Lisa's advantage here? Because I don't want to say it, but on paper, it does look like Lisa does have the better team at hand, right? So I'm just wondering how they're going to start off playing this match. And of course, you've bigged up Lisa so much. In my head, she's this gamer that can't do anything wrong right now. So I'm really hoping that I get to see this version of Lisa. But on the other hand, I am hoping for an underdog story, and seeing Nunu in the final could be pure entertainment.
I mean, we love an underdog story anywhere. But I mean, Lisa, I think this is her first LAN event or live event in quite a long time. The last one she did, I believe, would have been the one that me and Rachel were at in Switzerland, and that was a couple of years ago now, or just over a year ago, sorry. But live events are a completely different ballgame. Nunu, however, she seems calm. I don't think she's that stressed about the audience.
She's all calm, cool, and connected. She's locked in, because when you play against a champion like this, Lisa just had a shot on goal and now it's a corner. But when you're playing against a champion like this, you've got to lock in, you've got to stay cool-headed, and you've got to stay calm, and she's got to learn from her mistakes from last time. Any red cards could really just it could take her out of the game. So yeah, we've got Lisa in possession. Lisa getting into that final third, and like you said earlier, everything that she does, she's always just so focused. And let's see if she's gonna get the shot off.
Still 0-0 here at the 17th minute. I was expecting a goal already, but like we said, Lisa does tend to sit back until she absolutely needs to go for it. However, this is currently quite an evenly contested match between both of the women. 20 minutes in, still 0-0. I still can't predict who is going to win this game.
And
Anita?
Do you know what? They're both not putting their best foot forward at the moment. It's like they're both trying to clock each other and trying to... It's like playing chess, you know? You're trying to suss each other out before you go straight in for the kill. And that's exactly what they're both playing at right now. And I just want to see them get a little bit more attacking. And I want to see who's going to be the first person to get that shot off and just get in front.
I mean, the way they're playing now isn't really that unusual, especially when you consider how much is at stake here. You are scared to make mistakes. You know you can score, but you're going to be a lot more careful, a lot more cautious, because one mistake can lead to you going 1-0 down. And as we know in FC, that first goal is so important. But Lisa there with a beautiful through ball. She does have the full backline of defenders against her. Can she make it 1-0 here? So well defended by Nunu.
It was great defending from Nunu. It's almost as if Nunu knew exactly what was about to happen, and she got her defenders back extremely quick. So she's playing smart and she's playing quite calmly, actually.
I mean, that's what she needs, I think, coming up against someone like Lisa Manley. You just have to stay so calm, because Lisa has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. She's played this game for so many years. She knows it arguably so much better than Nunu does. But again, this is FC. Anything can happen. We've seen so many times on the pro scene, the people you expect to win end up losing. But possession back with Nunu again.
It's literally end to end in terms of possession. And do you know one of those games that it's just a 0-0 and on paper you're thinking, oh, a 0-0, that must have been boring? No, this is a tactical masterclass from both players, and it's just about who's going to score that all-important goal. First goal will be so crucial to how they're going to play going forward, and hopefully one of them breaks the deadlock and we get to see more attacking football.
I think if we see this game go into half-time at 0-0, Lisa's going to come in the second half like a completely different player. But Nunu is really utilising that skill she has of being able to read and analyse and adapt to how her opponent is playing. Lisa, they're trying deep power shot, but very well blocked by Nunu. Can she break the deadlock here and make it 1-0 before half-time? I reckon she's going to shoot outside of the box. No, plays it safe.
What is so good about what Nunu's doing right now? She is playing so defensively that Lisa is struggling to find a way through. And every time she does gain possession back, she tries to get the ball forward as quickly as possible. But then Lisa's there with her defensive tactics, and she's playing just as good at the back. So it's pretty much a deadlock.
And Lisa is green timing every single attempt so far that she's had on goal. And the fact that she hasn't scored yet is a huge credit to how well Nunu is defending. But this might be the first game we've had today going into half-time with no goals at all.
I ain't even gonna lie, I can't call this one.
No.
I cannot call this one. And I think this was a smart play from Nunu. And in the second half, we're probably gonna see a lot more attacking from Lisa's end, and she's gonna have to unlock this defence.
I mean, 0-0 at half-time. I thought there'd be at least one goal. All smiles from Nunu. They're really happy she's managed to keep Lisa at bay.
Lisa's locked in. Did you see her face? She said,
happy.
How am I going to break this down?
I think we're going to see a different Lisa now. We did expect Lisa to hold back. I didn't expect her to not score at least one goal. But
exactly.
Lisa's one of those people who looks so calm, but she's very, very intelligent when it comes to FC. And you look at her face and you're like, you don't know what she's thinking about.
Exactly.
She's thinking a lot of different things. I mean, look at that. I mean, she just had a thought there with that facial expression.
You can tell she's locked in. And you see Nunu laughing. Nunu, lock in.
I think Nunu's just happy.
Nunu, lock in.
Anita wants that gritty.
I want that gritty, girl. Lock in. No, but honestly, Lisa, she's sat forward. Lisa has sat forward, everybody.
Posture.
There we go. She's sat full. She's ready to go and get that goal, but not if Nunu happens to get it back. She's got Marcus to ram in. No! How? Nunu, please. Please, you've scored in harder positions than that. Come on, girl. It's looking a bit sticky for Lisa.
You know what? I feel like Lisa's potentially jinxed herself by saying beforehand one person in the semi-final between Heather and Lisa's not making it through.
She's managed to find some space in between. She's trying to find those passes, those intricate passes to unlock that defence and just get more space whenever she gets into that final third, because Nunu's defence is airtight.
And we have to give so much credit to Nunu, because defending against Lisa is not an easy feat. Lisa has the ability to adapt and change the way she's attacking very, very quickly. But Nunu seems to have everything locked down.
Nunu's putting on her best Jose Mourinho act here. I'm telling you that. Amazing defence. And can she get it out? Yes, she can. Lisa's got her back in possession. What can she do? Can you see all 11 players? All 11 players were behind the ball. All 11. She's doing her best Jose Mourinho act right now. You keep it to 0-0, get to the 90th minute and get that one goal and just see yourself into the final.
And this is a little bit of a Manchester derby as well, because Lisa's a United fan, Nunu's a City fan.
It's personal.
It's a little bit more beef there to add to the situation, but Lisa running down the wing here, can she break the deadlock and make it 1-0?
Surely 1-0! The deadlock has been broken, and you can just see on Lisa's face just how important that goal was. At that point, you just couldn't see her breaking through that defence, but fortunately, she managed to get that all-important first goal, and now Nunu has to come out, and she has to get all of her players in front of the ball. Let's see how she's going to do that.
Nunu's really going to have to keep her calm here, because I've played against Lisa before and been in situations...
And she's in!
Nunu going to make...
Nunu again!
I've been in situations before with Lisa Manley where I've played against her and she's been struggling to score until the 60th minute. Once she opens that floodgates, goals are coming. Like Lisa, once she scores, she'll just keep going, and you're going to see her just attacked a lot more, as we're already seeing.
She's already so much more composed. She's drawing out the defence. She's going to make it... Again, Nunu's defence it's just on point today, isn't it?
She's doing so well, and I feel like I wasn't expecting this as well. The last two games that we've had, I feel like haven't really gone the way we thought it was going to go, but Nunu's not giving up yet. Great through ball to Palmer. Well defended by Lisa Manley. Again.
Right idea, right side of the attack, and again, I'm just wondering how Nunu is now going to come out and break down Lisa's defence, because Lisa, again, she's been defending it extremely well, and she's had a lot of possession also. Now it's time for Nunu to show out and see what she's got. Can she get into that final third? Can she get a goal off? No, she cannot get the shot off.
I mean, all Nunu needs to do is keep defending the way that she has been, score one goal, and this game's going to extra time.
Listen, I ain't even going to lie. I don't want to see extra time on Jose Mourinho ball. I do not. Let's switch it up and let's switch up. Your manager is Pep Guardiola in real life. Let's get attacking.
Tell you what, though, I think Lisa's well stressed.
Yeah.
You can always tell. She doesn't have that many emotions.
Yeah.
But you can always tell when she is stressed. She starts furrowing her eyebrows a little bit, and she starts like shaking her chair a little bit. She doesn't stay still. So I think she's really nervous, and I don't think she was expecting this game to be as close as it has been.
Right, and that's just how serious this game is. Is she in on goal? Is she? Oh, great save. And again, that's just how serious you can see she takes this competition, her and Nunu, right? And it's like coming into the qualifiers at 30%, she's now probably at 60%, and she's thinking, I've got to give it my all here, I've got to give it my best, and that's just how important this competition is for these women.
And that's Lisa Manley as well, has a lot of pressure on her. She's an England E-Lioness, the first one, currently the only one as well. You don't expect an E-Lioness to not go all the way to the finals.
Exactly. You don't expect the Lionesses in general to not go all the way to the finals, do you? Always in the finals, aren't they?
I mean, I love watching the Lionesses. The first time I watched a football game in a proper English stadium was actually the Lionesses for the Euro. So I just love England. We actually saw Steph Houghton earlier as well,
Yes,
which was pretty cool. A little bit starstruck there, but 76th minute, it's still 1-0 to Lisa Manley, and I still can't call this because Nunu's been playing so well.
I do think Nunu might sneak one back. I'm literally sitting forward watching this with my little glasses thinking, who's gonna score next and where is it gonna come from?
I mean, I don't have an answer for that, to be honest, Anita. I feel like Nunu hasn't really let that first goal get to her. Is she gonna shoot? Yes, she does.
And
Nearly.
do you know what? I think that shot was a panic shot, if I'm being honest with you. She didn't see a way through the defence and she just tried her luck.
I mean, that's what you need to do sometimes, I feel like. We've got 10 minutes left. All Nunu needs really is one goal.
It's all about the fine margins in this game. One goal can change the trajectory of your entire match, and one goal for Nunu can see her one step closer to a final.
I mean, I remember in the qualifiers we were speaking to her and she said, if I make the finals of this tournament, I'm going to be so proud of myself because I've never competed before. This is my first ever live event. If I make the finals, I think she said she was going to be emotional, but Nunu, she let her guard down. Lisa Manley capitalised on it and made it 2-0, and I think that sealed that game off, I think. But that is, Nunu's gonna be so disappointed to concede that way.
Do you know, Lisa is giving me life right now. She was like, fair enough. She was like, okay. I don't necessarily think Lisa is quite happy with this scoreline. Even though she's winning 2-0, I think she's probably looking at this thinking, why is it taking me so long to get on the score sheet? Why is it taking me so long to lock this game off? And you could just tell by her mannerisms that she wants more from herself.
Yeah, and she is the pro player, and it's similar to Heather earlier when she conceded that one goal. She wasn't happy she conceded despite winning, and that's the mentality of the pro players. They expect themselves to be performing a lot better than what they do. But, I mean, Lisa, I feel personally has got to be very, very grateful she's won this 3-0.
It is a third. This has been a game of two halves, but only the second half mattered. The first half was a massive deadlock, and now can we get one goal so that we can see Nunu do the gritty?
I mean, we did say Lisa Manley was going to come out different in this second half. All she needed was that first goal, and more goals came. But I feel gutted that Nunu conceded that second goal the way that she did. That's probably the worst way you can concede an FC.
It's totally the worst way, but there's still all to play for in the third place kickoffs, ain't it? So we'll see what happens. I'm actually quite gutted that I didn't get to see Nunu gritty yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, you're right, not yet. But did she do it? Did I miss it? No, she did. Do you know what? Better luck in the next round. But as for Lisa, she's going straight to the finals. Big up Lisa.
I mean, that Nunu and JD third place playoff is going to be interesting, isn't it, Frankie? Because JD said she wanted revenge.
She did. It was 2-2 in the qualifying stage a couple of weeks ago. And so now we're going to have the opportunity to see JD and Nunu face off again. And unlike what JD was saying to Ian earlier, it wasn't a boring matchup at all. It was a really exciting game to watch, and I cannot wait to see the repeat, to see if someone can come out on top in regular time. There has to be a winner. It's the first place matchup, so we're definitely going to see someone finally take the title as to who's got the upper hand in that particular matchup. But in this matchup, Rachel Stringer, we saw Lisa finally find her feet. It just took her a little bit of time.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? It took her an entire half of the match, 45 minutes. She couldn't find the back of the net from either of our players. I think what Nunu was lacking when she got in the box, it seemed like she wasn't confident enough to take her time and find some space. You know, you could add another couple of passes in, but she just tried to go for goal every time, and there wasn't any space. Lisa had 4 players always in the box as well, defending. So she maybe Ali needed to find a couple of skill moves in there just to give her the space to open up the game a little bit, pass it backwards, and then find somewhere on the right, somewhere on the left. But she just wasn't able to have the confidence to do that.
That's very unlike her, because in the qualifiers, she was so calm in the box, and I wonder if that's because she's at a live event, there's an audience, and the pressure's getting to her a little bit.
And it is a semi-final. There's so much on the line here at Sky Studios. Now we are going to head over to Northwest Corner to see from Lisa and Ian Chambers. So let's head there now.
Cheers, guys. I'm here with Lisa Manley. Just outstanding performer every single time you step up here. And you came in as the favourite. However, Nunu really put up a good fight there.
Yeah, she definitely made it hard for me. I think it took me a while to get going. I was a bit nervous, to be honest with you. I did change formation just before we started this game as well. So that sort of put me off my stride, I guess you could say. Had 13 shots to her too. I just couldn't get the ball in the back of the net. But once I got the first one, I got the flow going. Yeah.
It did look at times that you were, despite being up, you looked a little bit frustrated. Is it because you expect so much from yourself every single time you play?
Yeah, I was a bit frustrated. I couldn't get that first goal. Defensively, she was making it hard for me. So I think just getting that first goal settled the nerves, and that's where I was able to get a couple of more goals. Obviously, unfortunately, she gave me the second one, which was unfortunate, but it was a great game.
You've had quite a bit of time to fill, of course, coming into the semi-final late on in the day. This is the first time you've played, of course. You now go directly into the grand final against Foot's Header. Has it been all right? Been waiting around, ready to get in? How have you been keeping yourself warmed up?
Yeah, we actually had a practice room prior to this, and I was practicing in rivals with this formation and also the players. Obviously, it's kind of harder in rivals because I've got loans, so I can't really use half the players. But yeah, it's definitely different here because of the crowd, obviously, and just being on stage with all the cameras. But in the final, I'm looking forward to it.
Now, for anybody who doesn't know about you, Lisa, let's just give them a quick history lesson, just a brief run-through. You are, of course, the first ever E-Lioness. Round of applause for that, first ever E-Lioness, sitting next to me. Former player, AFC Wimbledon and Fulham. It was a knee injury that took you out of that, but you were still playing this game at the time. But it gave you, I guess, a competitive outlet to continue to do what you love.
Yeah, obviously you're able to bring your sort of skills from football into the game. It's sort of similar patterns and stuff that you'd play in real life as well. So I do think that helped me. Yeah,
you think it gives you an advantage?
I think it definitely does give you an advantage.
So when it comes to accolades, I'm going to let you go in a minute. I'm talking your ear off here. I'm chewing your ear off. This accolade, I imagine, would mean a lot. The very first ever Sky Broadband Football E-Series. What would it mean to get the dub?
Yeah, it would mean a lot to me. And of course, I've got Heather, who was a very, very good competitor in the final. And if I play like that, honestly, it might not go my way, but I'll give it my best shot.
Nice little rivalry. Who's got the one up here when it comes to previous results? If we put head-to-head together, who's the best?
I'm actually not sure, to be honest with you. I feel like they mentioned it earlier on the broadcast that I wouldn't know. I feel like we've played each other so many times. It's been back and forth whether I've won or she's won. She's a great player, and I'm looking forward to the final.
That is going to be one to watch. But we are not finished yet. Of course, we've still got the fight for third place coming up soon as well, followed by the grand final, Lisa versus Foothead. We'll be back after the break.
At the Sky Guild Gaming Centre, we're launching a new initiative for the Women's Esports Finals. My advice would be ready, be prepared, but just enjoy it, because this is a moment we've all been waiting for, and it's a moment that you've all prepared for. So go there, enjoy it, and win.
People just think because I'm a woman I can't play games.
People have this perception of you.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments.
They've been conditioned in society to think that, and then they see you and they go, oh, you can play?
47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
It's got to change.
So basically, leading up to the Women's Esports Finals, Sky Broadband is bringing together 47 women for an epic squad photo.
We have the talent, we have the drive, but we're just not getting showcased.
Girls should have tournaments as well as boys having tournaments. Like, there's literally no reason why girls shouldn't have a tournament. Girls should have them, we should be better than the boys.
Especially as a woman of colour, like, we're looked at as a unicorn when we always existed.
You know what? The Women's Esports Finals, that's exactly what we need.
And you know what? It's about time that we are seen and recognised for the fact that we can slay and play.
Yeah, I like that.
Slay and play.
Trademark that, babe.
Let's go.
Coming here today and being at a squad photo as big as this is a real honour to be a part of.
Walking into a space like this, it's refreshing to see.
When you look around the room, all of those women look so different and they look so interesting.
A proper girly girl is gaming now.
Oh, wow.
internet connection is so vital.
Especially if you're a pro player, you need it.
I want to be able to log into a game within 5 seconds.
And no lag, like no lag,
exactly.
no drops.
The women is growing so fast. Connections that will last a lifetime. We're actually starting to be seen.
We're here to change the game.
Welcome to the Sky Broadband Football E-Series. 7 women will go head-to-head in EAFC.
The participant number in women in esports is growing, and that's why initiatives like these are so important.
Little speed boost, is she gonna make it too?
Oh.
She does. Go here, can she do it? Great through ball. Style when she is trying to cross the lot, and it has worked. Theorem again. Is she gonna through ball here? Potentially a goal.
Yes.
1-1 just before half time.
Or header backwards as well, completely composed, calm as you like. Great trajectory, brilliant goal.
Another one of those over the top flicks by Olivia, and she makes it 3 with Rafael Liao.
Lisa, hello, welcome. But so far, I think everyone's put on a good show.
The amount of goals scored in the tournament today were 156.
Yes! Next month is when we find out who is built for victory.
As the competition gets underway, 6 players compete to be champion at the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Final. Covering 3 rounds of a single elimination bracket, games are played in Ultimate Team, scored across 2 legs with 5-minute halves. Any ties will result in extra time, followed by a penalty shootout. Players progressing in 1st and 2nd seed from the round-robin stage will immediately progress to the 2nd round, while 4th through 6th go head-to-head for survival in the 1st round. Players who don't reach the grand finals will get one last shot at the 3rd place playoff, vying for a larger piece of the prize money. The overall winner of the grand final will be crowned the Sky Broadband Football E-Series champion, earning themselves a Pro Guild contract, free Sky Broadband, and also the big prize money, 50,000 a share of that. The stage is set. It's kick-off time for the Sky Broadband Football E-Series.
Game day was the ultimate privilege. Every piece of hard work that you'd done on the lead up, that's what it was all about. From the moment I woke up in the morning, I was out in the garden kicking a football. The last thing I did before I went to bed at night was kick a football around.
It's every day, you know, it's not just a 2-hour training session or maybe 2 hours on the games console. It's eating right, training right. It's what you do when no one's watching.
You have to commit a lot. It's about using them hours correctly, making sure that you actually put a lot of more time into it.
With Sky Broadband, I think the girls have got access to a great initial platform.
It can be quite intimidating coming into such a male-dominated industry. The way that people say it is you're a female, you shouldn't be playing a game. Don't listen to the hate.
If they're being criticised, they can come in and be part of this community and actually talk about it. Ultimately, you have to enjoy it.
People always say pressure is a privilege.
Pressure is actually a good thing. It means that you want it.
They know that they've prepared right. They've had the opportunity to be in this facility with Guild and to be around the other gamers. Having great facilities is a big thing.
If you don't have a good enough internet, you're not able to play at the highest level. So obviously Sky Broadband is perfect for that.
Game day is what your week's all about. I eat the same thing in the morning of every game, 4 Weetabix, 2 sugars. I have specific underwear that I wear every single game.
I'm ready to go. The music's blaring in my ears and that's definitely really helpful. If I can get in a walk mentally, it wakes me up.
Nerves are good. You do all your work during the week and then game day is what you live for.
Welcome back to the Sky Broadband Women's Esports Finals. We've got just 2 matches left in our Football E-Series, and here are some of the highlights so far. Alia, has today's competition delivered for you?
I think it's delivered and more. I think it's been such an amazing day. So many unpredictable scorelines, people you expect to be performing a lot better, not really doing as well as you would imagine. So I'm just excited now for the third place playoff and the finals.
You might have just seen Lisa Manley's face filling the screen. She looked like she just conceded. She'd actually scored. She did manage to score 3 goals on her way against Nunu Rage into the final. That set up between her and Footheader. They are long-term rivals, and whoever wins that will be getting themselves a pro jersey from Guild Esports. They'll get themselves that all-important contract, 24 months of Sky Broadband and £6,500, the lion's share of the prize pot. However, before we do have our grand final, we're going to see JD Lou 92 versus Nunu Rage. Now, this is a rematch. It was 2-2 when they last met each other, and now they're going to see who is ultimately going to come out on top. There are no draws here, are there, Anita?
No, and if there's a draw, kick them out. No, I'm joking. There are no draws here, and hopefully we do get the rightful winner. Even if it goes to extra time, it goes to penalties, we will get a winner in this tie, and that is so important. It's crucial for both players to lock in. Like I said, when they made the word lock in, they talked about JD. JD is the queen of locking in. She just doesn't look like she will crumble under pressure, but Nunu, I can also say the same thing for her, so it's going to be so interesting to see this tie-up.
Well, we are going to be getting into game pretty much straight away. Our players have had the past 10 minutes to take a breather, get themselves set up and really get their minds on the game. Any predictions, though, before we do get into that game, Rachel?
I mean, JD's had the tougher draw to get here, hasn't she? She's got the Commonwealth champion. She defeated her in the first round, MZ, and then she was up against Footheader as well. Really tough matchup there. So she's probably faced the toughest competitors. Maybe she's looking at Nunu as the person she really has to beat here. Nunu hasn't got as much experience. Obviously, JD's only been playing for a year, but I feel like that doesn't really tell the whole story. She looks like she's been playing for much longer than that. So I'm going JD?
We are powered by Sky Broadband. Our pros are playing on the UK's most reliable broadband technology, or at least they will be for the next 24 months if they take the championship today. That is the final coming up later. Right now, our third place matchup. It's JD versus Nunu.
Thank you very much, Frankie and Anita. I don't know about you, but I'm glad we didn't have to answer that question because I cannot predict what's going to happen in this game.
And do you know what's so funny, earlier? I know you said that we don't have to answer the question, but I'm actually going to throw it to you. What is your prediction for this game?
I'm going to guess that JD potentially is going to win this game because she has had a little bit more time to just relax, watch all the competitors. Nunu only recently just competed, so she hasn't had as much time, to take a break. But if this game is anything like the qualifiers, it's going to be very end-to-end. Not that many goals, but both sides will be consistently attacking, as we've already seen 5 minutes in, and both of these women have already had a chance at goal. But Anita, Nunu's here on the attack again.
Listen, give me something, Nunu. Go for goal. Oh, so close. The rebound off the post, so close. I just want to see a gritty.
That's all you want.
That's all I want. I'm not asking for too much. But yes, this is going to be end-to-end football, and I expect both of these players to come out guns blazing. Like you said, they both had a shot each on goal already. So very different tactics from when Nunu was playing Lisa and from when JD was playing Heather.
This is the first game we've had as well where both women are wearing the kits of the clubs they support. So this is Man City versus Spurs. But I'm so excited for this game. So far, end to end, both women trying to get that first goal. One of them tries, goes the other way, and that's exactly how the qualifiers went, Anita.
Exactly, and let's see if Nunu's got the ball. Let's see if she can get into that final third and get a shot off on goal as well. I think this is one of those games where it's just going to be pure excitement, right? And you know me, I live for the drama, so please get me a couple of goals in the next couple of seconds, ladies. Come on.
I hope it stays 0-0 until the 90th minute.
What?
Someone gets a last-minute winner.
Whoa.
I think that's the most exciting type of FC to watch, especially with two players who consistently attack and neither of them back down. I think that'd be a very good watch. JD might potentially get that first goal. Oh my gosh.
I swear, if she got that, that would have been a fantastic goal.
It would have been
fantastic
beautiful.
Goal. It would have been pure cinema.
It would have been. I mean, JD is so locked in, and so is Nunu. I mean, they're both so focused, but they know what's up for grab here. Third place in the UK. You can say you're the third best player in the UK. Isn't that an amazing thing to be able to say? I said say a lot. I'm so sorry.
No, honestly, I would really wear that on my forehead. I am the third best FC 25 player in the world. Well, in England.
In England. Oh, the United Kingdom.
Or the United
We got
Kingdom.
3 other countries.
Oh, yeah, of course.
JD's from Scotland.
From Scotland, the 6-hour drive, of course.
Can't forget the 6-hour drive. I still can't believe she chose to drive it over taking, what, a 45-minute flight, if that?
Was it a 45-minute flight? Is that all?
I don't know.
And she chose the 6-hour drive. Locked in.
To be fair, it is a beautiful drive. I've done that. Well, I say I've done that drive. I was a passenger. My boyfriend was driving the whole time. But Nunu potentially are going to get that first goal.
Oh, what a beauty that was. What? Hey, Nunu. Nobody waiting for the griddy. Well, wait. Oh, she's airing me. She's airing me. She's acting like she can't see me. Don't worry. Next goal, Nunu. I'm going to be on your neck.
That was a gorgeous goal as well.
It was.
Such a tight angle to be able to score in the top corner. But we do know that JD can respond really, really quick. Is she going to do it here, Anita? What do you reckon?
Yes, no more of the slow build-ups. We need JD to answer and react as quickly as possible. Nunu's already back in possession, and we know if Nunu gets that second goal, she might run away with it. But I have all my hopes in JD to get that goal to equalise, and hopefully. But it looks like Nunu is not backing down. She might get the second goal, and if she does, it's curtains for me.
I mean, that's why I really wanted to see this matchup, because both of them are such amazing players, but they're so attacking. Normally you see in FC, one player tends to just sit back and defend.
Yes.
Both of these women are just going for it. They don't care about defending. They just want goals.
Especially coming from the last match that we had with New. Whoa, and it's 2-0.
She didn't greedy for you. She chose a different celebration, Anita.
Really? Nah. You broke my heart. You broke my heart, Nunu. But JD, she's not smiling. She needs to lock in. She's sat forward and she's ready to go again. Can she bring it back? Can she get a goal going into half-time? That would be so important and so crucial for her.
Yeah, I was going to say, so crucial, especially in a game like FC. This is one leg. JD's not going to get another chance to try and redeem herself. But as we know from JD, she doesn't back down. She'll keep going.
Exactly.
And I feel like we will see at least one goal from her.
Of course. And look, she's got it back in possession already in the middle of the park. And let's see how she's going to drive forward. She does like a slow build-up. But I want to see her get into the box a lot quicker so she can get her shots off. But it doesn't seem to be happening for her. Like we saw in the last game, Nunu's defensive strategy is A1.
Yeah, she's changed something about the way she defends, because in the qualifiers, when we were watching Nunu and JD, they were both actively adapting to the way they were playing. JD would change something, so Nunu would change something, but we haven't really seen that today. JD hasn't really made the amendments that we expected her to see, especially that she's 2-0 down now.
Yeah, but there's always half-time, right? So going into the second half, how is JD going to react? And there's still a couple of minutes here for her to get that all-important goal back, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen with Nunu back in possession. She's really good in possession, isn't she?
Yeah, she is, and that's the one thing that's so impressive about her, and it's what really surprised me in the qualifiers, is how well she can hold the ball and how confident she is with holding the ball. I personally just keep passing all the time. I don't want the defenders to come at me, just get rid of it, but Nunu is so confident holding that ball. Is she gonna make it 3 here? I mean, well defended by JD, but I will say, JD, if you can hear us, you can still change to a Chelsea kit at half-time, you know. Take off the Spurs kit.
Do you know what, leave? Do you know, Spurs and Man City, they usually have great battles and you can never tell who's going to win in those matchups. So this might be one of those comebacks that might be one for the ages. So let's see.
Nunu here is potentially, is she going to make it 3? Unfortunately,
she got too confident. She got too, look at her smiling, she got too confident. She was on the ball for such a long time. She knows she should have played a direct pass there, but so far, so good in this half, right?
I think it's kind of expected. The first game they played together finished 2-2, so I wouldn't write this game off yet. JD is so locked in, but I will say I think Nunu is turning to her brother a lot for support, which is really good to see. But what Nunu won't be happy with is that Man City are losing 2-1 to Brighton, and it's currently the 96th minute, so Nunu are going to have to do a job here.
Talk about half-time talk. Oh, man, 2-1. To Brighton, Nunu.
Man City, I don't think they're going to win the Prem this year, you know, with the way they're currently
Hey, do you know what? Yeah, more of that talk. Rile her up. Yeah, rile her up. Do you know who's definitely not winning the Premier League? Tottenham Hotspur. Just riling them up a little bit. We've got a smile from JD. Hopefully that smile will be coming into that second half because she needs a goal.
Yeah, she needs to. And I mean, I feel like the difference between two of these players at the minute is that JD's not really looking into the crowd for her partner, whereas Nunu is consistently looking for her brother in the crowd. Every time something happens, she's giving him a smile. And I think her brother being here is a huge reassurance to her. And, you know, big up her brother as well, because sometimes, I don't know if you have a brother, but I've got a younger brother and, you know, we butt heads sometimes. I love him, but you've got sibling rivalry there. But it's nice to see that Nunu's brother is being so supportive.
You know, I do not have a brother. I've got an older sister, and that sibling rivalry is probably a little bit worse. But
I got both.
I do have loads of male friends that are just so supportive of me. And, you know, in me and my footballing career, for example, it's not easy being a woman and being in this football industry, but they are so supportive. And even though we don't support the same teams half the time, they will still big me up and keep me going, and they are my support system in the same way Nunu's got hers here as well. And of course JD's got her lovely boyfriend who drove 6 hours
I keep stressing it. 6 hours is nuts.
It's a long drive.
It's a long drive.
But that's what women in esports needs, isn't it? It's the men to really support the women. You've got Nunu's brother, you've got JD's partner, you've got Heather with Frankie calls them M&M, who's not only bigging up Heather, they're bigging up all the women players today, which is so amazing to see. But 53rd minute, still 2-0 to Nunu.
I'm expecting JD to lock in because there is serious money on the line, isn't there, Alia?
I mean, 3,000 for 4th place, 4,000 for 3rd place. £1,000 is a lot of money, and I don't even know what I'd do with an extra £1,000. So, JD, you're gonna have to score at least 2 goals to get that extra 1,000. But
and she came so close to conceding again. I'm telling you, with that extra £1,000, there might be a more comfortable gaming setup in mind for me. You know, with my Sky Broadband leading the charge.
What would you do if you won £4,000 today?
If I won £4,000 today, firstly, I'm taking a holiday because it's cold. It is so cold in England right now. I'll probably take a holiday. I'll probably go to I don't know, the Bahamas or something. But more importantly, my gaming setup right now is absolutely atrocious. And I keep bringing up Saga, but they always want to hook me up with some new gear because they've looked at my gaming system and thought, girl, get some new stuff, you know? Get that Sky Broadband in your house and level it up. But yes, we're back into the match and I don't see a way back for JD right now, I can't lie. Yeah. It's getting a little bit too late. It's getting towards squeaky bum time.
But I feel like 30 minutes is a lot of time in FC. I feel like maybe Nunu has been controlling the second half a lot more, and I think it's potentially because we told her that, you know, Man City are losing 2-1 to Brighton. That might have riled her up a little bit more. She can't embarrass City more today than they have themselves. But she has made it 3-0, and she's going to gritty for you, Anita.
Hey, we got the gritty, come on! We love to see it. She said if Haaland's not going to score for her in real life, she'll get Son to do it on her ultimate team.
Well, the only City goal came from Haaland today.
Oh, yes, it did. It really did. However, they're still losing.
No, it must be up for JD. Your 3rd goal comes from a Spurs player, and you're the Spurs fan.
Whew.
That's harsh.
That is a dagger straight to the heart. But JD's in a goal here. Rebound! We got a goal for JD. It is 3-1, and it is about to get juicy. Are we going to get a wink from JD? Give us the wink. Come on.
No.
Oh, no, she's locked in.
No wink from JD?
No, she's locked in. She said no wink yet. She's going to get it back to 3-3.
I feel like she wants to. She's trying not to laugh. I think she's getting a little bit annoyed at us. We're going at Spurs so much now. She's trying to just say, you know what, Spurs ain't that bad, okay? I'm going to prove it to you.
Do you know what it is? I think for the last 30 minutes of this game, she thinks she can get back into this. She is absolutely locked. She is focused. And I would not be surprised if we see a comeback in this match.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, this is FC. There's still 25 roughly minutes left in game. Anything can happen, but nearly made it 4-1 there, Anita, just offside.
Oh, my heart sank. My heart did sink because I did think, but was it called offside or?
Yes, offside.
Yes, 100%? Yeah. Okay, yes. Oh, my heart did sink because I really do want to see JD get back into this game and just give us some pure entertainment and some pure drama in the last few minutes. But Nunu's back in possession and she does so very well.
It does look like JD has switched to a bit more of an attacking tactic because her defense is a lot more wide open, I'd say. Yeah. Nunu's getting through quite more than she was in that first half, but JD's still defending pretty well. And you know what, in FC, like we say, anything can happen. 2 goals can come out of nowhere.
Exactly, and that's why we're seeing JD so locked in right now. She believes that she can come back in this match, and quite frankly, right now, so do I. Look, she's got the ball again. Oh, she went straight for goal. That is that determination that we've been speaking about.
I think she rushed that one as well a little bit. I think if she had just waited a second more, had a better touch, did one touch onto her right foot, I reckon that would have gone in, but that's the nerve setting in because she knows what's at stake here.
Yep, she's got that thinking face on, and this is exactly what it means for these ladies. Just to get that third place, that fourth place for them, it can change their lives and make so much more of a difference. And JD's first ever competition, and she's playing for third place. She wants this bad.
I mean, JD didn't even think she was good enough to take part in this tournament. She said in her interview that when she got invited, she thought it was a spam email, she thought they got the wrong person. So the fact she can say she is top 4 in the UK for women FC players, I think she should be so proud of herself regardless.
Oh, let's get this back on the way. This is about to be really intense, and as much as the players are looking in, Alia, we're going to have to look in as well because anything can happen in a blink of an eye.
And I think that's one of the most scary things about FC is we've seen it so many times at the pro level and just in general with FC. Within 10 minutes, you can score 2-3 goals and just completely turn the game on its head. Nunu has been controlling the second half a lot more than JD has, but I still think anything can happen, you know?
Exactly, and it's just a beautiful game of football more time, ain't it? Because I'm looking at this game now, and we are 80 minutes in, and I'm thinking there's still not a clear winner here. But let's see how the tide turns, because if Nunu gets another goal, then of course that's curtains. But if JD gets that other goal, I think that...
Just offside there
Just
again.
offside.
10 minutes to go. Are you leaning more towards Nunu?
Oh my God, don't ask me that question. Do not ask me no question.
You asked me for my prediction at the start, and I didn't ask it back, so...
She said Uno reverse. Okay. It's too intense. Okay, obviously, right now on paper, Nunu is currently doing better than JD, but again, can she get the fourth goal? Oof.
That's happened.
Alia, I am not sure. I'm really not sure.
Still can't call it with roughly 6 minutes left.
That's just how tight it is on the pitch right now, right? Because I thought next goal, 100% changes everything.
Yeah.
And there's still so much time. I know it doesn't look like there's much time, but there's still so much time to just make a difference. So again, it's difficult for me to call it.
Yeah, I mean...
And look, strong goal! Does she...
How many attempts did go just wide in this game today?
That was such a crucial chance for JD as well to turn this game around, and it's just gone wide, Alia.
I mean, that's so unfortunate. And she's had it happen countless times, not just in this game, but throughout the tournament as well, which is so unfortunate for her. But Nunu, again, on the attack, but very quickly, JD gets that possession back. Can she get a second goal here? Oh, a little bit of lag, but unfortunately, well defended by Nunu. I mean, I think it's safe to say now, Anita, 1 minute left.
Yeah, I'm going to call it.
Now
I'm going to call it.
With 1 minute left, Anita.
Nunu, potentially our third place champion.
I mean, you said it's safe to call it, and then you're saying potentially.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think. Nunu's got a free kick. Let's see how she works this one. Who's going to take it for her? Who else?
If Son scores this, that is...
Dagger.
Dagger, but fortunately not for JD. But a 3-1 result is such a good score for Nunu. She should be so proud of herself, but JD as well, for being 4th place in this tournament. She didn't even think she was good enough for this, like we said. She didn't think she was going to make the live finals.
Yeah.
Finish 4th in this entire tournament is such an achievement.
Content creator versus content creator in that one, and it just shows how high the levels are. JD's all smiles, Nunu's all smiles, and it's lovely to see that from both of them. I know Nunu's giving me the love heart. I only got one griddy, but it's fine. I'm sending you a love heart back. You can't see me in studio, but that's exactly what I am doing. That was a sensational game. I enjoyed every second of it.
We've also got to point out, Anita, that the griddy you did get was on Son, which I believe is JD's favourite player.
You see, that burns. Nunu, that burns. She's laughing as well, look at her.
She knew what she was doing. I mean, Nunu had to win because her favourite team isn't really getting the result they want today.
Exactly, and if I was in Nunu's shoes and I heard Chelsea was losing, I'll make up for the deficit on FC. There's so many times that I've gone on FC when Chelsea's lost the game and I've played the opposition and I've said, all right, I'm going to put 8 past you now.
Rachel, you've been in this scene for years. How impressed were you with our content creator derby?
Well, I clearly don't know what I'm talking about, do I? Because I said that JD was going to go win. So I'm holding my hands up there. My prediction was completely incorrect because I said I thought she'd had the more difficult run to getting here. But I was really impressed. I would have loved actually to have seen a second leg because I feel like JD was really building into it. And especially when she started playing more attacking in that second leg. I just think, again, she needed just to take her time when she was in the box. She just kept shooting straight at the goalie, didn't she? Yeah. Whereas maybe, you know, she wasn't timing it green. She wasn't quite doing the power shots. If she'd have just thought about it a little bit more, stayed calm. But she was like, I'm in the box. I need to shoot. Whereas, you know, JD next year, maybe she'll have that confidence with her.
Exactly. It's just something that comes with time and experience and just getting used to the pressure environment that is this stage. And on that stage right now is Ian Chambers.
All right, Nunu, you got me here cracking up, right? Because I just come over. Bear in mind, she just secured 3rd place, £4,000, and she says, did you see that Man City lost? You a big Man City fan?
Yeah, I've been supporting City since I was 9 years old, so yeah.
Yeah, but you just won. You just won a lot of money.
Yeah, true, but...
You know what? I'm going to bring you into the moment. Nunu just won £4,000. Well done. I know that you two have had, you know, a little bit of a rivalry. Have you squashed it? Is it over now?
yeah, it's over.
What are you going to do with the money?
I'm going to give some of it to my mum.
Oh, man. You just keep getting better. Nunu, right? I told you just when we were off air just a second ago that I missed you doing your celebration. I was somewhere else. So as you just won, for the camera, can we get it one more time? You are class. Anything you want to say to the people that came out here to support you?
Thanks to my 2 best friends and my brother for coming out.
You're the best. Thank you so much, Nunu. What more can I say? Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Anita finally got her in-person griddy from Nunu, and Nunu's mum is quids in. It's not bad, really, for seeing your daughter, sending her out at the door, go, right, good luck. And then she comes home, she's just like, well, Mum, I've got to surprise you. I've got a little bit of a gift. But it was a gift for us today, Rachel, seeing these 2 players go head-to-head and showing us that the future of the scene is potentially in safe hands.
Yeah, chances early on as well. First goal then, just for 30 minutes. And then she kind of just got into her flow, didn't she? Started making it look a little bit easy. A couple of missed chances as well. You can see how disappointed she was not to score a few more. A couple of offside goals as well. Then we see it from Son there doing the griddy. Yeah, she just kept getting better and better. She's completely grown, not only into this tournament, but into EA FC 25 as well. As a content creator on TikTok, I think she's got a real bright future. And her mum, I think that answer just sums up women in esports as well. It's not about them. It's about a bigger picture. She's already giving away some of her prize money to her mum. Obviously, probably encouraged her to get into this space in the first place as well.
Yeah. Alia, would you give any of that prize money to your mum?
I would. I think that's why when she said it with no hesitation, I have to say I'm trying not to cry because it's just so thoughtful and sweet, and it goes to show what an incredible... Sorry, that's so cute. I'm going to start crying. That's so adorable. But no, I just love her. Such a great personality. Giving it to her mum, her best friend's coming out, like... I'm going to stop talking because I'll actually start crying.
Shout out to the best mates. Yeah, the crying moment was just... I just thought that the guy...
His mum. I bet his mum.
Yes, is that Nunu's brother?
Yes.
Yeah. Just in the background. Because I could just see this guy just coming to shot on his phone. I'm like, hey, mate, we're having a moment. It turns out it's Nunu's brother. There we go.
Griddy from the besties.
Oh, bless him. To be honest, I think this is one of my favourite moments of the day so far, is just seeing Nunu clearly talking to her mum and telling her the good news. JD should also be incredibly proud of herself, by the way. I don't know if JD's family's with her today or she's on the phone to them right now. But given that JD got an invite, I'm not sure who it was who said about JD. Was it you, Ali, who said, JD, get on board this tournament?
Yeah, she said she was going to have a go at me when she saw me. She did, well, she tried to, and I said, you got a trip to London and you're walking away with £3,000 or a few £1,000s today. So that backed her off a little bit, but she didn't really want to do it. She was scared, but I think now she's glad that she's done it. She can be so proud of herself.
And while she did look dead serious in game and really keen to try and make up that goal deficit, when the headsets came off, she was all smiles. She clearly enjoyed herself immensely.
Exactly, and that's what this game is all about, right? And that's what this tournament is all about. Seeing how far you can get, especially as a content creator. Again, I'm looking at it as JD, you've not just inspired me, you've inspired so many other content creators out there to potentially sign up next time this comes back around. So it's very inspiring from JD, very inspiring from Nunu, and to all the content creators out there that are playing FC, that are streaming FC, this is your time.
I have to say as well, one of the great things about EAFC is it's a single player game. Of course, you have a support team, for example, foot headers M&M, but it's on you as an individual. You don't have to fight for your place within a wider team. And that's one of the things we see within the esports scene. Say, for example, your first person shooters. Not only are you trying to prove yourself as an individual, you've got to fit in within a team system. And sometimes, unfortunately, the esports industry with those teams has kind of been resistant to letting women in. Whereas I feel like if we can just widen the player pool that we've got in terms of women within games like EAFC, actually, we are going to see a lot more female representation at mixed tournaments in future, because it's not really a boys tournament that we're often seeing. It's a tournament that the women aren't necessarily thinking that they belong within. But actually, if we keep encouraging women, if we keep giving these opportunities, hopefully we are going to actually start to see more women establish themselves at the very top level.
Yeah, and it's not scary. Like, just going back to what Alia said that JD mentioned, I'm going to be scared. It's, obviously such a new environment for them to be in, but it's a safe space. Like, everyone's looking out for everybody here and willing them to do well. I know in the past I've experienced, a lot of hate online, especially women in this community, but these events are hopefully making that change, and it is normalised for people, or women I should say, not only to compete, in their bedrooms at home, but also to come up to a stage like this and compete. So hopefully this is the change that we need. And it is great that it's obviously a single-player game, but we've also seen a load of 2v2 in EAFC in the past. So actually, if they have got mates or have now formed great friendships from this, maybe JD and Nunu can go and do 2v2 online as well and get a bit of a community going and play a couple of events online, because we do still see that happening within this game space as well, which is maybe even more fun if you can play with one of your mates.
Yeah. And I think we probably got some people who've definitely made friends and hopefully will take on that challenge that you've set for them in the near future, Rachel. We have got to talk about our final pairing, though. It is going to be Lisa Manley versus our #1 seed foot header. And these two, they've got form, Alia.
Yeah, I feel like this is the most exciting game of the day. One, it's unpredictable. You don't know which way it's going to go. Two, the history between them. It's so evenly matched. I mean, we were trying to figure out who has the upper hand over the last few years with their records, but this is the one game that you can't call. It's the two women who have led and pioneered women in esports, women in FC over the last few years, and this is the game, and I'm just so excited for it.
And Lisa had the longest wait to play today, but foot header, she's had the longest break, Anita. I don't know if she's going to be feeling a little bit rusty when she takes to the pitch. I have a feeling probably not.
I feel like, for me personally, if I was in foot header shoes, I would have rather had that. Play my first game, get to that final, and had some time to rest, rejuvenate, think about new tactics that I could possibly use against Lisa. She's had time to sit down, possibly eat something, relax her nerves, and watch Lisa come up against incredible competitors. So if I'm Lisa, I'm looking at it like I haven't had that much of a break yet. Am I going to be rusty?
We talk about Lisa often as being this player probably with the greatest mental resilience in the scene at the moment. However, because she knows she's not necessarily playing at 100% right now, and Header put in such a confident performance, I do wonder if potentially she might actually get in her head a little bit today.
Yeah, I'm just looking and see if I can read anything to Lisa and seeing if she's listening to us. She wouldn't let on if she is. I was thinking there's
She doesn't let on when she scored a goal,
I was just going to see if there was a cheeky smile. I don't know if footheader Miriam is listening to us at all there. But Lisa, I wasn't that impressed with her in her first match. Obviously, it took her until the second half to try and find a way through, and we thought it might be a one-sided match there. Maybe that was just Lisa's plan. Maybe she said, I'm not going to come out and show all my cards at the moment. I'm just going to, assess the game, see how my opponent is playing as we do get a close-up look at how Lisa Manley is feeling. She knows footheader inside out. They've played so many big events together. I'm not sure they play each other that much online. I think that's something they like to keep for the big events here. But you're not going to be able to call this from... I say that. From what I've seen from footheader so far, 5-1 in her match, scored more goals, looked more competitive, looks like she means business. Lisa obviously didn't concede, 3-0 there, hasn't been 100%. Can I say I'm going footheader?
I think you can. And at the end of this grand final, one of them will be playing for a brand new badge. Who is going to be winning themselves that Guild Esports Pro jersey? We just have to lock in and find out. We are powered by Sky Broadband this weekend, though. Game like a pro with Sky Fibre Broadband, built to power the pros.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Now, Anita, for the first time they played each other in the qualies, for the only time in this tournament, Heather won 2-1, but that was Lisa at 30%. Based on what you've seen today, Lisa, I would say probably at about 60%. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, sorry, that took me by surprise.
Even me. We just stopped talking then.
We just got here. Let us simmer down. Yeah. But yeah, if that was her at 30%, I'm interested to see what she's like potentially at 60%, 70%, 80% or 100%, And we all know that footheader, she's coming into this game quite confident, and as she should be, right?
Yes.
I do think this is going to be such a tough matchup, and I cannot call who will win this one. But you know me, I am team header to the end, and I do hope she does get that all-important win.
And that's the thing, whenever Lisa and Heather play each other, you can never predict what's going to happen. Like we've said, these two women have been the face of women in esports, women in FC for years. I remember when I first started playing 4 years ago, the first two names I knew of, Lisa Manley, footheader, and they've consistently been performing at the top and inspired more women to start competing, having belief in themselves. But so far, end to end, Heather here through. Is she gonna make it 1-0?
Oh, it's 1-0 to Heather. 1-0 to Heather, and I saw it coming. You could just feel a goal brewing in, right? And this is time for Lisa to sit forward and really lock in and show us exactly what she's made of and show us exactly why she's won so many championships. And you just look at Heather there, calm and composed, cool and collected, because she knows 1-0 will not do the job.
No, not especially against someone like Lisa Manley. But in FC, that first goal is so important. But, like we said, in the last few years, Heather hasn't been performing at the level, that she'd like to. And Lisa actually, for that E-Lioness sport, beat Heather for it. So Heather's out for revenge here. She wants to be called and named the UK Queen of FC again.
And do you know what? It's all about having that redemption, right? You said that they played, and it's 2-0 in 20 minutes. And again, still not a smile from Heather, because she knows that this game can change once more, and she's just so locked in, and her play has been flawless so far. Every time she's gotten into that final third, she has taken a shot on goal, and she has delivered each time. Let's see what Lisa's made up of, because Heather defensively right now, she's doing a fantastic job.
And I've noticed this with Heather over the years as well. In big games, coming up against really tough competitors, she tends to attack a lot more and a lot earlier on than she normally does. And she knows, coming up against Lisa, she has to score at any opportunity where she can, because Lisa's not an easy opponent. But It is only 2-0, and just like that, Lisa has pulled one back.
Lisa's pulled one back. Oh, Lord, this is going to be tight.
This is what I mean. These two women, over the last few years, I would love to know what their records are against each other, because they've played so many times that every year I just can't predict it. And just like that, 2-1, this game is going to go either way, but I would love to see extra time personally.
I would love to see extra time, and I would love to see some penalties, but at the same time, I would love to see just the best player win, and currently, it is Heather 3-1, and that play was disrespectful. That was some disrespectful play. Heather, how dare ya?
And I think we need to give so much prop to Heather as well. Over the last year, you know, she hasn't been performing at the level that she'd like to and the level that she knows she can perform at. She has said this year she has a new coach. It's Mark, I believe, who is in the audience, one half of Eminem, as Frankie likes to say. But you know, she's got her spark back, and I love that, because Heather is such a good player, and it's so nice to see her playing at the level that she can. 4-1.
It is 4-1. This is an absolute beating. However, we know Lisa can come back, and for a final, this is giving us everything, pure entertainment, and I want to see how Lisa can get back into this match. Obviously, there's still a lot of time left to play, but it's not looking pretty.
No, it's not, and I would love to see a live feed on Eminem in the front, and you know, their reactions, because they're so positive and lovely, and sure, they're supporting Heather in this game, but they were bigging up Lisa as well, who just made it 4-2 in the 34th minute. This is FC, anything can happen, and in a normal game, I'd say 4-2 is quite hard to come back in, but in the game between Lisa Manley and Foot Heather, I'd say 4-2 hasn't caught the game yet.
And you know what? These have been some of the best goals of the tournament so far. Near cut choke, I've lost my words.
You're stunned.
I'm stunned.
You're so stunned.
I am stunned. Near post chances, and they have converted each and every one. And Lisa Manley's in on goal again. She does love to take a shot outside of the box, doesn't she? Yeah,
Lisa always has. She loves doing power shots outside of the box. I think Lisa knows that you have to take your chances wherever you can and whenever you can with FC. But 38 minute, 4-2, and like you were saying about the best types of goals, that's the level between the content creators and the pro players. Both of these women have had so many coaches, so much experience, and it always shows. But we have to big up the content creators as well, because they played amazing against our pros.
They did play amazing against the pros, and just looking at these two pros match up against each other, you're just seeing it's kind of a difference in quality, a difference in tactics, and a difference in the style of play that they both have for each other. And it's quite interesting to watch the differences between them playing each other and them playing JD and, of course, MD and Nunu.
Yeah, definitely. But I just love watching Heather and Lisa play. No matter what tournament it is, it's always going to be such an exciting game. Lisa here trying to get through on goal, but well defended by Heather, who again is on that counter-attack.
Every time Heather gets the ball, she is on straight attack. She ain't got time for no build-up play. She's trying to get into the final third, mate. She's like, what are you wasting my time for? Get that ball into the final third, take the shot. If it comes off, it comes off. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And now she's got herself a corner.
Corners, if you know how to play them in FC 25, they are a pretty guaranteed way to score a goal. But unfortunately, coming up against Lisa Manley, she does know that trick. 4-2 at halftime, Anita. I mean, what a game this has been so far.
Heather tried it. Lisa said, nope, not this time. But yeah, no, it has been a sensational half. And normally at 4-2 at halftime, you're thinking there's a clear winner. There's a clear chance for Heather to become the champion. But it's still too early to call it. Lisa can come back in this game, but I am super impressed with Heather and her performance in this final, and I'm ready to see what Lisa can bring.
And I know Heather is named the comeback queen.
Comeback queen!
But I would say Lisa's the comeback princess behind Heather. She is so good at staying calm, and I'm actually very impressed as well that Heather still chose not to put noise-cancelling headphones on and is listening to every single thing we're saying.
She's soaking in the atmosphere, you know? She's soaking it in, and she's got a support system right there with her. Eminem, we're not in there. We don't know if Eminem was shouting at her saying, you need to do this, do that, do this, you know? And if they are, kudos to them. And like we said, we spoke to them before the match, and they're my support system at this point. You know, they are so positive, and they've given her so much positive reinforcement, and I'm guessing she's taken that with her into this final match.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I had Max as my coach, I'd get more than 2 wins in Weekend League. I wouldn't currently be in Division 7.
Division 7?
Yeah, I'm not that great this
year. Alia. At least.
Ooh!
Header went for the 5th goal, however, it just rebounded off the bar.
That looked like that was a pass as well. It didn't look like she was trying to shoot there, but you just never know with Heather. I mean, she has so many different ways to score, so many different ways to attack. That's every time you think you've seen it all, Heather shows you something new that she hasn't shown before.
Exactly, and I'm telling you, I want to see more matchups like Lisa and Heather in finals like this, because I'm locked in. My eyes are glued to the screen. I haven't taken it off one time. I'm telling you, I do need to sip some water, but I'm going to wait.
I know.
I'm going to wait because, Frankie is kindly offering me some water. Thank you, Frankie.
Frankie takes care of us.
She does, doesn't she?
I remember when we did the qualifiers, I said on the broadcast, I was like, oh, I haven't drank much water today. First time I saw Frankie, she said, drink some water now. Frankie takes good care of us.
She knows how intense this battle is, and she's just like, let me make your life a little bit easier and get you what you need. Here's your water. But, poof. I'm looking at Lisa and I'm thinking she needs some water now because she needs to get some ideas, honey.
You're so good at just coming up with these one-liners. I'm so impressed by you.
Thank you very much. I try my best. We've got Heather back in possession. She's really good at possession and she likes to get that ball forward as quickly as possible. Is she going to turn and... I thought that was a sure goal there.
I mean, Lisa's got her locked down now, but Lisa has queued for this pause, for already 5 to 6 minutes in game. Still hasn't managed to get it. I think Lisa just wants to make some tactical changes, bring on some fresh legs to try and get those 2 extra goals. But Heather is not letting that ball get out of possession or out of play.
Alia, you are in this final and you're up against one of these 2. What do you change if you are Lisa?
Personally, first I'll be trying not to cry because I just wouldn't know what I'd do. But if I was Lisa, I'd just start attacking a lot more. But the issue is that tactic might work with a lot of people, but not against someone like Heather. So listen, I have a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Games, but I ain't an E-Lioness, you know. I'm not Lisa Manley.
Facts.
And Lisa, love her. Very hard to read sometimes. I can't tell what she's even thinking. So
and
I don't know what I do pretty much.
She has such a poker face. And if I'm Heather right now, I'm thinking, what's Lisa going to do next? Or how can I completely kill off this game, get that 5th goal and send Lisa packing?
Do you know what's funny about Lisa is that when she's competing, she doesn't have emotion, but when you watch Lisa stream or when you know her in person, she's singing karaoke on stream.
Bruh.
She's so happy and bubbly and jokey, and it's completely different to the way she is in esports, and it just shows she knows how to lock in when she has to.
Listen, I've been watching a few of her streams ahead of this, and I'm thinking, where's that Lisa? I ain't seen her. Where is she? Can somebody find her? Somebody call 999.
Heather here very quickly on the attack. After that pause, is she going to make it 5? Still on 4-2. 20 minutes to go, Anita. Still no goal scored in this second half.
What do you think? Do you reckon 5th goal changes everything and 5th goal settles it?
5th goal would settle it, but if we know anything about Lisa Manley, is that she will very likely not let that 5th goal happen. But Heather, I've got to give her all her flowers because I am so impressed, and I said it before and I'll say it again, by how much she's managed to improve and gain her confidence back between FC24 and FC25. This is the Heather that I first knew years ago, and she's back.
Listen, it's all about getting back to being true to yourself and playing in the styles that you know works for you. And Heather is very direct. She's very quick in possession, and that style seems to suit her a lot more. And she's finding a lot of joy with it. And fun fact, well, not fun fact, obvious fact, if she wins this match, she would have done it without losing a single game. Heather, you would have gone invincible.
No, literally.
Ain't seen that since 2004.
You think in the qualifiers she drew one game? That was it.
Oh.
Undefeated this entire tournament. And if she does win this, what a way to win. 24 months of Sky Broadband, a pro guild contract, and £6,500.
Oh, do you know what? In the last game, I said I would use the money to go on holiday, but I too will use it to give some to my mother, okay? I just wanted to put that on the record. I didn't want to sound selfish. No. I'll give some money to my mum too, okay?
We would support our parents. We would give them some money for how much they support us growing up.
Yes. And I will get a new gaming setup. But anyway.
I'm going to get a message from my dad now saying, can you take part in the tournament and win £6,500 so you can give me like a couple thousand, maybe?
Do you know what? My dad's been urging me to get involved in some tournaments. He's actually been urging me. And I said, Dad, just give me a couple more years, okay? Give me a couple more years and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, this game is just so intense, and I just wonder, next goal changes everything. If Foot Header gets the 5th goal, assured win for her. If Lisa gets that 3rd goal, we could see potentially extra time.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes to go here, so I'm personally going.
Are you calling it?
I call it now. I don't see Lisa. Sorry, Lisa, I love you, but I don't see her scoring 2 goals anymore in this game, and I do think Heather, is about to become our first ever football E-Series champion.
Listen, Heather, go for the 5th. You going for the 5th? Oh, she's gone for the 5th. We see a celebration from Heather. This is redemption. This is what it means. This is what it means. Pressure? What pressure? Pressure's for tyres.
You said that so well. I would have thought you made. Oh my gosh! I'm so impressed. I can't even speak. I've been stumbling upon my words today. But a 5-2 win for Heather today, and what a redemption it's been for her from FC24 to FC25.
She is the champion.
I mean, what a sigh of relief. We saw one of the first few emotions from her today when she scored that 5th goal, had her hand on her head and went, whew, I've done it. Undefeated. Congratulations, Heather.
Wow.
What a result for Foot Header. She did come into this land final as our #1 seed, and she certainly delivered. At the end of the day, the biggest opponent for Foot Header was herself, and she overcame every nerve, and she looked like she belonged on that stage.
And, you know, I think it's something that's important to speak about, because when your confidence is down, that's something that takes a long time to really recover, and you know, it's taken her about a year to come back from that, and it's nice to see that she's got that self-confidence back. It looks like she has a little bit of tears in her eyes as well, and that's probably the relief in knowing that she's back at the level that she knows she can be.
It's a real redemption arc. You look like you got tears in your eyes.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I am absolutely gassed for Heather. She has been my favourite from the start, and she, again, the comeback queen. She's come back from so much trials and tribulations from the entire year. Like you said, she struggled with the last game, and this game she's absolutely killing it, absolutely bossing it. And I'm just so happy she got to that final and she didn't let nothing faze her. Like you said, she didn't have the noise-cancelling headphones in. She went into that final with all the pressure around her, soaked it in, and she put 5 goals into the net. I'm super proud of her, and wow, I'm speechless, honestly.
It's fantastic to see her really taking every single opportunity she got and just really threatening Lisa, never ever letting up. Lisa Manley, though, we have to say, she's been basically fighting an illness for over a month now. I know that she will probably not feel like she's played at her 100% today. I know we've got so much more we're going to see from Lisa, so I know it's not the result that she wanted today, but hopefully there's going to be more opportunities for us to to see what she's got in future.
Yeah, we have to give so much props to Lisa because not many people would even want to compete when they're not feeling great. She's been feeling horrible for 2 going on 3 months now. Managed to make it through to the live finals today and finishing top 2 whilst you're feeling honestly just horrible is a huge achievement, and huge props to Lisa because she's always and will continue to be just a pioneer for women in esports.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a team that will be incredibly lucky to have Lisa on their books. However, Guild Esports have now got a new player in Foot Header, and it's time for her to receive her jersey with Rachel Stringer and Ian Chambers.
Thanks very much. What a day it's been. It has just flown by. Of course, we've got a certain accolade to give out, but before we get there, Rach, this has been incredible.
This has been a long time coming, hasn't it? Yeah. We have wanted an event like this for absolutely ages. I'm talking years, not weeks. It's been years in the planning, and to have it just put on so beautifully today as well. So many people turning out, so many people qualifying to try and get here. We've already crowned one world champion. I'm going to call it a world champion. We're now going to crown another one. Obviously a contract up for grabs. Sky Broadband for 24 months and £6,500. It's life-changing, isn't it?
It is. Shall we crown our champion, ladies and gentlemen? All right, please welcome your Sky Broadband Football E-Series champion. It's Foot Header! You know what this means? This is a contract, a professional contract with Guild Esports. That is what this jersey represents. A big move for you going forward, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been such a great event overall. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with it.
Foot Header, I've known you for a lot of years now. You have been grinding behind the scenes, wanting an opportunity like this. What does it mean, and what will it do for you going forward?
Yeah, it means so much. I mean, to have this been put on, and yeah, I've worked so hard to just get recognised. So I feel like it's a great opportunity. You
know what they say, Header, right? Hard work pays. £6,500. Look at, I'm going to say it again. £6,500. What are you going to do with that money?
I need to take a break, especially from this game, yeah.
Can you try and sum up how much work you put in behind the scenes to play like that and make this possible for you and your family and friends who have come out to support you? It's not just about you, is it?
Yeah, I mean, so many hours. It's obviously a new game that's come out. It's only been out for a short time. So trying to adapt to that, trying to work out the mechanics, obviously what suits you, formations and stuff. It's still early days in the game, but it's worked for me today.
Is this the best EAFC for you yet? Where can you go from here in this game? From what you already achieved, you're only a couple of months in.
I don't know yet. It's still early, but yeah, yeah.
Well, we heard your coach earlier on say it's about time that we saw women's esports on this platform. You have just, of course, made a little bit of history here by becoming the first ever Sky Broadband Football E-Series champion. Just before we let you go, what do you want to say about this entire initiative and all of the women that have competed alongside you here?
Yeah, I feel just the women coming here, having the courage to apply and be here, that's the first step. And I hope tournaments like this, they're more inclusive to women, and yeah, it's just to get them on a big platform. Obviously, signing for an esports team like Guild, that is a pro contract as well. That is great. Let's go.
The front row is cheering for you. Have you got any final words you want to say to your cheer squad down there?
Yeah, no, they've been helping me even through the qualifiers, coming here as well to the final. I appreciate them coming through, and yeah, they've been helping me. Like I said, with the nerves I had before coming here, and they've just helped me settle, be calm and stuff. So yeah.
I'm going to go off script. Hold on. I'm coming to you, Max. I know you're on camera right now. You said it's about time earlier. What do you want to say to Header right now?
Nah, well done, Heather. Like, you know, it's love. But everyone else that competed today, it's about time this has happened for women, man. Well done, everyone. And yeah, we'll talk later.
I love that. The coach in him is always looking for ways to improve. Congratulations once again, Heather. You are a wonderful victor here, and you've made history, like I said. From us here down on the floor, thank you so much to our amazing studio audience. Big up, of course, to Rachel Stringer as well, who's been talking you through all of the action all day long. She's brilliant. Congratulations once again. I've been Ian. Thank you so much for having me. We'll get you back to the studio to wrap things up. Back to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, we started a couple of weeks ago in the Football E-Series with Heather taking a decisive victory over Lisa Manley, and we end the competition with her as our victor.
I mean, what a tournament it's been. A huge shout out to Sky Broadband and Guild Esports for putting on this tournament, giving women the opportunity to showcase their talents, show that women in esports can compete, and just giving us a platform. I mean, I'm just so impressed, and I hope that we'll see more of this to come because I've just loved it.
Have you?
Yeah, 100%. And just looking at someone like me who is merely a content creator and has never, ever dreamed of even being in a tournament like this, I'm looking at it now thinking, there is a possibility that you could see me next year, or maybe in a couple of years to come, you know? And how many other people have we inspired today just by putting on this tournament? So again, massive shout out to Guild Esports and Sky Broadband because this tournament has been sensational. The underdogs, they have shocked me. Nunu shocked me in particular. JD coming all the way down from Glasgow, that's how much it meant to her as well. So yeah, it's been a fantastic tournament, and in my opinion, the right person won. Big up to Heather.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see where Heather goes from here. She joins Anna as another FC player on the Guild Esports roster. Guild Esports really does lead the way in terms of supporting women in esports and their professional careers, and I can't wait to see what she does once she's in that jersey. Obviously, the prize money is great, but also having that 24 months of Sky Broadband is going to help her with her practice, help her during those weekend league games as well. Maybe the two of you will see each other in the lobby sometime soon, Alia.
I mean, I personally hope not. Not anything against Heather, but I just know I'd lose that game, and I'm already not that great at FC 25 this year, and I need all the help I can get, but it's just stuff like this. It's just so important. And like Anita was saying about content creators, when I first started playing what was then FIFA 21, I didn't think a few years later we'd be on Sky Sports, simply just from picking up the game. So I hope women at home start playing FC, get into esports, because the opportunities are just endless and incredible.
Yeah, and you just saw our Racers E-Series champion as well, Greta Leal, on the screen there. She's also got herself a Guild Esports Pro contract, as has Clara Vacchiano, who was our newly crowned Guild Academy player. She did so well in the Racers E-Series that Guild decided to snap her up as well. She only started sim racing, basically because she came in off the street, waved in by the Guild's team to try and set the fastest hot lap. I think she qualified in third over that event. And then we saw her take 2 races today. Unfortunately, she got disqualified for having the wrong tyres, of all things, on Silverstone. But you know what? She's not going to make that mistake again, especially when she's representing Guild Esports alongside our victor, Greta. It's just been the most phenomenal weekend. I've absolutely loved it. I've loved working with you guys and just hearing you guys. I feel very inspired, to be honest. I mean, how have you found things here this weekend?
I mean, I've loved it. I love how much women have been involved, not only on the competing side, but on the talent side. I think this is one of the broadcasts in FC that has had the most women on the talent team, and that's just so incredible because, like Rachel said, she's been in this for years. She was the only woman for so long. Now you've got Anita, me, you, Nina Jade, Rachel. It's just inspiring.
Yeah.
And even looking at the e-racers, I'm a massive Formula One fan as well. So watching that brought tears to my eyes because I know I sit behind my desk and I play that game religiously, and I know just how much it would have meant to these girls. And getting disqualified for the wrong tyres, my God, that is so heartbreaking because you've gone all those laps and you're just about to feel that win, just to hear wrong tyres, sorry, disqualified. It's so harsh. However, that's just what this game is. It's all about the fine margins, and it's all about taking it seriously and making sure you make the right calls in both F1 and both EAFC as well.
Well, a huge final congratulations to Greta, Tejeda and Clara as well. We can't wait to watch your journey with Guild Esports. I have to say massive thank you to you as well. Aaliyah Harvey, Anita Abayomi, also George Morgan, Nina Jade Paul, Ian Chambers and Rachel Stringer. They have been your fantastic talent this weekend. Our production here has been such a dream to work with. And Guild Esports, also, of course, Sky Broadband for making this all possible. We often get asked as women in esports, like, what's it like? And I just have to be really honest with you. It's incredibly hard sometimes. And yet, there's a reason we do this. It's so inspiring, it's fun, it's exciting. And honestly, I couldn't wish for a better scene to be part of. And if you are a woman and you want to step up, step into the game, just know you've got a lot of us in your corner. So I hope to see you very, very soon. Thank you so much for watching and good night.
On my mind a lot, don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, this bang, miss you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child. Then we gon' hit the shower. Part 2, we don't need no pause. Misty, we gon' get tipsy, don't need a power shot.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then. Yeah, this every day. Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then.
Plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Plastic bars tryna copy my steel.